ठीक है, हेलो सर। मैं सर की वजह से होल्ड किए हुए था अभी, इसके बाद मैं डिस्कशन लूंगा। तो वेलकम सर, एंड सर से आप भी प्लीज।
आप भी रहिए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन। No need to stand. So thank you for appearing in our test, and we apologize especially today because many students we could not accommodate because of let's say more than expected response. So many students went back, especially from second center. So we apologize to them. Next time we'll have better accommodation. This it is just interaction, will not take much time. Just if all those who are appearing, I think 99% people will be appearing in 2024. So some may have also experience of let's say past year's prelims, especially let's say last year. So you can take this test as assessment test, and you can take also this test as motivational test. This, although there are so many tests that people write, and it is not necessary that you should write only this test, or there are so many tests nowadays. It depends which test suits to which person. This, so different people have different, let's say, approach. If our test suits you, so you appear and test yourself. Even if we know you do not study everything in a month, but still, let's say now UPSC is something that you do not write answers only because what you read study in 1 year. Rather, it is called entire life. So in that way, you can take it as more as assessment test. Enjoy it. This is how we always say, do not take tension. And whatever the marks you get, take it as your whatever your position and try to improve. Especially let's that your sectional studies, when you have been studying, you may be studying history, geography, whatever. So since any test is, there is a team behind. You have one mind, but when a test is prepared, so there is a team behind that. Lots of thinking behind that. Although it can still not be perfect, or it can still not be better from some of your standards. This is how I say that it's all learning process. We cannot say that we are giving you the best test. It's not in that way. But yes, it is certainly, let's say, you can take as assessment and motivate yourself for the next month. Then again the time comes, again you assess. Largely you get 2-3 more opportunities henceforth to assess yourself. So that way it can work, and that is how we can say this. We know that there are many students who can be securing even 50, below 50. There can be students who may be securing 60 plus. So they can be highly, let's say, motivated. But basically those who are 50, below 50 or 40, so they should not also get demotivated. Because UPSC is different, our test is different. No one can match UPSC. And UPSC is for everyone. Everyone, let's say, the way its paper is, I don't want to give all these things, but yes, it is for everyone. You should not think that you don't have this and that, or you are not UPSC like candidate. This should not come. But certainly, let's say that you should analyze your mistakes. Where, let's say, it happens. Does it happen because of knowledge? Does it happen because I have knowledge, but I was not able to eliminate the options? So both ways it's the learning process. If it is knowledge, so you should focus on your knowledge part. This, and never say that no, I have studied, how more I should study. Rather, let's say that you should always be hungry for study, especially for prelims. This, so because prelims nowadays we don't have to tell how difficult it is. This, it's altogether a different story for prelims. Mains and interview, they have different story. You can say two, let's say that opposite poles. So you have to first, let's say that achieve one pole and then rush towards next when, let's say, June comes. So prelims is altogether different, and if you are, let's say, not able to correct questions in any such section, especially conventional sections, be it geography, polity, history, economy, certainly it is knowledge. Let's say there is knowledge problem, you need to improve knowledge, and already you know what to read, what not to read on that. But there are some sections which you should do almost 100% correct. This, that you should achieve. It can be polity, it can be modern history. This, they are the two sections which you can have 100% correct. Because modern history is completely, you know that, it's open. You know it. Ancient medieval is not, let's say, much, let's say, known. You can have some lack of knowledge or literature. But modern history is something we say it is 100% you do correct. Polity is, again, it is open, let's say that you should do almost 100% correct. Then in some section in geography, at least you should, let's say, put a challenge that physical geography I will do 100% correct. This, so that way you try to make some of the sections, and then let's say you make your strong foundation. And those sections will demand that you should have huge study. Means you should not just study, you should have just, let's say that you study as much as you can those sections. Then they will give you guarantee. Ek hota hai na, it will give guarantee. So you have to guarantee it, because there are some sections any current can be asked, it has no basis. You may know, you may not know, you may escape. Geography is so vast, general science or science intake is so vast, you may know, you may not know. The basic economy, yes, you should know. So if any question is related to basic economy, so then it should also not become incorrect. That you should guarantee. So this way, then conceptual question, you should not do incorrect. Factual question, you may not know. But any conceptual question, when they ask natural justice, you should be clear. This, so that way you try to guarantee your prelims, rather than just, let's keep blind study ki polity पढ़ लिया, history पढ़ लिया, geography पढ़ लिया, this और कुछ टेस्ट सॉल्व कर लिया, फिर सोच रहे हैं कि चलो टेस्ट से हो जाएगा. But tests can bet, just let's say कि they can improve you in some aspect, they cannot make you coherent. Test cannot guarantee, it can just assess you. You can know some more facts, but it cannot still guarantee this. That's why let's say that nothing to worry. Let's say what we say that just you should tell yourself you have 3 months in hand, and UPSC paper, you have your potential, prepare fullest. You should not give time, you should not waste your time in thinking whether I can do, I cannot do this, that. Because prelims, let's say you have the content, you have to study them. This, so this test you can take, because we try to make this test, try to balance it. We have been applying our efforts also behind that, and then it will come Panchsutra after this, after one test. So this, because I also start participating, means fully in that by the time I become free from my classes. So I also fully start participating in Panchsutra. So that also, let's say that there are 5 tests that can be again next stage of assessment by the time you have studied your almost prelims. This March you have, April you have, May is for your revision. This you should keep, let's say that 1 month 20 days reserved for this is called revision, and that is how, let's say, that you can benefit. This is what we have to tell, and we'll try to keep improving, and this way you can learn, and if it is you are not able to address, let's say, elimination part, to learn it, because both aspects are there. Some people have less knowledge but they do more correct. Some people have more knowledge but they do less correct. This is also true. This And some people have good luck, isn't it? So without knowledge they do correct. So at least I know some people last year, this year in mains they wrote without studying optional. Can you imagine? Qualified prelims, optional subject not studied at all. There are also people like that who qualify prelims, right? So certainly you can, let's say that, improve your luck, right? But try to see that ultimately you have to improve your decision making. If we reduce all these things, this is nothing but decision making. Each question is a decision making. This and how good decision you can take as per prelims nuances, and that is how we can say it. And take it, motivate yourself, and this can help you in, let's say, coping up your day-to-day challenge which you face, stress and motivational aspect and other things. So never, we always say that never have any negative aspect. This If you have any negative thinking, so that is minimizing your chance to qualify. The more the negative thinking, the less the chance to qualify, and the less negative thinking, more the chance, because nothing can be taken out of your potential. This this is how, and that is how you should motivate. This is how I wanted to just interact, because I guess the 90 days are left. This and study, generally I say that many time it becomes counterproductive. किसी क्लास में मैंने बोला था कि कभी कभी 24 आवर भी पढ़ लो. किसी लड़के ने क्या किया कि डेली 24 आवर पढ़ना शुरू कर दिया. फिर उसको हो गया, let's say yesterday he met he got health problem. Generally we say that yes, both things are important. See, perfection is very important in your health, in your thinking, in your decision making. This When you face challenge, the challenges come from all front. This The health is also important. You have to maintain your health also. Good health is important for your more and more study, more and more understanding, more and more receptiveness. The health also you have to maintain. Sleep is also important, sleeping properly, because then if you do not properly sleep, so you cannot have, let's say, that better understanding, retention, these things affected. But you have to study also. So it's all the three aspects, let's say that: better thinking, better health, and let's say that better study. That can make better. And that is how you should have. Let's take your discussion. So all the best.
एक बार अंदर की सेटिंग देख लेना आपने। So today we are going to discuss or start the discussion for AIPMT-5 with the history section. But before I start, I would like to inform you that our courses PT100 and Takkar test series is going on, which we have joined. So PT100 is like 100 most important topics for prelims we are covering, and we give you tests with every lecture. For example, recently I have taken the lecture for history and culture section. So we covered all the important topics, and after every lecture we had a test of 20 MCQs to have a practice on the spot. Then Panchsutra is another test program which we are going to run, having 5 tests. So if you want to know about this more, just go to the website or meet somebody on the reception of the office, right? So history section, let us start with question number 1 to 10 and 61 to 65 I am going to discuss. So first question, with reference to the dual government in Bengal, consider the following statements. So dual government means a government having 2 centers of power. On one hand was the Nawab of Bengal, and on the other hand was the company and its officials. So statement 1 is, in that context, it was a system of government established by Robert Clive following the Treaty of Allahabad. That's true. 1765 the treaty was signed, and then the system came into existence, where under this system the British East India Company obtained the actual power. It did not obtain the power directly, so actual power is not the right word, along with the responsibility and charge of administration. So what would you say? Is it correct? This actual power makes this statement wrong, right? It had all the power, but it was not directly in its hand. It exercised that power through Indian agents. So this statement becomes doubtful, therefore wrong, right? Third, under this dual system of governance, the British administration acquired both the functions of the Diwani and Nizamat of Bengal from Mughal emperor. Is it true? No. Under the Treaty of Allahabad, the Mughal emperor Shah Alam II gave the company the power to collect revenue, that is Diwani rights, which also means civil administration. So Mughal emperor, the company got Diwani rights. Nizamat, that is police and criminal administration, was obtained from the Nawab of Bengal, who became a puppet in the hands of the company, Mir Jafar, right? So this is also wrong. How many of the statements given above are correct? Only one. Okay? Explanation हो गई? कोई डाउट हो तो सवाल पूछ सकते हैं आप लोग, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. In medieval India, the terms Peshkar and Karodis were used for petty revenue officials during the Mughal rule, spies in the Delhi Sultanate, religious scholars in the Delhi Sultanate, head of judicial system during the Mughal rule. He was called maybe Qazi al-Qadat, Chief Qazi, something like that. Here, religious scholars, the term still is used, Mufti, right? So spies, there was a system, but words were not used for them. They were related to revenue and other aspects of administration. So you can say petty revenue officials during the Mughal rule. This is the most possible answer. There are many terms used. You have to check out what other terms could be. Mukti and Wali was used for whom? The officers in Delhi Sultanate. Amir was the word used for nobility during the Mughal period. So you should be aware of these terms, है ना? कोई एक सोर्स ऑब्जेक्टिव पकड़ के उससे टर्मिनोलॉजी आपको देखनी चाहिए. वैसे तो आदत ये होनी चाहिए कि जब पढ़ रहे हैं, इंटरनेट कुड बी गुड सोर्स प्रोवाइडेड यू नो द राइट साइट्स टू फॉलो. तो कभी कभी वहां से भी देख लिया, मीनिंग्स तो ठीक मिल ही जाएंगे आपको, ठीक है कि नहीं? सो एनीवेज, नाउ क्वेश्चन नंबर 3. consider the following. There are 3 sessions given and you have to see how many of the pairs given above are correctly matched. तो कांग्रेस के सेशंस हैं प्री इंडिपेंडेंस. सो सूरत सेशन 1907 में हुआ, यहाँ पर स्प्लिट हुआ कांग्रेस का, और इस समय कॉम्प्रोमाइज प्रेसिडेंट कौन थे? रास बिहारी बोस. बनना था लाला लाजपत राय या फिर बाल गंगाधर तिलक को, but moderates were not in that favor. So Lala Lajpat Rai stepped down and Ras Bihari Bose, who was also a moderate leader, became the president. Now Lahore session 1929, everybody knows it is a very well known session. Jawaharlal Nehru was nominated, not elected, as the president of the Congress, and he presided over this session, not Madan Mohan Malviya. Even though Madan Mohan Malviya presided over 2 sessions of the Congress, but not the 1929. Here we got the Purna Swaraj or Complete Independence Resolution, and Gandhiji was authorized to start a civil disobedience movement, a mass movement, as per his choice of time and place. And he started it with Dandi March in the context of cold response given to Nehru report by the British. See, obviously the members of AICC and all those people will play an important role, right, as it happened now also, है ना? But there are many things happening on the back end that we can discuss out of the lecture. ठीक है? It will take a long time, and you have not studied these things, so you don't understand politics, that's why. So you take everything on the face value what is told to you, and then you get into superficial arguments with other people. So I purposely use certain words, remember them, to highlight certain things. Okay. So anyways, Lucknow session, it was the reunion. The extremists were brought into the Congress in 1916, and the session was presided over by Ambika Charan Majumdar. So automatically the answer becomes only 2 pairs are correct, 1 is wrong. Okay. Now we move further. 4th question. There are 3 statements given or 3 facts given. We have to consider them and then see how many of the reasons given above led to the rise of militant nationalism in colonial India. Militant nationalism means neo-nationalism or extremism, the extremist leadership, their rise. Curzon's anti-Congress stance, yes, because extremists started feeling that moderates are too anglicized, and Curzon is correctly projecting Congress as a useless organization. So they were not happy about it. So this is true. Failure of the Government of India Act of 1935, it has nothing to do with it. It is much later. Extremist phases 1905 to 1919 or 1920, right? Then defeat of the Italian army by Ethiopians. Among the different factors that were responsible for the rise of extremist tendencies in India in the beginning of the 20th century, one was the international events that inspired many of the leaders in this country that they can also challenge the British rule, and they adopted aggressive stance. So Ethiopia, that is Abyssinia, was successfully able to defeat a developed or powerful country like Italy in 1894-95. Similarly, Japan defeated Russia in 1905. So from here to there, you will see there will be a continuous rise of extremist leadership. They will be inspired by the international happenings. Their spirit of nationalism will become more stronger, right? So what is the answer? 1 and 3 are correct, so only 2 are the reasons for the rise of militant nationalism in colonial India. Now we go to the 5th question. Which of the following was not among the events or acts that happened during the tenure of Viceroy Lord Canning? Canning was there from 1856 to 1862, right? Between that, what has happened? Mutiny of 1857 occurred, that's right. He withdrew doctrine of lapse, that's also right. Introduction of Arms Act was in the time of Lytton, 1878, so this is not acceptable. Introduction of Code of Criminal Procedure, that can confuse you. Actually, an European Enactment Act was passed in 1861, and then Indian Penal Code was also brought into India in 1861-62, right? So that was the time of Canning, and you have to make a choice. Out of that was brought later Code of Criminal Procedure in 1872, right? Then it was amended in 1880s, 1890s, and what we have today was amended in 1973. Now we have amended it further, the latest in 2023-24. What we call it? Code of Criminal Procedure in Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita, right? That is the name. So this creates confusion, but among all the four, this is completely an outcast, so remove it, right? तो कुछ कुछ क्वेश्चंस कभी कभी ऐसे आ जाते हैं, तब आपको थोड़ा ज्यादा सोचना पड़ेगा, है ना? यूपीएससी डज दैट. क्वेश्चन 6, कंसीडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट्स रिगार्डिंग सुबिका पेंटिंग. ये भी न्यूज में भी था, क्योंकि मीठी कम्युनिटी और तो उस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में ये ज्यादा लोगों ने ध्यान दिया इस पर. सुबिका इज अ स्क्रिप्ट दैट बिलोंग्स टू, इट हैज 6 टाइप्स टू द मीठी कम्युनिटी, ठीक है ना? सो इट इज लिंक्ड टू द मीठी कम्युनिटीज कल्चरल हिस्ट्री थ्रू इट्स 6 सर्वाइविंग मैन्यूस्क्रिप्ट्स, करेक्ट. मैन्यूस्क्रिप्ट मतलब हाथ से लिखे हुए कुछ कलेक्शंस हैं. देन इट इज मोस्टली क्रिएटेड, इसमें पेंटिंग भी होती है, कुछ कहना चाहिए डिस्प्ले ऑफ पिक्चर्स होता है. सो इट इज मोस्टली क्रिएटेड ऑन ग्लास एंड बोर्ड इंस्टेड ऑफ क्लॉथ एंड वेलम. इनमें से किसी पे नहीं उसको बनाया जाता. इट इज मेड ऑन हैंडमेड पेपर और बार्क्स ऑफ ट्रीज, यानी पेड़ों की छाल या हाथ से बने हुए कागज पर ये पेंटिंग्स बनाई जाती हैं, मैन्यूस्क्रिप्ट लिखी जाती है, ठीक है? तो ये गलत है. सेकंड, 1 इज करेक्ट. सो व्हिच वन ऑफ द स्टेटमेंट्स गिवन अबव इज करेक्ट? 1 ओनली, ठीक है? अब आप एक चीज देख रहे होंगे, यूपीएससी की टेंडेंसी हो गई है कि कई क्वेश्चंस वो कल्चर से रिलेटेड होते हैं, वो एंशिएंट मिडाइवल हिस्ट्री से ही जुड़े हुए होते हैं कई बार, मोस्ट ऑफ देम, बट वो करंट कुछ न्यूज में होता है उससे निकल के आते हैं. तो करंट जो डेवलपमेंट्स हैं कल्चर की फील्ड में, हेरिटेज की फील्ड में, उन पर नजर आपको रखनी चाहिए, ठीक है? 7th question, with reference to the Government of India Act 1919, consider the following statements. First, the act introduced the bicameral legislature. Bicameral means having 2 houses. The lower house or central legislative assembly, लोकसभा जिसे आज की तारीख में आप कह सकते हो, and the upper house or council of states. ये इंट्रोड्यूस पहली बार गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया 1919 में हुआ था. ये ठीक है ना? सेंट्रल लेवल पे द एक्ट इंट्रोड्यूस डायरकी, मतलब इन अ वे डुअल गवर्नमेंट. डायरकी मींस देयर इज सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर्स between what you can say governor and his executive council, and some powers delegated to the ministers who will be elected, है ना? Indians they will be. The act introduced, so the governor used to enjoy power and was not responsible for those matters to the legislature of the province. Those subjects were called, one was transferred subjects, the other one was reserved subjects. They were exclusively reserved for the governor and his executive council. The subjects which were transferred to the Indian ministers, which were having more responsibility, less power, like health, education, were given to the Indian ministers, while finance, police, law and order will be with the governor and his executive council. So this is also true. This was introduced at the directly for the executive at the level of the provincial government. The act introduced the concept of separate electorate for the first time. This is not correct. The Council Act of 1909, we hear about the introduction of separate electorates for Muslims, and again the Britishers time and again played the card of divide and rule, sometimes in the form of dividing people across the line of caste, sometimes across the line of religion, and we are till now stuck in that thing. And sometimes we are connecting those things with the past also. Those things were, I would say, catalyzed by the British only. उतना बुरा भी नहीं था हमारा पास्ट एंशिएंट मिडाइवल टाइम में, जितना हमें अब कनेक्ट करके हमारे बीच में आज तक जो है एक खटास पैदा की जाती है. बचना है उससे, ठीक है? सो एनीवेज, कहते हैं ना, किसी को अगर नीचा दिखाना है तो उसके पास्ट में उसको बताओ कि आप ऐसे थे, आप वैसे थे, है ना? जैसे कि जो हमें ये बता रहे हैं वो खुद बहुत दूध के धुले हुए थे. 50 ट्रिलियन डॉलर का कर्जा है तुम्हारे ऊपर हमारा, पहले वो तो वापस कर दो. लुटेरे और चोरों के नाम मुंह से सभ्यता की बातें अच्छी नहीं लगती, ठीक है? सो एनीवेज, सच बोलिए, बेबाक बोलिए, है ना? कंसिडर द, कभी कभी डिप्लोमेटिक होना भी जरूरी होता है, ठीक है कि नहीं? पर जहां जरूरी नहीं है वहां जबरदस्ती डिप्लोमेटिक मत हो, ये भी जरूरी है, ठीक है कि नहीं? सो एनीवेज, क्वेश्चन 8, देयर आर 2 स्टेटमेंट्स गिवन. यहां थोड़ा दिमाग लगाना पड़ेगा, आपको सोचना पड़ेगा. तो आप सही आंसर पे पहुंचोगे, वरना कुछ गड़बड़ हो सकती है। स्टेटमेंट 1, द गुप्ता एम्पायर कंट्रोल्ड rich seaports and overseas trade. That's true, and that's why they could get into trade with the Byzantine Empire on the west, as well as Southeast Asia and later with China in the east. हर्ष के टाइम में भी चाइना वगैरह से ट्रेड हो रहा था, है ना। बट उसके पीछे रीजन क्या था? गुप्तास के बाद आप देखेंगे धीरे धीरे सेंटर ऑफ पावर किधर शिफ्ट हो जाएगा? कन्नौज, दिल्ली। गंगा और गंगा यमुना दोआब, इसके अराउंड जो फर्टाइल लैंड है, उससे रॉ मटेरियल्स भी मिलेंगे, रेवेन्यू भी मिलेगा। वो जो कंट्रोल करेगा वही इंडिया के दूसरे पार्ट्स को कंट्रोल करेगा या ट्रेड्स को। तो द गुप्ता एम्पायर कंट्रोल द एंटायर गैनेटिक वैली। डायरेक्ट रूल तो ही था ना सबसे ज्यादा स्टैब्लिश, बाकी एरियाज में क्या था? वैसल सिस्टम टाइप का कुछ था, है ना, डेलीगेटेड पावर थी। तो ये वजह है इसकी, और दोनों स्टेटमेंट्स ठीक हैं। ठीक है, थोड़ा ज्यादा सोचना पड़ेगा। So answer is A. Question 9. फेस वैल्यू पे तो आपको ऐसा लगेगा दोनों स्टेटमेंट तो ठीक हैं, लेकिन ये वजह नहीं लग रहा। स्टेटमेंट 2 सही एक्सप्रेशन नहीं लग रही स्टेटमेंट 1 की, वहां कंफ्यूजन पैदा हो सकता है। ठीक है ना। नाउ क्वेश्चन 9, कंसीडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट्स। फैक्चुअल स्टेटमेंट्स हैं, इनको देखना है ठीक है कि नहीं है। अ संस्कृत कॉलेज वाज established in Varanasi by Jonathan Duncan for the study of Hindu philosophy and laws in 1791. That's true. ठीक है। इसके बाद एक कॉलेज स्टैब्लिश किया एनी बेसेंट ने, वो बना बनारस हिंदू यूनिवर्सिटी बाय द एफर्ट्स ऑफ महामना मदन मोहन मालवीय। ठीक है। सेकंड, लॉर्ड वेलेस्ले एस्टैब्लिश्ड द फर्स्ट एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन कलकत्ता मदरसा फॉर इस्लामिक लॉ स्टडीज इन 1781। ठीक है, गलत है। इनका टाइम पीरियड क्या है? 1798 to 1805. He is known for subsidiary alliance. Warren Hastings was here from 1772 to 1785. ठीक है, उन्होंने एस्टेब्लिश किया था, ये कैच है। ठीक है, सो दिस इज रॉन्ग। नेक्स्ट, ये ठीक है। विलियम जोन्स फाउंडेड द एशियाटिक सोसाइटी ऑफ बंगाल टू अंडरस्टैंड एंड स्टडी द कल्चर एंड हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडिया इन 1784। इंडिया के एंशिएंट पास्ट, उसकी में जो अचीवमेंट्स थे इंडिया के सोशल, कल्चरल, इकोनॉमिक लेवल पे, उनको ग्लोरीफाई किया गया। मैक्स मिलर से सिलसिला शुरू होता है, हु इज कॉल्ड इंडोलॉजिस्ट। इन अ वे दे वर स्टडिंग इंडियाज स्पेसिफिकली इंडियन पास्ट एंड द प्रोग्रेसिव सोसाइटी वी हैड दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम। ठीक है, विदेशियों ने इस बात को समझ लिया, हम आज तक नहीं समझ पाए कि नहीं। द यूरोपियंस हैव सेपरेट डिपार्टमेंट्स ऑफ इंडोलॉजी इन देयर यूनिवर्सिटीज। ठीक है, so anyways, so how many of the statements given above are correct? Second is wrong, 1 and 3 are correct, so only 2. ठीक है। Now 10th question, consider the following statements regarding the Satnami revolt. 1670s में रिवोल्ट हुआ। ठीक है, सतनामीज कौन थे? सतनाम, द ट्रू नेम, लॉर्ड कृष्णा, लॉर्ड रामा, उनका नाम रिसाइट करो, उसको फॉलो करो। हिंदू इनका एक सेक्ट था, और ये बहुत जब ये टाइम था तो नारनौल एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट है हरियाणा में, वहां पर इमर्ज हुआ ये। बाद में आप देखेंगे नेक्स्ट सेंचुरी में सतनामी सेक्ट विल बी वेरी पॉपुलर इन छत्तीसगढ़ ऑल्सो, है ना। घासीदास करके एक जो है उसके फाउंडर होंगे वहां पर। तो द सतनामी रिवोल्ट वाज अ मेजर प्रेजेंट अपराइजिंग दैट टुक प्लेस ड्यूरिंग द रेन ऑफ मुगल एम्परर शाहजहां। 1670s बोल रहा हूं मैं, शाहजहां की तो कहानी खत्म हो चुकी। ये क्यों हुआ था? सतनामी, सिख, राजपूत्स, मराठास, बुंदेलास, all they were in rebellion. Why? Due to Aurangzeb's orthodox policies. ठीक है, तो it is not शाहजहां, it is औरंगजेब। लगता है आपने पहला चैप्टर ढंग से पढ़ा नहीं है मॉडर्न इंडिया का, बिपिन चंद्रा की ओल्ड एनसीईआरटी का। पढ़ो ढंग से। ये 5 जो मैंने बताए सोसाइटी के ग्रुप्स और सेक्शंस, इनके बाद ये रिबेलियस थे, तो पता होना चाहिए आपको। सतनामीज वर सब्जेक्टेड टू ऑपरेसिव टैक्सेस। औरंगजेब ने फॉर एग्जांपल जजिया इंपोज किया और दूसरे सेसेस लगाए, तो आउट ऑफ दैट व्हाट कैन से रिलीजियस डिस्क्रिमिनेशन। सो सतनामीज वर सब्जेक्टेड टू ऑपरेसिव टैक्सेस and discriminatory policies which led to widespread discontent among the sect. That's true. That's why they revolted. तो ये गलत हो गया, इसकी वजह से ये ठीक हो गया। द रिबेलियन वॉज सक्सेसफुल इन ओवरकमिंग द मुगल रूल एंड फाउंड देयर ओन रीजनल किंगडम, ये गलत है, मुगल एम्पायर को ओवरथ्रो थोड़ी कर दिया था उन्होंने। तो सेकंड इज करेक्ट, 1 and 3 आर wrong, therefore only one. How many of the statements given above are correct? Only one. ठीक है. Now we go to the other set of questions. They are in the, I think, in the middle of your question paper, 61 to 65. So question number 61. With reference to the history of India, the term Aigar or Angar denotes what? Merchants Guild of Medieval South India. इनके लिए मनी ग्रामम और कुछ ऐसे वर्ड्स यूज होते हैं चोला और विजयनगर पीरियड में, तो ये नहीं है, ठीक है। स्पाइस ऑफ चोला एम्पायर दे वर कॉल्ड ओरार, ये भी गलत, स्पाइस नहीं थे वो। अयगार कौन थे? रॉयल ऑफिशियल्स इन दिल्ली सल्तनत, मैंने भी बताया था मुक्ति और वली उनके लिए वर्ड यूज होता था, ये भी नहीं है। एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑफिसर्स ऑफ द विजयनगर एम्पायर, विलेज लेवल पर एक एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सिस्टम होता था, देयर दे यूज्ड टू हैव 12 ऑफिशियल्स, दोज ऑफिशियल्स वर कॉल्ड Ayagars or Angars. Vijayanagar Empire had two important systems of administration, local level Ayangar, at the provincial level Nayakar system. ठीक है, क्लियर, कोई शक? ठीक है, आगे बढ़े। 62. Now we have two statements, we have to evaluate them. Which of the statements given above is are correct? So first statement is Mughal baluster columns were founded only, or baluster columns were found only in the palaces of Akbar's fort. ठीक है, पहले तो बैलिस्टर कॉलम्स के बारे में पता होना चाहिए। इनको कहते हैं क्षुद्र स्तंभ या लघु स्तंभ। आप तब छत पे चढ़ते हैं तो आपने देखा होगा कई बार वो डेकोरेटेड पिलर्स टाइप के नहीं बने होते हैं बालकनी में, रूफ्स पे, या जब आप सीढ़ियों पे चढ़ते हो साइड में, उनको कहते हैं बैलिस्टर कॉलम्स। डिक्शनरी भी देखा करो थोड़ी सी, है ना। तो वर फाउंड ओनली इन द पैलेसेस ऑफ अकबर्स फोर्ट? नो, अकबर के टाइम में नहीं था ये, दे वर इंट्रोड्यूस्ड ड्यूरिंग टाइम ऑफ शाहजहां। ठीक है, शाहजहां ने फोर्ट्स के अंदर कई पैलेसेस बनाए, वहां पर अंदर स्ट्रक्चर बनाए, वहां पर बैलिस्टर कॉलम्स का यूज किया। ठीक है, सेकंड तो ये गलत। अ न्यू फॉर्म ऑफ इस्लामिक आर्किटेक्चर दैट फीचर्ड डबल डोम्स was introduced during the reign of Shahjahan. No, double domes for the first time we see during the time of Lodi dynasty. अगर आप लोधी गार्डन्स दिल्ली में जाएंगे, सिकंदर शाह लोधी का टूम्ब है, उस पर आपको डबल डोम नजर आएगा, कभी घूम के आइए दिल्ली में। ठीक है, सो एनीवेज, सो नीदर 1 nor 2, D is the answer. Now 63, थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन है ना, डिग्री थोड़ी हाई हो गई अभी, क्योंकि आपने 6 स्कूल्स ऑफ फिलॉसफी तो पढ़े, उसके डिफरेंट एस्पेक्ट्स पर ज्यादा ध्यान नहीं दी। Even though there is a separate chapter in R.S. Sharma in the end on 6 schools of Hindu philosophy, orthodox schools. With reference to the history of India, who was Ishwar Krishna? A Vaishnav teacher from early medieval Odisha? No. A philosopher of one of the 6 systems of philosophy? Yes. सांख्य फिलॉसफी से जुड़े हुए हैं, है ना। सांख्य कारिका करके इन्होंने एक बुक लिखी है जो पहले अर्लीस्ट एविडेंस डिटेल में सांख्य स्कूल के बारे में प्रोवाइड करता। ठीक है, एन इंडियन बुद्धिस्ट स्कॉलर एंड फाउंडर ऑफ इंडियन लॉजिक? नो। अ वैष्णव थियोलॉजियन फ्रॉम मिडिवल साउथ इंडिया? नो। ठीक है, सो द आंसर इज बी। ये गलत हो गया तो कोई बात नहीं, थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट है, थोड़ा मेहनत करनी पड़ती है, ठीक है कि नहीं। बट कई बार आप एक चीज और देखेंगे, देयर माइट बी मोर देन वन नेम्स ऑफ मैनी ऑफ द फाउंडर्स ऑफ सच स्कूल्स, यू शुड नो देम। फॉर एग्जाम्पल बद्रायन किससे जुड़े हुए हैं? मीमांसा, सिक्स्थ स्कूल ऑफ बुद्धिस्ट फिलॉसफी। बद्रायन किसका नाम है? कृष्ण द्वैपायन किसका नाम है? वेदव्यास, जिन्होंने गीता लिखी और यानी महाभारत लिखा, उनको उनके नाम से इसको भी जोड़ा जाता है। ठीक है, सो एनीवेज 64, consider the following. How many of these animals given above are displayed on the Proto-Shiva seal obtained from Mohenjo-daro? Proto-Shiva seal कैसी है? It is the first evidence of पशुपति शिवा, और प्रोटो मीन्स फर्स्ट, शिव का पहला रूप, है ना। So there you see a human-like figure sitting in a yogic posture with a headgear having 3 crown, what you can say, horns on it, है ना। वैसा हॉर्न आपने देखा है मोहनजोदड़ो फिल्म में भी यूज हुआ है ना। ऋतिक रोशन एक्टेड इन दैट फिल्म। है ना. एंड देन on that seal, if you look on the left hand side, seal को जब ऐसे देखेंगे आप तो ऊपर क्या बना हुआ है, बफलो, नीचे रेनोसरस. राइट हैंड साइड पे ऊपर एलिफेंट, नीचे टाइगर. तो ये तो हो गए सारे. और सबसे नीचे शिवा के नीचे दोनों तरफ डियर्स बने हुए. तो सारे एलिमेंट्स, ये एलिफेंट जो एनिमल्स जो हैं, दे आर डिपिक्टेड ऑन दैट पर्टिकुलर सील फाउंड फ्रॉम मोहनजोदाड़ो. आंसर इज ऑल 5. ठीक है. वो इमेज कभी देखी नहीं आपने. ऑडियो विजुअल लर्निंग पे जोर देना चाहिए. जहां यूज हो सके एटलस का, पिक्चर्स का, डायग्राम्स का, फ्लो चार्ट्स का, इन सब चीजों का यूज करना चाहिए. और उसको थ्योरी पढ़ते वक्त उससे कनेक्ट करना चाहिए ताकि आपको अच्छे से याद हो. चीजें कनेक्ट हो जाती हैं, लॉन्ग टर्म मेमोरी में रजिस्टर हो जाती हैं. तो इट मीन्स दे स्टे फॉर लॉन्ग पीरियड ऑफ टाइम इन योर ब्रेन. साइंटिफिक मेथड है पढ़ने का ही, है ना. डेवलप निमोनिक्स ऑल्सो. ठीक है. शॉर्ट वे कट मेथड्स टू लर्न थिंग्स. आप शिव से इन सबको किसी न किसी फॉर्म में जोड़ सकते थे याद रखने के लिए. बफलो से जोड़ दीजिए ऑक्स को, नंदी. डियर, वो हिरण की खाल रहती है शिवजी जिस पे बैठते हैं, है ना. टाइगर की भी स्किन वगैरह देखी होगी आपने, उन्होंने लपेटे हुए रहते हैं, है ना. तो एलिफेंट गणेशा, है ना. राइनो से हॉर्न के बारे में आप थोड़ा सा ऐसे ध्यान रख लीजिए, उसके हॉर्न होता है, उधर भी हॉर्न होता है. टाइगर तो आई टोल्ड यू, है ना. तो कुछ तरीके डेवलप कर लीजिए कि आपको याद रहे. रट्टा मारने की जरूरत नहीं है. मैं तो विजुअली याद करता हूँ, मैं सच बताऊँ. हाँ, उस इमेज में ये चीज़ें थी. पिक्टोग्राफिक मेमोरी जितनी शार्प होगी उतना ही अच्छा रहेगा आगे एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में आपके लिए, कई प्रॉब्लम्स को सॉल्व करने के लिए. पुलिस ऑफिसर्स नीड दैट मोर, है ना. इन्वेस्टिगेटर्स रिक्वायर इट मोर. वेदर यू आर एन इन्वेस्टिगेटिव जर्नलिस्ट और यू आर अ पुलिस ऑफिसर, यू विल नीड दैट, है ना. सो एनीवेज 65. देखो यूपीएससी ऐसे क्वेश्चंस नहीं देता. इट इज टेस्टिंग सर्टेन क्वालिटीज इन यू व्हिच यू विल नीड इन फ्यूचर एज एन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर. नॉलेज के जरिए ही बहुत सारी क्वालिटीज आपकी टेस्ट हो रही हैं. So anyways, last question in the history section. Consider the following statements. Gandhi used satyagrah and hunger strike for the first time during an industrial dispute between the owners and workers of a cotton mill in Ahmedabad. Ahmedabad mill strike कहते हैं इसको, 1918 में हुई, है ना. इनके ही एक मित्र थे अंबालाल साराभाई, उनकी ही कॉटन मिल थी. और उनके साथ और जो प्रमोटर थे मिल के, डिस्प्यूट हो गया किसका, वर्कर्स का. क्यों, उनकी डिफिकल्टीज बढ़ रही थी. वर्ल्ड वॉर 1 का टाइम चल रहा है, कॉस्ट ऑफ लिविंग बढ़ रही है. एक बोनस दिया गया था, प्लेग में फैला हुआ था वर्कर्स को, और ये कहा गया कि ये बोनस अब विड्रॉ कर लिया जाएगा जब प्लेग सबसाइड कर जाएगा. बट कॉस्ट ऑफ लिविंग बढ़ गई है, तो वर्कर्स की डिमांड थी कि इट मस्ट स्टे और देयर वेजेस शुड बी इंक्लूड. After Gandhi's intervention, a tribunal was appointed, negotiation took place, but these guys, employers, backtracked. Then Gandhi suggested the workers to go on hunger strike. This was the first hunger strike Gandhi used over here. सत्याग्रह को लेकर डाउट है. सत्याग्रह चंपारण में पहली बार हुआ. ठीक है. आपके जो एक्सप्लेनेशन है ना, उसमें आंसर आपका शायद थोड़ा गलत हो गया. अगर ये सत्याग्रह वर्ड हम हटा दें तो जो आंसर और एक्सप्लेनेशन वहां दी हुई है वो ठीक है. अगर सत्याग्रह में रह जाता है तो दोनों गलत हो जाएंगे स्टेटमेंट्स. समझ रहे हैं कि नहीं समझ रहे हैं, तो वो देख लीजिए आप लोग. सेकंड, the Ahmedabad mill strike was successful and the workers were granted a 50% wage hike. They demanded 50%, but tribunal suggested and it was accepted 35% increase in the wages. ठीक है. सो एक तरह से यहां बेनिफिट ऑफ डाउट आपको मिल सकता है. अगर आपने ठीक भी किया है तो ये गलत है टोटली. ठीक है. अदरवाइज ये गलत हो जाता है क्योंकि सत्याग्रह पहले बार नहीं. ठीक है. सत्याग्रह का एक फॉर्म तो है हंगर स्ट्राइक, है ना. सो एनीवेज, so which of the statements given above is are correct? If I give you benefit of doubt, one only, otherwise neither one nor two. ठीक है. So this was all from my side. After this, I think you are going to have polity section. Raghu sir will come. Okay. So I hope this discussion was fruitful. हाँ? आपको कोई और queries हैं तो कभी आप ऑफिस में आके मिल सकते हैं. कुछ there are many people who are trying to seek counseling and help. So we are always there. ठीक है. Thank you so much.
नहीं नहीं, अरे मैं खोल सकता हूँ. Good afternoon. How are you? How did you find polity questions? Difficult? Easy? Simple? Moderate? Can you quantify this moderate? Out of 15 questions, how many questions you felt easy, were doable? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How much? How many questions? Did you find any question new? Not a single question? Who are saying that all, not a single question was new? Raise your hand, please. How many of you knew about capacity building commission? Number one. How many of you know that the Department of Public Sector Enterprises is in Ministry of Finance? How many of you knew that the Parliament can take irreversible legislative and non-legislative action under Article 356? That is when the preferential rule was imposed. You knew it? How? You did not know, you were saying. Last. That's a new thing, isn't it? How many of you know about statutory clemency? Statutory clemency? The term was there in the question. So these things are new or not? Should give some credit to us too also. Right. Anyway, let us start discussing. Question number 11. Consider following statements. Statement number 1, whether it's correct or not. Article 35A was added into the Constitution of India because Constitutional Order 1954 was promulgated by the President of India. Article 35A is a byproduct of Article 370. The context of this question is Article 370 judgment of the Supreme Court. Article 370 judgment of the Supreme Court. 35A was added into the Constitution by Presidential Order 1954, also known as Constitution Application to Jammu Kashmir Order 1954. It was not through Fifth Amendment Act. Fifth Amendment Act dealt with Article 3 of the Constitution. Should also be sent to the concerned state legislative assembly. But in the original Constitution, no time limit was given. And right, no time limit was given. Do you have Article 3 with you? I mean, do you have the Constitution? One second, let me get my Constitution. I'll read it from. Article 3 there is a proviso provided. I am going to read it for you because this discussion of Article 3 will help you to solve another question also. So be attentive. Provided that no bill for the purpose shall be introduced in either House of Parliament except on the recommendation of the President, and unless where the proposal contained in the bill affects the area, boundaries or name of any states, the bill has been referred by the President to the legislature of the state for expressing its views thereon within such period as may be specified. Within such period as may be specified was not there in the original constitution. In the original constitution, the idea was this proposal should be sent to the concerned assembly. No time limit was given. Within such period was not mentioned in the constitution. Now what if the proposal is given to the assembly? The assembly did not act on it, because the assembly can say, or the state government can say, that no time limit is given. So if no time limit is given, then the entire purpose behind Article 3, that is reorganization of states, would have come to a standstill. That is the reason this time limit is given. It is also true that even within the time limit in the preferential order or the preferential reference, even within this time limit, the concerned state assembly provides its recommendation against the proposal. Reorganization does not matter. Simply means that the opinion of the concerned state legislature is not binding on the President or the Parliament. The only formality is that sending the proposal for reorganization to the concerned legislature. The opinion is not binding. So, Fifth Amendment Act added what? This timeline, time limit. So, this statement is incorrect. Article 35A. Article 35A added into the Constitution through Presidential Order 1954, which was replaced by Constitutional Order 272, 2019. There is a video which is there in YouTube where I discussed about Article 370 judgment. The link has been provided in the booklet. The link is also available in the online. Watch that video, you will understand Article 370, its origin, the government's action with respect to Article 370, how Article 370 has been effectively abrogated. All these things will be there, right? But the point is that Article 35A was added through 1954 order, not through this amendment. Article 35A provided the power to the concerned state legislature, which legislature? The then Jammu and Kashmir legislature, to identify or define the permanent residents of Jammu and Kashmir and to provide them what? Rights regarding to employment, property, etc., etc. As of now, no Article 35A, because Article 370 special status has been removed. Hence, Article 35 does not exist. Any doubt? The 106th Amendment Act provided for 33% reservation. It's true, but not for Puducherry and Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir. Do you think that there is 33% reservation in the assembly of Jammu and Kashmir and Puducherry? Yes or no, for women? Yes. How and why? Yes, reservation is provided not through 106th Amendment Act, but by amending the concerned laws. As far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, Jammu Kashmir Reorganization Act 2019 has been amended to provide 33% reservation for women in Jammu Kashmir Assembly. Government of Union Territories Act 1953 was amended in order to provide reservation for women in Puducherry Assembly. Puducherry Assembly, 30-member assembly. The total number of elected members in Puducherry is 30. There are 3 nominated members in Puducherry Assembly. This reservation is only applicable to elected. But when the strength is taken, only the elected members will be taken. 106th provided to Delhi and all the other states. But as far as Jammu Kashmir and Puducherry is concerned, it was through parliamentary law, amending the concerned legislation. Hence, the statement is incorrect. Any doubt? Both statements are incorrect. Answer is C. Incorrect. Both 1 and 2. In your this document which you have, explanation, I think statement 1 is incorrect, statement 1 is incorrect is written, it is statement 2, the second one is some typo, right? Anything else you want to ask about this? Any question? No. 11. This one. Consider the following statements. The Parliament has the power to take irreversible legislative and non-legislative actions with respect to a state under the preferential rule. The preferential rule is an immediate and a necessary consequence of the imposition of Article 355 in a state. The President can impose Article 356 in a state only after the recommendation of the governor of the state. How many of the above given statements are correct? How many of them are correct? Only one. This statement is correct. This statement is directly from the judgment of the Supreme Court in Article 370. When preferential rule is imposed in a state, what happens? The one consequence is that the President in that order can say the legislative, the authority or the lawmaking power of the legislative assembly will be exercised by the Parliament or under the authority of Parliament. In other words, the legislative assembly, the power of the assembly is taken over by the Parliament. Now the question is whether the Parliament can carry out such actions which are irreversible. I will give an example in the context of Jammu and Kashmir. UT of Ladakh was carved out from Jammu Kashmir. Jammu Kashmir was under preferential rule. Now the Supreme Court has affirmed that when did, as per the Article 370 judgment, Supreme Court say yes, it is a valid exercise of power that you carved out the UT of Jammu Kashmir, the UT of Ladakh from the then state of Jammu Kashmir. So carving out UT of Jammu Kashmir is an irreversible action. Irreversible action. Because the Supreme Court affirmed that, because the President or the Parliament has the power to do it. How did this carving out happen? It happened through Jammu Kashmir Reorganization Act 2019. So Parliament through Jammu Kashmir Reorganization Act 2019 carved out a UT from the then state of J&K, an irreversible legislative decision. Now what about non-legislative decision? Non-legislative. The manner through which the special status of Jammu Kashmir has been removed is through a statutory resolution passed by the Parliament. Passing resolution is not a legislative act. Legislative act means that which deals with lawmaking. Passing a resolution. If you see Article 370 as it existed, then concurrence of the Constituent Assembly of Jammu Kashmir was required. Jammu Kashmir was under preferential rule. So, Jammu Kashmir was under preferential rule. So, the Parliament acted as the Legislative Assembly of the Jammu Kashmir. So, Parliament passed a resolution in order to abrogate the special status of Jammu and Kashmir through a resolution, a non-legislative act which resulted into Constitutional Order 273 issued by the President. The Article 370 is a very important issue, not only from the point of view of politics, but from the point of view of constitution. So it is necessary that you understand that. So this question, although 370 is not mentioned, is framed in that context. Again, I will tell you, the video is available. You can watch it and most of the doubts can be cleared. After that, if you have some doubts, you can come to me. The statement is correct. Preferential rule is an immediate and necessary consequence of the imposition of 355 in a state. When this violence happened in Manipur, there was a discussion or a talk that Article 355 has been imposed in Manipur. But there was no clarity on that. What is Article 355? The union has the duty to protect the state from external aggression and internal disturbances. And the union has a duty to see that the government of the state is carried out as per constitution. Law and order is a state subject, right? If the state is unable to protect itself, then the union comes into the aid of the state. Generally, what happens is that if Article 355 is imposed on a state, then it is followed by Article 356, generally. But in the context of Manipur, recently the Chief Minister of Manipur told that Article 355 is imposed in the state, which means the union government is running or addressing the security issues. But this imposition of Article 355 did not result into Article 356. So the statement says that preferential rule is an immediate and necessary consequence. Incorrect. We have a situation where Article 355 is imposed in Manipur and no preferential rule is imposed. So it is not an immediate and a necessary consequence. Are you understanding what I am trying to say?
Sir, this statement I think more suitable for emergency.
Which emergency? Huh? How? Preferential rule is national emergency or state emergency? Then? Well, more?
More confusing question that I framed. Difficult to answer. And even I found this is the more suitable for the emergency life. So,
How? Are you not satisfied with the explanation I am giving? You are not satisfied. Not a problem. Why? The reason why questions are framed is to make you make your life difficult. There are some questions which you should not attempt. If you don't know, leave the question. I am simply saying Article 355, when it is invoked or imposed on a state, does not necessarily an immediate and necessary consequence. President or the union impose 355. Suddenly, preferential rule is imposed, which means what? The president issues an order. There is no correlation, in the sense that there is no causation. Article 355 does not necessarily lead to 356. We have an example. Manipur. 355 is imposed. Kuldeep Singh, sent by the union government, is heading the unified command, and the chief minister is not a part of that. The administration, the security administration is taken over by the government of India. But the government is there. The council ministers, Manipur, they are there. When that? Now we are fine. We are simply saying that it is not necessary that when you impose 355, when you invoke 355, that it will necessarily lead to 356. Not necessary. That is what we are trying to say. Right? The preference can impose one thing. You see, don't keep your glass full. Right? The purpose of sitting is to learn things. So if you feel that there are something conceptually wrong, then you should accept it. Because the purpose of discussion is to clarify. Right? The point is that if you have some doubt, you can ask, not a problem. But the way we are trying to discuss is that this is a new thing for you, isn't it? If at all such a question can come in UPSC, can come. The nature of UPSC question is very difficult. The way we are making such question is that you will have the habit of either leaving or understanding the concept properly. The preference can impose Article 356 in a state only after recommendation of governor. Is it true? Incorrect, na? He can do without the recommendation. So statement is correct or incorrect? Incorrect. Two are incorrect, one is correct. Answer is only one. Yes or no? कुछ doubt है तो पूछो. If you have some doubts, you can ask me. Any doubt? This is very easy. Consider the following pairs. Isn't it? So I am not discussing this. But one thing I want to tell you, suspension of fundamental rights during national emergency, not German, Weimar Constitution. Weimar Republic, you know, after the First World War, till Hitler took over, Weimar Republic, Weimar Constitution, not Germany. Not only that, emergency provisions that the Constitution has, if taken from Government of India Act 1935. This suspension of national emergency is Weimar Constitution. Remember this. Now this one. How many of you are able to answer? Doctrine of Pith and Substance. What is the answer? What's your name? Rizwan. Tell me. What's the answer? A. That's true. The answer is A. The doctrine of Pith and Substance is used to determine Pith and Substance. Pith and Substance means what? True nature of something. Here, true nature of a law. Schedule 7 provides the power to make law to states as well as union. Union list, state list, concurrent list. In concurrent list, both union and the state have competency to make law. Competency means power to make law. But in union list, only union. In state list, in general, in normal times, only states. So it might be possible that a law made by the state legislature might encroach upon the power of the union to make law. One example I used to give, police. Police is state list, but police also deals with arms and ammunition. Arms and ammunition is a union list subject. So a law made on policing might also deal with arms and ammunition. But arms and ammunition is which list? Union list. So union can claim that you are entering into my domain. You don't have any competency to make law on arms and ammunition. But the state will say, I am not making law on arms and ammunition. I am making law on policing. And this linkages is only accidental, not deliberate, not intentional. But both are not agreeing. So we'll go to the court. The court will use this doctrine of Pith and Substance. What is the essence of that law? What is the most important subject matter of that law? If the most important subject matter of the law falls in either of the list, then if it is a state list in the context of policing, if the most important subject matter of the law, that is policing, if the most important subject matter and the encroachment is only incidental, accidental, then the state law will be held valid. The Pith and Substance of the law falls under state list. The law deals with policing, but the provisions dealing with arms and ammunition are peripheral, incidental, accidental, minimal, not substantial. And this encroachment in no way prevent the parliament from making law on arms and ammunition. But it can be other way. After looking at the law, the court may conclude that although you claim that you are making law on policing, but essentially the law deals with arms and ammunition. So the Pith and Substance of the law falls under union list. This law will be struck down. So doctrine of Pith and Substance is a doctrine used by the judiciary for judicial review. Which legislature have the competency to make law is used. This doctrine of Pith and Substance will be used to find out which legislature have the competency to make law. Remember, this Pith and Substance is only applicable to union list or state list, not applicable to concurrent list. Because in concurrent left, both union and state have competency to make law. So the issue of competency does not arise. But there might be a problem of repugnancy. In order to deal with the issue arising in concurrent left, the Supreme Court or the High Court for that matter can use other doctrines. Doctrine of harmonious construction, doctrine of repugnancy, doctrine of federal supremacy. Doctrine of pith and substance is not used there. Doctrine of pith and substance is only used where? Where the competency is questioned. Answer is legislative competency of political units in a federal polity. Statement number, the scope of judicial review over DL, incorrect. DL effect of legislation on the fundamental rights of citizen, no. The originator state in the course of the interstate, etc., etc. The effect of legislation on the fundamental rights of doctrine of proportionality can be used, doctrine of due process can be used. Multiple. Any doubt? Apart from this one, how many of you got this correct? 1, 2, 3, very good. So Kamara ya say, because I taught you this in the class, isn't it? I expect those students to at least in another test also. Very nice. Now this one, 15. Consider the following: contempt of court, incitement to sedition, anti-national activity, threat to law and order. In how many of the above given grounds the legislature of a state has the power to make laws to put reasonable restriction on the fundamental rights to freedom of speech and expression given in Article 19 of the Constitution? Lengthy statement. What is the answer? What the question is asking for? Article 19 is there. Article 19, 1A deals with freedom of speech and expression. But as fundamental rights are not absolute, reasonable restrictions can be placed on them. Reasonable restrictions on grounds mentioned in Article 19 clause 2. One of the grounds for putting restriction on fundamental right to freedom of speech and expression is what? Contempt of court. If you see how many of you have Constitution? Open Article 19 clause 2 fast. I carry always this. Right. So whenever you are coming to my class, you can carry this Constitution. It will help. Although this is not a class for teaching and learning, but still it is necessary to add some clarity. I am going to read for you Article 19 clause 2. Nothing in this subclause etc. elevate insofar as such law imposes reasonable restriction on the exercise on the exercise of the right conferred of the said clause in the interest of sovereignty and integrity of India, security of the state, friendly relation with foreign states, public order, decency or morality, or in relation to contempt of court, defamation or incitement to an offence. These are the grounds on which law can be made to place reasonable restrictions on the fundamental right to freedom of speech and expression. Who can make law? The Parliament or the state legislature or both? The legislative competency will decide who can make law. Public order, state can make law. Now we are asking, in how many of these grounds the state legislature can make law? It's a very easy question. Why is it easy? If you know Article 19.2, you know that incitement to sedition is not a ground in Article 19.2. It is incitement to an offence. So this is gone. Anti-national activity is not given. Threat to law and order is not given. It is public order. So the answer is contempt of court. Contempt of court is the power to make law on contempt of court is available both to the Parliament as well as state legislature. But the Parliament has the power to make law on contempt of court both in union left as well as concurrent left. The power of the state legislature to make law on contempt of court is only limited to concurrent left. So concurrent left provides contempt of court. where both the state legislature and parliament can make law. But the law-making power of the state legislature with respect to contempt of court is limited to the state high court. But parliament, as you know, the territorial application extends to the entire country. It's a very easy question. Why is it easy? Because these three you can easily eliminate, provided you know Article 19 Clause 2. Clear? Consider following: Article 367, the General Clauses Act 1897, the CAD, Assembly Debate, Judicial Precedents. How many of the above are used by the judiciary in India for the interpretation of the Constitution? Interpretation of the Constitution means meaning of the Constitution, what the Constitution is trying to say. What is the answer? How many of you got this correct? What is, the answer is all four. How many of you got it correct? Very good. Article 367, open constitution, you will find the word interpretation. So Article 367 provides what? Aid to interpreting the Constitution. In Article 367, you will also find General Clauses Act 1897. General Clauses Act 1897 is an act which has definition of words, meaning of words, legal principles, etc., which help the judiciary to find out the meaning of laws or meaning of specific terms. General Clauses Act is applicable to the Constitution as well as law made by the Parliament. General Clauses Act 1897 is not applicable to state law. States have their own General Clauses Act. This GCA 1897 provides meaning of word. What is the meaning of law? What is the meaning of Constitution, etc., etc., etc. So it will help in interpreting the Constitution. General Clauses Act. I will give an example. In Company Act 2013, the word affidavit is used. But what is the meaning of affidavit is not defined, right? But the meaning of affidavit you will get from General Clauses Act 1897. This way, whenever you see the legislation, how many of you have seen the PDF or let's say bare act of legislation? Whenever a new legislation is brought, first heading generally will be definition. What is the meaning of committee? What is this, etc., etc., etc. So definition is given. Go home and find out. Open the Telecom Act and give an example. Telecom Act 2023. After going, you will find that definition. So the words which are used in the law, their meaning is provided upfront. But there can be some words in that law whose meaning or definition is not given in that law. So you can use the General Clauses Act 1897 to help. So GCA can be used not only for understanding the meaning of words in statutory laws or laws, but also in interpreting Constitution. The Supreme Court of India recently struck down an amendment made to 367. Why? The CO 272, CO means presidential order, in the context of Article 370, added a proviso to 367. What was that proviso? Legislative Assembly will mean, Constituent Assembly will mean Legislative Assembly. Because in order to remove or repeal Article 370, the concurrence of the Jammu Kashmir CA was required. No, but the CA was dissolved after the Constitution of Jammu Kashmir was adopted. So no CA. But 367, interpretation, meaning, a provision was added in 367 through Presidential Order 272. What was that provision? Provision was CA will mean LA. The meaning of the word Constituent Assembly in the context of Jammu Kashmir will mean Legislative Assembly of Jammu Kashmir. But because Jammu Kashmir was under presidential rule, Legislative Assembly was not there. Parliament. This amendment was struck down by the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said you should follow 368 procedure, not 36. This through preferential order you cannot amend the constitution. You should follow 368. That is one context of this 367. If you have read about Article 370, if you knew about the judgment, then this 367 would have come across. Then you would have opened the constitution and would have seen what is 367. There you would have found out 367 and GCA. These things are very easy. CAD, Constituent Assembly debate. The debate will provide insight into the basis of some article. Why an article is formulated? What is the debate there? So the debate provides intention of the founding fathers and mothers of the constitution, which will help the Supreme Court or the High Court for that matter to adjudicate, to understand the proper meaning. Article 370, the Supreme Court said, when Article 370 was being debated, the intention of the Assembly was, this is a temporary provision. So if it is a temporary provision, it can be removed. Precedence, very easy. Judicial precedent means a judgment is given and other judges are supposed to follow. Judicial precedence. What is the answer? All four. Very easy. This one, consider following statement about GST Council. It is a constitutional body established by the Parliament as per the provisions of the Article 279A of the Constitution. Correct or not? No. It's for Parliament. President will establish. President will establish or set up GST Council within 60 days of commencement of 101 Act. 101 GST. It is not Parliament, it is President. That's the key here. Rest everything is right. This one, CGST provides for mechanism to address dispute between union and the state arising out of council recommendation. In the GST Appellate Tribunal, this class, I discussed about this Appellate Tribunal and others. There I believe I would have told you that there is another mechanism which is provided by Article 279A. What is that mechanism? That mechanism will act as a tribunal. For what? Where there is difference of opinion between a state or a union, or states and union, or between states with respect to GST Council recommendation. This tribunal will try to solve them. This is given under 279A, but which is not established. This tribunal is different from GST Appellate Tribunal. GST Appellate Tribunal is what? For what? GST Appellate Tribunal is for addressing disputes with respect to implementation of GST. IRS officers and others, they implement GST, isn't it? So if you have some dispute, then there is an appellate authority. After that, you can go to this tribunal. So this is a different system. This is a different system altogether. That's a different system. GST Appellate Tribunal, total 31. Principal bench of GST as well as regional benches. Do you remember? In the last class, in the last test, we had one question about this GST Appellate Tribunal. Yes or no? How many of you attempted the last AIPMT? How many of you did not attempt? You attempted, na? So, those who attempted would have made the statement incorrect. Arising out of GST Council recommendation is the key. If you see Article 279A, you will find out that there is a provision which are provided in the explanation also. A tribunal. What is the original jurisdiction of Supreme Court? When dispute between state and union, Article 131. So, GST Council is recommending. This recommendation can also lead to disputes, conflict. So, the GST Article 279A provides for a mechanism which will act as a tribunal to deal with these disputes. But such a tribunal has never been set up so far. that appellate tribunal is a different system altogether, because the appellate tribunal is provided under CGFT Act. क्या हो गया? Remember, the Supreme Court of India in one judgment, Mohit Mineral case, said that the recommendation of the GFT Council is not binding on the state or the union. But the CGFT Act 2017 provides that both the union as well as the state will implement the recommendation of the GFT Council. Mark my words. CGFT Act says that the GFT Council recommendation will be implemented by union and the state by making suitable legislations or amendment to legislation. So CGFT Act make the GFT Council recommendation binding. 279A does not make. Constitution does not make. I am telling you because question can come in this way. So don't think that it is not binding. It is binding as per CGFT Act. But as per the 279A, not binding. If you have some doubt, you can ask me after the class. Don't worry. What is the answer? What is the answer? D. Both are incorrect. In the context of Indian polity, which of the following is mandatory before carving out a UT from a state? We are dealing with Article 3 of the Constitution. What is the answer? A and C. How many of you are saying only A? You. Why? No. Is there anybody who is saying only A? Mandatory. Article 3 we read. Isn't it? Previous recommendation of President is mandatory. Then sending the proposal to the concerned legislature. But what happened in the context of Jammu and Kashmir? In the context of Jammu and Kashmir, Jammu Kashmir was under preferential rule, assembly was dissolved, no legislative assembly was there. Petitioners challenged Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act. They said, Article 3 says, it is mandatory to refer the proposal for reorganization into the concerned assembly, which the government did not do. But the Supreme Court of India, in its earnest wisdom, said that this proviso of sending the proposal is not mandatory. In any case, the recommendation, the opinion is not mandatory. If you say yes or no, whatever that might be, it's not binding on the President or the Government of India. Parliament can make law. So, the referral is only procedural, not a mandatory provision. Article 370 judgment of the Supreme Court interpreted Article 3 of the Constitution, claiming that this referral is not mandatory. Referring the proposal to reorganize or carving out a UT in this context to the concerned legislative assembly is not mandatory. What I am trying to say is, what is mandatory is only previous recommendation of the President. So it is possible that tomorrow preferential rule can be imposed in state X, right? And a UT can be carved out from that state, or the state can be bifurcated, trifurcated, because no legislative assembly. Article 3 says there is no need for, as per the Supreme Court, there is no need for referring the matter. It's a death nail for federalism in this country, this judgment of the Supreme Court, especially in the context of Article 3. Whatever that might be. I am saying this is only mandatory as it stands. Are you with me or not? Sorry? Convention. Article 3 clearly says that referral should be there. Right? But the Supreme Court says referral is not mandatory, because even if the opinion is given in time, whatever that opinion might be, this opinion is not binding on me. So this is a mere formality which can be done away with. Convention does not have the force of law. Nobody can enforce convention. The reason Article 3, this provision is given, the provision of sending the referral to the concerned legislature is to what? To safeguard the existence of the state. Otherwise, Parliament, the party having majority in the House, can do anything with the states. Article 3 safeguarded federalism. But Article 370 judgment has diluted the importance of federalism in this country, especially Article 3 is concerned. Again, that video you will find the answer for you. Recommendation of Assembly, concerned state, not necessary. Sending such proposal, not necessary. Both A and C is incorrect. Your answer was correct. First one. Answer is A. Any doubt? You may feel that you are not able to answer questions. You may feel that these questions are difficult. Does not matter. What matters is that you learn today. That is what matters. It will not serve any purpose if we formulate questions which you already know and which is easy for you. No. That cannot be justified. The purpose of such questions, such purpose of discussion is that you should learn new things. That is our purpose. So don't get disheartened. Be happy that you are learning new things which your colleagues and competitors generally do not know. And don't share this with your friends and others. Right? Eh? But okay, fine. But these are important. These are copyrighted knowledge. Answer is previous recommendation as it stands. Remember, a review petition is filed as far as Article 370 is concerned. Right? So, if at all the Supreme Court feels that yes, we made some mistakes, etc., a review can be there and the court can review its judgment. But as it stands, this is the law. Clear or not? Tell again. Very easy. Which of the following ministries, Department of PSC, not PSC, Department of Public Enterprise, DP is associated. Earlier, this ministry was under this Ministry of Heavy Industries. Earlier, this ministry was under Ministry of Heavy Industries. But the government would like to privatize, isn't it? So it is necessary that it should be under a ministry which carries out this privatization. DPAM is there, which Department of Investment and Public Asset Management under Ministry of Finance. So Ministry of Finance has this DP, it's very easy. Distance come hai, privatization can be done very easily. So Department of Public Enterprises, the department which deals with PSUs, earlier was under Heavy Industries. In 2021, what? Brought under Ministry of Finance by changing which rule? Allocation of Business Rule 1961, AOB 1961. Ministry of Finance having DPE. Ministry of Finance has how many departments? Department of Economic Affairs, Department of Expenditure, Department of Revenue, Department of Financial Services, Department of Investment and Public Asset Management, and this newcomer, Department of Public Enterprise. 6. Very easy. Tell again. 20. Consider following. The fundamental duties added into the Constitution by the 42nd Amendment have not been made self-executory. Are they self-executory? What is the meaning of the word self-executory? That which require no law or order. Just having the provision is enough. Article 14. Your right to equality. No law is required. 15. No law is required. Article 17. Not self-executory. Although untouchability is abolished, but to make it an offence, law is required. That is why we have a law. That which is self-executory means it can be implemented without having any law. Any law is not required. Automatically executed. Fundamental duties are not self-executory. Why? It does not say so. Simply say citizens have these fundamental duties. Does this part 4A of the Constitution say that Parliament should make a law to make fundamental duties enforceable? Like in the context of Article 17, it says that Parliament shall make a law to make untouchability as an offence. Clear? Whether part 4A of the Constitution says The parliament should make law or laws to implement the fundamental duties and penalize the lack of following of fundamental duties. It does not say so. But does it mean that parliament cannot make a law to implement fundamental duty? Remember, parliament is free to enforce fundamental duties by making suitable laws. Parliament has never made so far a specific law to implement fundamental duty. There are laws which are existing, which have provisions which can be used to enforce fundamental duty. I am simply saying no specific law is made by the parliament to implement or enforce fundamental duty. Fundamental duties are enforceable by law made by the parliament. Fundamental duties helped the Supreme Court in interpretation of the Constitution. Supreme Court said if a law is brought to implement any of the fundamental duties, even if that law violates Article 14 or 19, still we may hold that law valid. No, added to Constitution by the have not been made self-executory. Correct statement. Have not been made. The Constitution makes it obligatory for the state to make laws for the enforceability of the fundamental duties. Yes or no? Incorrect. अभी तो बोला भाई. Obligatory for the state. Does the Constitution say obligatory? No. Does the Constitution say Parliament should make a law? No. Not obligatory. Clear or not? So the statement is incorrect. क्या आंसर है? Statement 1 is correct, statement 2 is incorrect. Are you with me or not? Any doubt you are having? You can ask me after. Don't worry. 71. Which of the following is the most distinct advantage of written constitution in demography? The most distinct advantage, the most important, the most significant, the most critical. What is that? A written constitution. Written constitution can bring a limited government. A written constitution limits the power of the legislature to amend the constitution. A written constitution makes the constitution supreme and the government inferior to the constitution. So, a written constitution limits the power of the government. A written constitution does not make the government absolute. Basic structure in the Constitution of India. The Supreme Court says, basic structure, you can amend the constitution, but it should not violate basic structure. So, this basic structure is derived from the constitution. Written constitution, so the amending power of the parliament is limited. So, written constitution essentially restricts the power of the government, power of the state through multiple mechanisms.
Second statement तो possible होता है सर, अगर वो clearly jurisdiction defined है तो वो power को limit हो जाएगी ना.
It establishes clearly the jurisdictional domains of organs of the state. Do you think that the written constitution of India clearly established jurisdictional domain? Clearly. Clearly. Not broadly, clearly. Yes or no? No. If that is the case, then there would not have been a judicial review here. If that is the case, then parliamentary form of government would not have existed in India. No watertight. Separation of power. This is the idea of separation of power here. Separation of power is not watertight, either in parliamentary form or in presidential form. Every word is important. Every word is important. ठीक है? Protect the citizen from government by operationally limited government. This is the answer for that. Provides for welfare state. Welfare state can be there anybody in anywhere. In any case, it is not necessary. We have a welfare state in DPSP, but the DPSP is not enforceable. Written constitution can be in America also. There is this American constitution does not provide for that. Written constitution is bringing a limited government, a restricted government. Because the amending power of the parliament is very much limited because the constitution prevents that. Otherwise, the parliament can make any law. UK, unwritten constitution, parliament can make any law. The law making power of the parliament is unlimited. Parliamentary sovereignty. Hence, through law, it can do anything. Although the parliament UK will not do, because there are other checks and balances. A written constitution acts as a check and balances on the power of the government. हमारे पास नहीं है, कौन कह रहा है? तो फिर we are dealing with written constitution. China has a written constitution. What kind of power China has? The Chinese government. Saudi Arabia has a written constitution. Qatar, UAE have a written constitution. North Korea has a written constitution. What kind of power they have? Do not link constitutional with written as well as unwritten. It is possible to have constitutionalism in written constitution or unwritten. The nature of the constitution does not necessarily lead to constitutionalism. Does not matter. I am simply saying that parliament can make law, any law in UK. Indian parliament cannot do because there is a written constitution. That's what I am trying to say. The debate on constitutionalism is entirely different. But anyway, answer is C. 72. Very easy. What is the answer? Expanded the membership of the Imperial Council while reduced the size of provincial. No, it expanded the size of both Imperial as well as provincial. Further, the principle of responsible government. Why? By enlarging the functions. Yes, they can ask question, pass resolution, etc., etc. Responsibility of the executive to the legislature. Provided for both communal and class representation. As you know, this communal electorate 1909. What is class representation? Zamindars, universities, Bengal chambers of commerce, etc. Class representation. Particular group. We wanted to make it difficult for you by reframing the statements or features to make it more applied. So the answer is to only two. No. How many of the above incorrect? Incorrect is only one. It's very important to see what is the command, correct or incorrect. Question is asking incorrect. What is incorrect? Only one is incorrect because it enhanced both at the provincial as well as imperial level. This one, capacity building commission. Because the government of India wants to make you karma yogi. In COVID-19, COVID-20, whatever that might be, the government of India came out with a mission karma yogi. Because the government believed that civil servants should be karma yogis. Whatever that might be, in order to implement this mission karma yogi is for what? Capacity building of civil servants. The government of India feels that civil servants are not working properly. Whatever that might, right? So their capacity should be increased. So the mission karma yogi has an institutional mechanism, this capacity building commission. Capacity building commission is an institutional mechanism to implement the mission karma yogi. So the question is framed in that context, capacity building commission. Whose capacity will be built? The civil servants, both at the state level as well as the central level, but generally at the central level. Now the capacity building commission has been set up by the union government recently. Which of the following denotes the actual status of this commission? It simply means what is this commission? You should identify whether it is an attached office, an independent body, a subordinate office, a statutory authority, etc., etc. What is the answer? What is the answer? D. How many of you got this answer as B? You? How? Fair? Okay, very nice. Fair then? And what about this one? Statutory authority under the EOPT? Okay. Answer is an independent body with executive authority. This is the status of it. It is not an attached office. It is not under Nidhi Aayog. It is not under PMO. It is not a statutory authority. It is established through an executive order. So it's an executive body, not a statutory authority. Neither constitutional nor statutory, but executive, because the government through a notification published in Gazette established CBC, Capacity Building Commission. Critics say that this Capacity Building Commission is a hub for post-retirement job for the retired civil servants, whatever that might be. But this Capacity Building Commission is established to improve the human resource development system in the Government of India. It submits annual report to Prime Minister's Human Rights Council. The apex body of this Mission Karmayogi is Prime Minister's Human Resource Council, PMHRC. PMHRC is there, which is headed by the Prime Minister. So this Capacity Building Commission will submit an annual report. एक साल में क्या किया है? To whom? To PMHRC. Capacity Building Commission will also supervise the training institutes, Labafna and this, what is that? Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, this National Police Academy and others, supervision. It will also develop capacity building plans, etc., etc. We have provided some, what we say, functions of this Capacity Building Commission. 3 members are there in Capacity Building Commission. Clear? Answer is an independent body with executive authority. This is the answer. This is given as such in official gazette. Not under the UPD, not under this. Clear? 74. With reference to constitutional clemency and statutory clemency, consider the following statements. Remember, clemency means what? Showing kindness, isn't it? So who can show kindness? The President can show, the Governor can show, the Union Government can show kindness, the State Government can show kindness. When the kindness is shown by the President or the Governor, then that kindness is known as constitutional kindness, or put it differently, constitutional clemency. Article 72 and 161 of the Constitution deals with constitutional clemency. Article 72 says President has the clemency power, and 161 says Governor has the clemency power. President and Governor. But I also mentioned that the central government can also show kindness. The state government can also show kindness. When kindness is shown by the central or the state, then that kindness is statutory clemency. Statute means a law made by the legislature. So statutory clemency is different from constitutional clemency. Why? Because of statutory clemency, the clemency source is statute, a law. In Indian context, the CRPC, Criminal Procedure Code, till July 1. Because the new criminal laws, according to the government, will be implemented. But whatever that might be, your PT will be over before that. So don't worry. CRPC, Criminal Procedure Code, provides authority, power to the government, appropriate government. This government can be central government or state government. So this clemency power, which is known as statutory clemency. Here the clemency power is used by concerned government, not governor or the president. But in Article 72, it is the president. In 161, governor. But as you know that these are not discretionary function of the president or the governor. They have to act as per the aid and advice of the cabinet. But still, the word used is president and governor, where constitutional, statutory, central or state. This is the idea. Now let us come to this. While the constitutional clemency is granted by the president, the statutory clemency is granted by the governor of the state. Tell me, is this correct or not? Incorrect. Because it is granted by the state government. This CC is a discretionary power of the president, while the statutory clemency of the governor has to be exercised as per the aid and advice of state council minister. Correct or incorrect? Incorrect. In any case, not a discretionary power. This is incorrect here. Not only that, while the statutory clemency is exercised by the state government, not governor. So 2 points are there upon which you can make the statement incorrect. Clear? While judicial review is applicable in the context of constitutional clemency, its scope is restricted only to remission in the context of statutory clemency. Wrong, because the CRPC provides power to the concerned government for commutation, suspension of sentence, or remission. Remission, this remission judgment, Bilkis Banu judgment. Again, it is available in the net. You can watch it if you want. The question is framed in that context. The Supreme Court has invalidated remission granted to, I think, 10 or 11 convicts by Gujarat government. Asked them to surrender and go back to prison. The Gujarat government granted remission to these convicts by using power under CRPC. But the court found out that this power is abused. Point is that even commutation, clemency, this suspension, remission and suspension, all for all of them, the judicial review is applicable. So judicial review is not only limited to remission in the context of statutory clemency, it is applicable to commutation and various other aspects. CRPC provides power to the federal government as well as state government to issue orders of remission or commutation or suspension of sentence. But it depends upon the competency of the government. If a convict is sentenced under a law which is implemented by the union government, then the appropriate government will be union government. Otherwise, state government. If the conviction happened by an investigation carried out by a central agency, then the appropriate government will be what? State government, but consultation, consent of the concerned department or union government is required. CBI investigating, right? In this case, CBI investigated. So before giving remission to these convicts, MHA or the Government of India's recommendation is required. The Supreme Court has interpreted this recommendation or consultation as mandatory. So CBI, the MHA's consultation recommendation is required. That state can give remission where the convict is sentenced or convicted, which means the state where the crime took place does not matter. Where the person is sentenced and convicted, that matters. In the context of Bilkis Banu, crime happened in Gujarat, trial, sentence, conviction happened in Maharashtra. The Supreme Court said appropriate government to grant remission is Maharashtra government, not Gujarat government. बाकी देखना है वीडियो. हाँ बिल्कुल हो सकता है, क्यों नहीं? मारूराम, पेरारीवालन, श्रीहरन मुरुगन, lot of cases are there. Judicial review is a basic feature of the Constitution. Remember that. How long? We don't know. Which of the following is the most appropriate explanation of the term equality? Last one, eh? This is the last one. Yes. Which of the following is the most appropriate explanation? Appropriate explanation. What is the answer? Tell me. Eh? Who is saying C? 1, 2. Why? What is the why? Justification. ठीक है, रीजनेबल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कर सकता है, ठीक है, बाकी में नहीं है. Most appropriate is this. Let me explain this. Equality, treating all persons alike irrespective of their differences. No. Equality in the Constitution does not mean that treating all equally. Equality means treating equally all those who are equally situated. We are not dealing with equality before law, equal protection of law, etc. Equality. This is the idea. If this is accepted, then there would not have been any possibility of giving reservation and various other benefits to women, children, scheduled caste, the PWs, etc., etc. When you are treating people equally without looking at their differences, then actually the situation will be unequal. Treating all equally without looking at the differences will lead to formal equality. Equality means discrimination. Equality, to have equality, discrimination is required. The Constitution of India provides for equality, provides for discrimination. The Constitution of India provides for discrimination among people, which means treating people unequally. You can treat people unequally. You can create a group and provide them preferential treatment. You can create a group and provide them benefits, which is not available to others. This can be done. But this requires what? Classification. Reasonable classification is required. You can classify some people as a group based on some criteria and provide them some benefit, which is not available to others. This is the essence of equality in the Constitution. Now, this is present in absence of unreasonable discrimination among persons. Absence of unreasonable discrimination. Discrimination need to be reasonable. Why do you think there are seats reserved for specially abled people in metro train? Why do you think so? Do you think that this discrimination is a discrimination because me or others cannot get that seat? Only those individuals having that special ability, disabled for that matter, can get that. So, discriminating disabled with abled. Discrimination. But is this discrimination appropriate? Reasonable? Why? Because the purpose of this discrimination is to provide mobility, opportunity to move ahead in life for that group of people. One group of people have suffered historical injustices because they have been at the bottom of the society, especially in the hierarchy of caste. Without giving them benefits or preferential treatment, they cannot move ahead. Society cannot progress if large chunk of people remain at the bottom of the ladder. So, reservation is given. Reasonable. This discrimination, this differences should be reasonable. You can classify people based on some criteria. The criteria for classifying disabled is their disability, which can be distinguished from others. Senior citizen, 60 and above. 60 and above, senior citizen. So, individuals who are 60 and above can be classified, grouped together, who can be distinguished from others below 60, and we can provide this 60 and above some beneficial treatment because it is necessary, it has a purpose. This principle of classifying people on some criteria, also known as intelligible differentia, is known as reasonable classification. Denying women armed forces officers permanent commission in the armed forces is unreasonable classification. Unreasonable. Preventing homosexual couples or LGBT from utilizing the available rights in the Constitution is against Article 14 and 15, unreasonable classification. Supreme Court in the Sabarimala judgment said, keeping away women in the menstrual age category from going into the temple is unreasonable classification. If the classification is reasonable, equality. Unreasonable, inequality. Absence of unreasonable discrimination among persons. This is the most appropriate philosophy or principle of equality. Unreasonable classification will lead to negative equality, negative discrimination. The fundamental idea behind equality is positive discrimination, not negative one. Negatively discriminating situation based on identity markers. No. You are not negatively discriminating. You are positively discriminating. Because the purpose of this discrimination is what? Helping them to move forward. If they are helped, then the society, the country can move forward. I know that this is a difficult question because of framing. But anyway, the point is that you can expect such question in UPSC. UPSC will not provide you reasons for their answers. They do not provide you explanation. But it is our duty to provide you explanation. So we are providing that. Right? Anything you want to ask, you can. Out of 15, how many questions you got correct? 2 more minutes. Just, if you want to say, you can. Otherwise, it's okay. 5. 5 correct, 6 wrong. 6 correct. And how many wrong? 4. Okay. Not a problem. Point is that study these things. Questions can come in relation with these concepts and ideas which we discussed. Whenever it comes in the next paper or in UPSC, then don't make any mistake. There might be some question which you do not know. Do not attempt that. Always keep the cutoff in mind. 85, 90 in between. Do not over attempt. If you attempt large number of questions, then negative marks. Don't do that. If you study properly, then if you feel the question is difficult, it will be difficult for others also. So don't worry about that. Clear? Any question if you have, you can ask later, don't worry. Practice of indirect discrimination based on reasonable classification. Indirect discrimination. There is a race, 100-meter race. A rabbit and a tortoise are the competitors. Both have equal opportunity to participate in the race. Both can compete, but the 100-meter race is there. Do you think who will be able to win the race? In general, rabbit. Why? Because it has the capacity to do it. But it has the capacity. It is capable of doing it. So, although both rabbit and tortoise have the equal opportunity to compete in the race, but if you dig deeper, you find out that the race is structured in a manner that the rabbit will always win. Even though the tortoise has the opportunity to participate in the race. The rabbit also has the opportunity. 100-meter is there. But in general, whenever the competition happens, who will win? The rabbit will win. But do you think that the tortoise has the opportunity to compete? It has the opportunity. But when race is structured in a manner which will make only one winner, then that is indirect discrimination. There is a fable of Aesop, stork and fox. Stork and fox. Both stork and fox are very hungry, or let's say thirsty, right? And they came to me. I had some problem with the fox. So I said that okay, I will teach him a lesson. I provided them water in this bottle. Who will be able to drink this water? Stork, fox cannot. Indirect discrimination. Prima facie, it will look like that competition is fair. Policy is fair. But if you see in between, then you know that it is discriminating. Directly not discriminating. You are not preventing the tortoise from competing. You are providing an opportunity. Similarly, you are giving water, but the person cannot take that opportunity until unless you change the situation. During religious festivals or yatra, shops selling non-vegetarian have been asked to close down by some governments. Although it is applicable to all communities, but only one community is largely affected. You know which community? This is indirect discrimination, because the impact of that order is disproportionate. Whether discrimination direct or indirect, not permitted under Article 14 or the equality of the Constitution. ठीक है? Anything else? हाँ. In practice of positive, हाँ. Then it can be correct. Every word is important, as far as my subject is concerned. Anyway, thank you so much. Anything else? Thank you. All the best.
Yes, good evening everyone. क्या हुआ 30 क्वेश्चन देखे क्या थक गए? Okay, so let's continue with geography and environment. I will be little bit quick, don't worry. So before starting the discussion, let me ask you, how was the paper? Geography and environment especially. Yes, good evening online students. Few students told me or gave me feedback that question paper was a little bit difficult, and let me tell you that it's not about the difficulty level of paper, it's about the competition. Okay, you should make what you can say you should ensure that even if the question paper is difficult, your rank should not change. यानी कि आपके साइड में जो बैठा हुआ है ना, उसको भी डिफिकल्ट जाना चाहिए पेपर. अगर आपको डिफिकल्ट जा रहा है, व्हाई आर यू वरीड देन? ऑटोमेटिकली कट ऑफ उसका कम आने वाला है. अगर इजी है तो उसका कट ऑफ ऊपर जाने वाला है. सो यू वरी अबाउट योर कंपटीशन, नॉट द मार्क्स. ठीक है, अब कितना डिफिकल्ट है क्या नहीं है, मतलब वो टेंशन लेना नहीं है उस चीज का. बाहर निकलने के बाद होता है ना कि मतलब बहुत ही मतलब ऐसा था, आप वो टेंशन मत लीजिए, आप ये टेंशन लीजिए कि साइड वाले को कैसा गया पेपर. राइट, सो यू सी योर रैंक. ठीक है, आपको रिजल्ट मिलेगा, उसमें आप रैंक दिखिए आपका, एंड एंश्योर कि आपका पिछले टाइम से वो रैंक ऊपर गया हो, है ना. तो डिफिकल्ट है तो भी ऊपर जा सकता है, क्योंकि बाकी स्टूडेंट्स को भी टफ गया होगा पेपर. ठीक है, सो यस, विदाउट एनी डिले लेट्स स्टार्ट द डिस्कशन. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, we'll cover the geography question, and let's continue the trend also, because last 2 years से जो question paper का trend है कि they are giving more yes result कुछ, yeah, in the evening you will get the result. Some students are asking online कि result कब मिलेगा. ठीक है, तो आपको rank list मिल जाएगा वहाँ पर. Now almost 50% questions they are asking from mapping section, world mapping, India mapping, and we are trying to cover as much as possible the new mapping places, we can say places in news. अब कुछ स्टूडेंट ने अगर हमारा क्लास किया हो, PT 100 प्रोग्राम है, या फिर जो मैपिंग वाले सेक्शन ओपन सेशन भी लिए थे मैंने 1-2, तो उनको काफी थोड़ा सा क्वेश्चंस समझ में आए होंगे. ठीक है, लेट मी ऑल्सो टेल यू कि ये कब और क्यों न्यूज में थे. ठीक है, यस, अबाउट द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन. सो इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर्स, कंट्रीज शेयरिंग दिस बॉर्डर्स. So basically these borders are somehow conflict regions between two countries, and that's why they have a unique kind of names also. ठीक है, like 49th parallel. तो you specifically know कि 38 parallel क्या है. क्या है 38 parallel? बहुत बार न्यूज में भी होता है. साउथ कोरिया, नॉर्थ कोरिया ऑल टाइम न्यूज में होता है. ये इधर से मिसाइल फायर करता है, वो वाला डर जाता है, फिर वो कुछ तो फायर करता है, ये चलता रहता है ना वहां पर. ठीक है, सो साउथ कोरिया, नॉर्थ कोरिया, इट इज 38 पैरेलल. यू सी द ऑप्शन मैच अगले लिस्ट में देखिए, नॉर्थ कोरिया, साउथ कोरिया. तो आपको ये नहीं पता है, बट यू नो व्हाट इज द बॉर्डर बिटवीन दीज टू. दिस इज हाउ यू एलिमिनेट दिस फर्स्ट पेयर. बेसिकली 49th parallel is the border, rough border we can say, between USA and Canada. You can see the line, that's a straight line है US और Canada का एकदम. So it is called as 49th parallel. Okay, then Mannerheim line. Now again, it was in news. Why? Because the Finland last year joined NATO. 2023 में Finland joined NATO, and Finland is having extensive border with Russia. अब रशिया को गुस्सा आता है, जब भी कोई बॉर्डर वाली कंट्री जो है नाटो में ज्वाइन होगी, रशिया को गुस्सा आ जाता है. वी नो अबाउट दिस, राइट? एंड फिनलैंड ज्वाइन नाटो. बेसिकली देयर इज अ बॉर्डर डिस्प्यूट बिटवीन रशिया एंड फिनलैंड, एंड दैट बॉर्डर इज मैनरहैम लाइन. ठीक है, तो ये अभी आप नहीं पता है, बट कुछ स्टूडेंट्स ने जरूर इसको गेस किया होगा, क्योंकि इट इज इन न्यूज बिकॉज ऑफ वॉर, राइट? रशिया यूक्रेन वॉर चल रहा है, बट इट इज इनकरेक्टली मैच्ड. रशिया एंड फिनलैंड इज द करेक्ट आंसर. ओके, नाउ ब्लू लाइन, ग्रीन लाइन, शायद आपने ये सुना नहीं होगा, बट ब्लू लाइन वाज इन न्यूज. व्हाई? इजराइल लेबनान कॉन्फ्लिक्ट दैट इज गोइंग ऑन नाउ. सो इजराइल पैलेस्टाइन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट इज गोइंग ऑन. ठीक है, हमास. सो now they have opened the new war front from the northern border. Hezbollah supporting Hamas, and Hezbollah is, we can say, having dominant factor in Lebanon. तो वो बॉर्डर अभी न्यूज में है, नॉर्दर्न बॉर्डर. हम क्या करते हैं, मैक्सिमम टाइम वो गाजा स्ट्रिप और वहां का ही फोकस करते हैं. सो यूपीसी में आस्क दैट वन, दैट इज कॉल्ड एज ब्लू लाइन. ठीक है, तो इजराइल लेबनान में जो बॉर्डर है उसको ब्लू लाइन कहा गया है. Okay, and green line. This green line is between the Republic of Cyprus and Turkish Cyprus. So Cyprus is a small island in Mediterranean Ocean, eastern part of Mediterranean Ocean, Mediterranean Sea. और वहां पर ये सिप्रस जो लोकेटेड है, उसके दो पार्ट है, उसके बीचों बीच एक्चुअली यूएन एडमिनिस्टर्ड एरिया है, एंड दैट इज कॉल्ड एज ग्रीन लाइन. द डिस्प्यूट बिटवीन टर्किश सिप्रस and we can say that Greek Cyprus. हाँ, वही डिवाइडेड है. ओके, सो थोड़ा सा आपको इसमें कंफ्यूजन हुआ होगा, लिटिल बिट टफ आई वुड से, क्योंकि बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स को ये करंट अफेयर्स में सारे चीजें प्लेसेस पता नहीं होगी. ओके, सो यू कुड हैव स्किप्ड दिस ऑल टुगेदर. फाइन, तो 2 आर करेक्ट हियर, बी इज द करेक्ट आंसर, 2 आर इनकरेक्ट. फाइन, मूविंग ऑन. Yes, it was in news. Mekong cooperation. What is it? Mekong we know. What is it? It is a river in Southeast Asia. Already UPSC has asked question on Mekong river. You should know that Lekang is basically the name of Mekong river in China. Where it is originating and flowing in the southern part of China, it is called Lekang. And then when it enters into Southeast Asian countries, then it is called as Mekong River. Basically, it is the Mekong River, and the cooperation, Mekong cooperation was a kind of grouping that was formed in 2016 by 6 riparian states. ठीक है, इसके जो riparian state जिसको हम बोलते हैं upper riparian, lower riparian, for cooperation in a sense. So if suppose the upper riparian country is building any dam across this river, there should be some kind of consultation. Otherwise the lower riparian states will face the drought conditions. तो ये वाला cooperation है वहां का. And we know that Mekong River flows through which countries? वो सारे countries इसका part होंगे. Like it originates in China. Then it flows along the border between Myanmar and Laos or Lao PDR. So Laos is there, Myanmar is there. Then it flows through Laos for some time and then forms the border between Thailand and we can say Laos. Then it enters into Vietnam before draining into South China Sea. एक क्वेश्चन आगे भी पूछा हुआ है, आप देख रहे होगे. मेकोंग रिवर ड्रेन्स इनटू, उसमें लिखा है गल्फ ऑफ थाईलैंड. ठीक है, ऐसा लिखा हुआ था. बट लेट मी टेल यू, ये सारे है इसमें. ठीक है, हाँ, कंबोडिया भी है, वियतनाम भी है, चाइना भी है. ऑल 6 आर बेसिकली द मेंबर्स of this particular cooperation group. Let me show you the map. So you can see here. ठीक है, तो China, then you can see that the Myanmar part, then Laos, then Thailand, then Cambodia. यहाँ पर एंटर करने के बाद छोटा सा पार्ट वियतनाम का है और यहाँ से ये साउथ चाइना सी में एंटर करती है. ठीक है, माउथ ऑफ रिवर, इट ड्रेन्स इनटू साउथ चाइना सी एंड दिस इज गल्फ ऑफ थाईलैंड. तो ये रिवर इस साइड में ड्रेन नहीं कर रही है, इस साइड में ड्रेन कर रही है. अंडरस्टूड? राइट, कमिंग बैक टू द डिस्कशन. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. व्हाट अबाउट दीज पेयर्स? ऑल दीज आइलैंड्स वेर इन न्यूज फॉर सम रीजन. ठीक है, कैनरीज आइलैंड, वहां पर एक रिफ्यूजीज या जो माइग्रेट करता है, इलीगल माइग्रेंट्स, वहां पे बोट लेके जाते हैं, दैट वाज कैप्साइज्ड, मेनी पीपल डाइड देयर, दैट्स व्हाई इट वाज इन न्यूज. कैनरी आइलैंड, वेयर दे आर लोकेटेड? आप एटलस रीडिंग भी करते हैं तो yes, off the coast of Morocco, but it is not the territory of Morocco. We are asking the countries. It is territory of Spain. ठीक है, नॉर्थ साइड में मोरक्को के जो है स्पेन एंड पोर्चुगल है, आइबेरियन पेनिनसुला, राइट, एंड इट इज टेरिटरी ऑफ स्पेन. तो पोर्चुगल की नहीं है, स्पेन की है. लुक एट द सेकंड, स्नेक आइलैंड, एवरीवन नो, बहुत बार न्यूज में था. इट इज लोकेटेड इन ब्लैक सी रीजन, यूक्रेन रशिया वॉर की वजह से न्यूज में था. इट इज द टेरिटरी ऑफ यूक्रेन. नाउ मैक्वायर आइलैंड्स, दिस मैक्वायरी आइलैंड्स, इट इज लोकेटेड साउथ ऑफ ऑस्ट्रेलिया. ठीक है, न्यूजीलैंड एंड ऑस्ट्रेलिया के साउथ में वहां पर लोकेटेड है मैक्वायरी आइलैंड. तो इट इज टेरिटरी ऑफ ऑस्ट्रेलिया. सो दिस वन इज अगेन करेक्टली मैच्ड. नाउ ऑर्कनी आइलैंड्स, ये क्यों न्यूज में था? वी हैड कवर्ड दैट इन करंट अफेयर्स क्लास. ऑर्कनी आइलैंड्स, it was in news because the people of these islands want to get separate from UK and want to become an autonomous territory of Norway. तो ये कहां पे लोकेटेड होगा? नॉर्थ ऑफ यूके, जहां पे नॉर्थ सी है. ठीक है, एंड इट वांट्स टू बिकम द टेरिटरी ऑफ नॉर्वे. द पीपल ऑफ दिस आइलैंड, दे आर एक्चुअली concerned about all the, let's say, problems they are facing in terms of administration and all. Now the uniqueness of this island is that there are very huge historic Neolithic sites there in Orkney Island. आप टाइप करके देखिए गूगल में, इट इज यूनेस्को वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज साइट. ठीक है, ऐसे सर्कुलर फॉर्म में बड़े बड़े पत्थर रखे हुए हैं, आपने शायद कहीं देखा होगा फोटो में या कहीं इमेज में. This is Orkney Islands. Okay, so that's why it is famous one and why it was in news. I told you only first pair is incorrect here, so we can say that C is the correct answer. Okay, moving on. Now this was थोड़ा सा easy था ये. ठीक है. Okay, a sea mount never reaches the sea surface like guyots. Yes, that is true. Guyots, they are flat, we can say hills or severely eroded hills. We know that there is mid-oceanic ridge and it is, we can say that, moving away from each other because of a divergent plate boundary. And what happens thereafter? There are formations of sea mounts, and when the sea mounts are, we can say that, colonized by the coral reefs, sometimes they come above the sea level. Like we have atolls in India, Lakshadweep Islands. These atolls are formed on the sea mounts. ठीक है, दे आर फॉर्म ऑन द सी माउंट्स, मतलब क्या है कि सी माउंट्स देमसेल्व्स दे आर नॉट कमिंग अबव द सी लेवल, बट जब ये कोरल कॉलोनीज बनती है उसके ऊपर फिर ये अटॉल आइलैंड्स बनते हैं, ठीक है। सो बोथ आर नॉट कमिंग अबव द सी लेवल। हाँ, अगर मिड ओशनिक रिज लिखा होता तो इट समटाइम्स कम अबव द सी लेवल, लाइक आइसलैंड इटसेल्फ इज अ पार्ट ऑफ मिड ओशनिक रिज, मिड अटलांटिक रिज, ठीक है। तो ये फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट सही है। ओशन ट्रेंचेस आर द रिजल्ट ऑफ टेक्टोनिक एक्टिविटी व्हिच डिस्क्राइब्स द मूवमेंट ऑफ अर्थ्स लिथोस्फीयर, वेरी प्लेन जेनेरिक स्टेटमेंट, ठीक है। सो दैट इज ट्रू। Now, continental slope is the seaward extension of continent from the shoreline to the continental edge. Now, ideally, the word should have been continental shelf. ठीक है, ideally वो shelf होना चाहिए, but slope भी गलत नहीं है, because slope itself is a part of continent और continental shelf, वो तो एक boundary suggest कर रहा है, ठीक है। तो shelf के बाद ही slope होता है, and after that slope there is end of continent or continental landmass. Okay, after slope it is the end of continental. तो slope भी जो है वो continent का ही extension है, ऐसा भी हम consider करके इसको हम बोल सकते हैं कि सही है, but ideally यहां पर shelf होना चाहिए था। explanation में हमने उसमें correction किया हुआ है, shelf लिखा हुआ है, ठीक है। Okay, fine. So this one is, we can say, correct. All three are correct here, so we can say C is the correct answer. Fine. What about this one? ये भी सही था। So we know that Jammu and Kashmir has emerged as the powerhouse of purple revolution, very famous डोडा variety, डोडा district जो है जम्मू के यहाँ पर, वहां पर पर्पल लैवेंडर कल्टिवेशन, पर्पल रिवोल्यूशन मतलब क्या है? इट इज अबाउट लैवेंडर कल्टिवेशन, एंड द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इज प्रमोटिंग दैट लैवेंडर कल्टिवेशन इन दिस रीजन, वन because of the climatic suitable conditions that are present there. ठीक है, temperate conditions are there. Lavender as a plant is, we can say, tolerant for extreme temperatures also, extreme cold temperatures also. ठीक है, तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया अंडर एरोमा मिशन ऑफ CSIR, काउंसिल ऑफ साइंटिफिक एंड इंडस्ट्रियल रिसर्च, it is, we can say, autonomous institution under Ministry of Science and Technology, is promoting purple revolution under aroma mission. ठीक है, तो ये सेकंड स्टेटमेंट जो है उसका करेक्ट एक्सप्लेनेशन है, हम ऐसा बोल सकते हैं। देखो, ट्राई टू फाइंड आउट cause and effect relationship between these two statements. The first statement should be effect. The first statement should be effect, or it should be assertion, and second statement should be the cause, the reason. ठीक है, तो assertion reason आता था ना पहले, बेसिकली यही है, नाम चेंज किया हुआ है। PYQs पढ़ते आप, PYQs में आते थे पहले क्वेश्चन ज्योग्राफी से, assertion, reason, बेसिकली उन्होंने उसको स्टेटमेंट 1 स्टेटमेंट 2 किया हुआ है और कुछ नहीं है। So what we used to do in assertion and reason type of question, we used to find the cause and effect relationship. If we have any cause and effect relationship, मतलब why Jammu and Kashmir has emerged as a purple revolution in India, powerhouse, because the lavender cultivation is suitable there, climatic conditions are suitable. I told you the word because, so the cause or reason, and then the government is itself is promoting there. पहले तो क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन होनी चाहिए ना, ब्रिटिशर्स ने आसाम और वहां पर प्रमोट क्यों किया टी कल्टीवेशन, ज्योग्राफी में पढ़ते हैं नाम, दार्जिलिंग और आसाम में ही क्यों प्रमोट किया? यस, सो द ज्योग्राफिक कंडीशंस वेर सुटेबल, देयर आफ्टर इट प्रमोटेड, तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इज डूइंग सेम। ठीक है, सो ए इज द करेक्ट आंसर हियर। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, ओके, सो these lakes were also in news. लेक रेदबा आपने सुना होगा, नहीं सुना है? पिछले महीने ही न्यूज में था। इट्स लोकेटेड इन सेनेगल नियर इट्स कैपिटल डकार। सेनेगल बहुत बार न्यूज में आ रहा है आजकल, सिविल वॉर कॉन्फ्लिक्ट चल रहा है इसलिए भी, बट दिस वाज इन न्यूज बिकॉज ऑफ सम प्रॉब्लम्स दैट दिस लेक इज फेसिंग। दिस इज ऑल्सो कॉल्ड एज पिंक लेक। यूनिकनेस है, यूनिक चीज यूपीसी के लिए अभी इंटरेस्टिंग हो गया है, कोई भी चीज, है ना। सो दिस लेक रेतबा, ऑल्सो कॉल्ड एज पिंक लेक, इज लोकेटेड इन सेनेगल। नाउ व्हाई इट इज पिंक लेक? Because a certain type of halophilic bacteria is colonizing this waters. Halophilic मतलब क्या है? It likes saline water. इतना ज्यादा कि इसका मल्टीप्लीकेशन बहुत ज्यादा हो जाता है, एंड ग्रीन algae और बैक्टीरिया को ये स्कोप ही नहीं देता है, एंड somehow it is a dead zone, मतलब यहां पर अच्छे से इकोसिस्टम डेवलप नहीं है लेक का, ठीक है। यहां पर कोई मतलब मरीन एनिमल्स वगैरह ज्यादा नहीं मिलता है, बट इट लुक्स ग्रीन बिकॉज ऑफ दैट बैक्टीरिया, इट गिव्स दैट पिंक कलर टू दिस लेक। तो करण जौहर को और एक लोकेशन मिल गया है, शाहरुख खान को मतलब एक वो कितनी बार वो पोंगयांग सो लेक में जाके वो शूटिंग करेंगे ना इंडिया में, ठीक है। तो नया लेक मिल गया है उनको, पिंक लेक, फिर ही लोगों को समझेगा इंडिया में। महमूदिया वेटलैंड्स, where it is located, Mahmudia wetland is under threat, that's why it was in news, and it is located in Romania. Danube river delta, ठीक है, Danube river delta, Romania, Mahmudia wetlands. So this one is incorrectly matched, first one is correctly matched. लेक टिटिका का सबको पता है, चिली में नहीं है, कहां पर है? पेरू एंड बोलिविया बॉर्डर, वर्ल्ड्स हाईएस्ट लेक, ठीक है। ये क्या है? वर्ल्ड्स हाईएस्ट लेक, मतलब हाइट वाइज जो है वो, हाँ। तो ये भी इनकरेक्टली मैच्ड है, ओनली वन पेयर इज करेक्टली मैच्ड हियर, राइट। नाउ लेट्स मूव ऑन टू नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। तो यहां पर थोड़े से हमने देखा है कि थोड़े टफ क्वेश्चंस थे अब तक, है ना, तो स्किप करने चाहिए थे कुछ क्वेश्चन उसमें से। नाउ व्हाट अबाउट दिस वन? Hindu Kush Himalaya region, rivers of this region. So somehow they are asking rivers and draining into which sea or somewhere. So we know Amu Darya and Sir Darya rivers. Where they drain? They drain into Aral Sea. ठीक है, आपको पता होगा ना, अरल सी छोटा सा सी है। बेसिकली these two rivers are draining into that, ठीक है। और उसका एरिया भी काफी कम होता जा रहा है अरल सी का, क्योंकि ये दोनों रिवर्स का पानी जो है डाइवर्ट कर रहे हैं, ये कंट्रीज बहुत यूज कर रहे हैं। ओके, सो अमू दरिया एंड सिर दरिया आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रिवर्स ऑफ सेंट्रल एशिया। अमू दरिया नीचे से जाता है अफगानिस्तान से ओरिजिन होके, और सिर दरिया ऊपर से आता है किर्गिस्तान से। आपको एटलस पे देखना है, ठीक है, दोनों रिवर्स। तो अरल, तारीम रिवर फ्लोज इनटू टकलामकान डेजर्ट। Now this particular river you may not find in the atlas, but it is ephemeral river. मतलब क्या है कि ये it is not draining into ocean, it is not draining into ocean, it drains into a desert. जैसे अपने यहाँ पर कौन सी रिवर है? लूनी रिवर, रन ऑफ कच्छ में ही वो ड्रेन करके वहां पर रुक जाती है। तो वैसे ही ये टकलामकान डेजर्ट चाइना का जो है, it originates in Tibet and it drains into that टकलामकान डेजर्ट रीजन, ठीक है। वेस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ चाइना, टकलामकान डेजर्ट दिखेगा आपको वहां पर, ठीक है। नाउ येलो रिवर फ्लोज इनटू गल्फ ऑफ बोहाई, वी नो अबाउट दिस, इट इज द सेकंड मेजर रिवर ऑफ चाइना आफ्टर यांगजे, है ना। तो हुआंग ही रिवर बोलते हैं इसको, येलो रिवर क्या है? हुआंग ही, ओके, एंड इट ड्रेन्स इनटू गल्फ ऑफ बोहाई। तो ये आपको मैप पे देखना है, इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट। नाउ मेकोंग रिवर फ्लोज इनटू गल्फ ऑफ थाईलैंड, जस्ट नाउ आई टोल्ड यू इट इज नॉट ड्रेनिंग इनटू गल्फ ऑफ थाईलैंड, इट इज ड्रेनिंग इनटू साउथ चाइना सी। सो दिस वन इज इनकरेक्ट, बट दिस वन, सो दैट्स व्हाई आंसर बिकम्स सी, ठीक है। तो आपको दिख रहा है कि 2 स्टेटमेंट 3 स्टेटमेंट आपको आता है, 1 या 2 नहीं आता है, इसमें दिक्कत है, ठीक है। और इन्हीं क्वेश्चंस को डील करने की प्रैक्टिस करनी है हमें, ठीक है। यूपीएससी ने पहले पूछा हुआ है, कुट्टनाड बिलो सी लेवल फार्मिंग पूछा हुआ है ना, कहां पर है ये कुट्टनाड? प्लेस के बारे में भी तो पता होगा। कुट्टनाड very important and it is globally recognized a heritage agriculture system by FAO, ठीक है, FAO फूड एंड एग्रीकल्चर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, ठीक है। तो कुट्टनाड फार्मिंग सिस्टम कहां पर है? केरला। बिलो सी लेवल, मतलब वो प्रैक्टिस करते बिलो सी लेवल, जहां पर मतलब सी लेवल के नीचे लैंड है, वहां पे ये प्रैक्टिस की जा रही है। This is unique and somehow some salinity or saline water is there, still they are practicing rice cultivation, paddy cultivation, ठीक है। तो ये कर्नाटका लिखा है, this one is incorrect. Now these are two new things for you, ये पहले पूछा हुआ है तो शायद आपने PYQ से इसको Akkadi Salu is an intercropping system that has been traditional practice not in Kerala but interiors of Karnataka. Now, what is the uniqueness of this Akkadi Salu intercropping? This ensures that there is soil conservation, prevention of soil erosion. So, for more than 8 to 9 months of the year, the soil will have some kind of crop. ठीक है, एक के बाद एक, पहले राइस होगा, उसके बाद में कोई एक मिलेट होगा, इस तरीके से वो क्या करता है, इंटरक्रॉपिंग करते रहता है, एक के बाद एक. And that ensures that the bare land is not there, because of that soil erosion happens. Okay, so this is the traditional agriculture practice. Traditional agriculture practice is of interest for UPSC. ठीक है, this one now Khandagiri is the traditional shifting cultivation system. आपको लग सकता है shifting cultivation है तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट इंडिया में होगा, but it's not in north east India, it is in, we can say, Wayanad district of Kerala. Wayanad district of Kerala. Okay, so तीनों के तीनों स्टेटमेंट इनकरेक्ट है यहाँ पर, none of them is correct. So you could have skipped this one also, क्योंकि ये थोड़ा सा नया इंफॉर्मेशन आपको मिल रहा है, ठीक है. बट दिस वेर इन न्यूज प्रोमिनेंटली, पिछले एक साल से न्यूज में है ये. हक्की पक्की ट्राइब, हक्की पक्की ट्राइब न्यूज में था कि नहीं? सम ऑफ द मेंबर्स ऑफ दिस कम्युनिटी वर ट्रैप्ड इन वन ऑफ द अफ्रीकन नेशन, बहुत ज्यादा न्यूज में था उस टाइम पे, पिछले साल. हक्की पक्की ट्राइब्स कर्नाटका, दिस वन इज करेक्ट. ओके, नाउ व्हाई दिस ट्राइब वाज इन न्यूज? हट्टी ट्राइब्स, it has been given scheduled tribe status recently, that's why it was in news. Belongs to particular region in Himachal Pradesh, this one is correct. Now Soliga tribes, Soliga tribes कहां पर है? कर्नाटका में. They are called as honey collecting tribes. The prime we can say activity they are doing, they are collecting honey, ठीक है, उनका प्राइम ऑक्यूपेशन हम ऐसे बोल सकते हैं. So this is very unique, Soligas, ठीक है. तो this one is incorrectly matched, so two are correctly matched, answer becomes B here, ठीक है. Okay, now what about this one? इसमें आपको दो तीन ही फैमिलियर दिख रहे होंगे, थोड़े से नाम अलग दिख रहे होंगे ना. एनसीईआरटी में भी नहीं है सारे नाम. एक तो वो रॉक्स वाला चैप्टर हम स्किप कर देते हैं या भूल भी जाते हैं कभी कभी, छोटा सा चैप्टर रखा है बीच में 2 पेज का, ठीक है. नाउ दे आर आस्किंग igneous rocks, see they are focusing certain kinds of rocks, like there was question in 2022 mains, primary rocks, the characteristics and types of primary rocks, mains में क्वेश्चन पूछा है. so they are, of course there is possibility कि वो प्री में भी फोकस करेंगे. प्राइमरी रॉक्स, igneous rocks का एग्जांपल, उसका एग्जांपल बोल सकते हैं प्राइमरी रॉक्स. So which are the examples? We know that granite is there, gabbro is there, but बाकी में आपको थोड़ा सा डाउट आ रहा होगा. We know that shale is a sedimentary rock, shale gas होता है ना, sediment. मार्बल हमें पता है मेटामॉर्फिक है, बट बाकी दो में कंफ्यूजन है और यहाँ पे गेस वर्क मुश्किल है, राइट. दिस फेलाइट इज अ मेटामॉर्फिक रॉक and diorite is, we can say, intrusive igneous rock. It is intrusive igneous rock. तो यहां पर देखिए 1, 2 और 3, सिर्फ 3 ही ए इज द करेक्ट आंसर। आया है सही, वेरी गुड, ठीक है। सो क्योंकि ये थोड़ा सा हम बोल सकते हैं डिफिकल्टी लेवल इसका ज्यादा है। दिस वन वाज इजी, रिवोल्यूशन लिख दिया है, ठीक है, रोटेशन लिखा है, रिवोल्यूशन भी लिखा है। So you could eliminate this one. Revolution of Earth is not having bearing on origin, or it is not influencing the ocean currents, right? It is not influencing the ocean currents. We know that ocean currents are originated because of, let's say, amount of insolation. First of all, we can say that. So because of that only, what is happening in equatorial region? There is expansion of water. So there is increase in sea level there near the equator, and there is a gradient created. Because of that, the origin is there. Thereafter, the pressure belts, and because of these different pressure belts, the winds are flowing. So we know that because of trade winds, the equatorial currents are being formed, है ना? North equatorial currents, south equatorial currents. So air pressure and wind is the prominent factor. Thereafter, ocean water density, yes, this is the secondary factors, we can say one of the secondary. Primary में आता नहीं है ये, ठीक है? Density and we can say salinity, it is not the primary factor, but it influences, of course. More dense water is going inside to the much depths, less dense is coming up, ठीक है? तो इस तरीके से आपको पता होना चाहिए कि द ओशनिक सर्कुलेशन, आपको क्या लगता है कि वो वार्म एंड कोल्ड करंट्स ही दो टाइप के ओशन करंट्स होता है? एनसीईआरटी में हमने देखा है टाइप्स ऑफ ओशन करंट्स में, दिस इज वन ऑफ द टाइप। देयर आर आल्सो सरफेस करंट्स एंड डीप ओशन करंट्स, है ना? तो डीप ओशन करंट्स कैसे तैयार हो रहे हैं? हाई डेंसिटी, एंड हाई डेंसिटी वाटर सीप्स इनटू लोअर डेप्थ्स। तो ये सही है, दिस वन इज इनकरेक्ट। And rotation of earth, Coriolis force, it influences its direction. Coriolis force, in northern hemisphere these ocean currents are moving to its right, and in southern hemisphere they are moving to its left. तो rotation of earth, revolution ये नहीं है। So ये थोड़ा हम बोल सकते हैं easy question था। C is the answer. Moving on, this one was easy. इकोनॉमिक ज्योग्राफी और ह्यूमन ज्योग्राफी। डेमोग्राफिक ट्रांजिशन थ्योरी, पॉपुलेशन थ्योरीज में हम 2-3 थ्योरीज पढ़ते हैं, माल्थुसियन थ्योरी, देन डेमोग्राफिक ट्रांजिशन थ्योरी, एंड देन मार्क्सियन कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ पॉपुलेशन, ठीक है? मार्क्सियन थ्योरी भी है। तो मेजर तो यही है, माल्थस एंड डेमोग्राफिक ट्रांजिशन थ्योरी। क्या होता है डेमोग्राफिक ट्रांजिशन में? सो देयर इज इस तरीके से शेप है उसका एक, right? There are two distinct 3 phases that any country passes through in terms of population growth. In first, what is there? There is high growth rate, or we can say birth rate, and high death rate, है ना? उसके बाद ये second stage में क्या होता है? Initially there is high birth rate but significantly lowering the death rate because of improvement in the medical science and all these things, ठीक है? And because of that there is expansion of population, उसको expansion stage बोलते हैं, है ना? जैसे हमारे इंडिया में 1950 to 1980 expanding population growth, right? And in the later half you can see that the birth rate is also coming down in later half of the second stage, ठीक है? And in third stage there is stable population now because it has now declined both birth rate as well as death rates. जैसे developed nations होता है, these are underdeveloped countries, most of the developing countries and developed countries. इस तरीके से हम देखते हैं कि any country is having these kinds of population transition. So have a look at these statements. First stage has high fertility, high mortality. This one is correct. Most of the people are engaged in agriculture. I told you underdeveloped. So primary occupation of most of the people is agriculture here. Now population growth is high. No, it's not high. It's fluctuating. हम उसको क्या बोलेंगे? Fluctuating है, high नहीं है. क्योंकि वहां पर डेथ रेट कम नहीं हुआ है। तो दिस वन इज इनकरेक्ट। 2 स्टेटमेंट सही है, बी इज द करेक्ट आंसर। मूविंग ऑन। ये तो बहुत ही ज्यादा न्यूज में है, मैंने मतलब इसीलिए डाला हुआ है डेलिबरेटली कि जो बहुत ज्यादा न्यूज में है ना वो यूपीएससी मैपिंग में पूछ रहा है। लास्ट टू लास्ट ईयर अफगानिस्तान, लास्ट ईयर यूक्रेन, रेड सी पिछले 2-3 महीने से, इधर से ये मिसाइल फेंक रहे हाउदीज, उधर से यूएस, फिर यूके, अब उधर तो मतलब इंडिया की शिप जाएगी नहीं जाए वो टेंशन है। और फिर हमारे इंडियन नेवी वाले वहां पर जाके हमारी शिप्स को गार्ड कर रहे हैं, पाकिस्तान वालों को भी हेल्प कर रहे हैं। ठीक है, ये सिचुएशन हो रही है रेड सी में। तो वी नो दैट इट इज मेजर ट्रेड रूट, गल्फ ऑफ सुएज, वहां से जो भी है। तो आपको पता है कौन सी कंट्रीज, हमने देखा होगा एटलस पे। तो इसका तो सही आया है सबका आंसर। सूडान, यही एक कंफ्यूजन रहा होगा कि हमें नहीं है ऐसे कैसे, बड़ा बॉर्डर है एकदम ठीक है, अब देखिए ठीक से, सूडान इज देयर, साउथ सूडान नहीं है, वो लैंडलॉक में नीचे। ठीक है, सूडान इज देयर। देन ईरान नहीं है, क्योंकि ईरान पर्शियन गल्फ के साइड में, ऊपर नॉर्थ में, अगर आपको याद आता है पर्शियन गल्फ, और उसके नॉर्थ में आप देखोगे गल्फ होर्मुज स्ट्रेट है, स्ट्रेट ऑफ होर्मुज, वो वहां पर आता है। और यहां पर जो स्ट्रेट है उसका नाम क्या है, रेड सी वाला, स्ट्रेट ऑफ बाब अल मंदाब, है ना। तो वो वाला यहां पर आता है। तो यमन है ना वहां पर, इसलिए तो हाउदीज फायर कहां कर, यमन से कर रहे हैं, वहां पे स्ट्रॉन्ग होल्ड है उनका। सो यमन इज देयर। ओमन नहीं है ना। तो ओमन कहां है, यमन के ऊपर है, ओमन उधर आता है पर्शियन गल्फ के साइड में। ठीक है, तो ये नहीं है। डिजिबाउती है, छोटा सा कंट्री वहां पर देखो। ठीक है, एंड एरिट्रिया इज देयर एंड ईरान इज नॉट देयर। 1 2 3 4 है यहां पर, तो ये सही आना चाहिए था मैपिंग में। ठीक है, मूविंग ऑन। व्हाट अबाउट दिस वन, ये तो सही आना चाहिए, कॉन्सेप्ट बेस्ड। मेजर इस्चुरीज इन इंडिया अकर ऑन द वेस्ट कोस्ट। वी नो दैट ऑन द वेस्ट कोस्ट इस्चुरीज आर फॉर्म, है ना। कॉन्टिनेंटल शेल्फ्स ऑन द ईस्ट कोस्ट ऑफ इंडिया आर वाइडर देन दैट ऑफ वेस्ट कोस्ट। ये भी सही है। दोनों में रिलेशन है क्या? Why estuaries are formed? नहीं है estuaries, हाँ, no, we will say that submerged coasts. One of the reason is submerged coast. We know that western coast is submerged coast. ठीक है, western coast of India is submerged, eastern coast is emerged coast, emergence हुआ है वहां पर। So in submergence what happens, suddenly the land, जो western घाट्स के west में जो land था वो क्या हो गया है, faulting की वजह से नीचे चला गया। It is attached to the main land, but it is now under water. That has become the part of continental shelf, and that's why it is wider. It is still part of your peninsular land या peninsular block. ठीक है, that's why we are saying that it is wider. But on the eastern coast, you can see that there is no such faulting. Rather, the ocean floor itself has moved up. उसको emergence बोलते हैं। ठीक है, that ocean floor is not part of your peninsular block, so we will not call it as a continental shelf. Continental shelf is extension of your continental landmass into water. ठीक है, about estuaries, you should know that these rivers are directly draining into the ocean and they don't have scope for deposition to form the deltas. ठीक है, डेल्टा फॉर्म करने के लिए देयर शुड बी जेंटल स्लोप फॉर लॉन्ग पीरियड ऑफ टाइम फॉर इट्स फ्लो। जैसे गंगा, ब्रह्मपुत्र, क्या हो रहा है वहां पर, मीन सी लेवल बहुत ही कम है, तो इट इज डिपॉजिटिंग एंड देन इट इज ड्रेनिंग इनटू ओशन। बट लुक एट द नर्मदा, तापी, दीज वेस्ट फ्लोइंग रिवर्स, उनके पास स्कोप ही नहीं है, वो रुक रही, इतनी फास्ट फ्लो कर रही है और इमीडिएटली ओशन आ रहा है. सो दिस इज द सेकंड रीजन. ठीक है, तो बोथ स्टेटमेंट्स आर इंडिविजुअली करेक्ट, वी कैन से हियर. क्या? तो वेस्ट कोस्ट पे ही तो बनती है, ईस्ट कोस्ट पे डेल्टास बनता है. नर्मदा, तापी एंड small rivers originating on western ghats flowing towards its west, they are forming estuaries. Estuaries क्या होता है? Whenever there is high tide, the ocean water is entering into river channel. That is estuary. ठीक है. Backwater is different concept. Backwater is because of the low gradient. मतलब क्या है, वहां पर सी लेवल से लैंड जो है बहुत ही कम है, तो उसकी वजह से क्या हो रहा है, ओशन वाटर जो है लैंड के अंदर घुस रहा है, उसको बैक वाटर्स बोलते हैं, जो केरला में हम देखते हैं. ठीक है, दैट इज डिफरेंट कॉन्सेप्ट. इश्यूरी इज डिफरेंट कॉन्सेप्ट. वहां पे हाई टाइड के टाइम पे वो क्या करता है, रिवर चैनल में आता है, लो टाइड में वो वापस रिवर ओशन में चला जाता है पानी. ठीक है, एंड दैट्स व्हाई इट एक्ट्स एज अ क्लीनिंग प्रोसेस. रिवर के जो भी पोल्यूटेंट्स लेके आती है ना रिवर, वो सब निकाल के ओशन में लेके जाता है इश्यूरी में. ठीक है, सो वी कैन से बी इज द आंसर हियर. मूविंग ऑन. नाउ दिस वन वाज इजी. व्हेनेवर आई से इजी, ये गलत नहीं होने चाहिए थे. 15 में से हमें आइडेंटिफाई करने चाहिए 8-9 क्वेश्चंस तो भी वो सही आने चाहिए, इजी वाले. ठीक है, सो व्हाट इज इट? एंडोजेनिक प्रोसेसेस आर डिवाइडेड एज, we can say, diastrophic and catastrophic processes. What are diastrophic processes? They are slow. Diastrophism is slow process. Catastrophic, it is very fast and sudden, like earthquake, volcanic eruption, that is very sudden. They are called as catastrophic. What are diastrophic? Mountain building or continent building processes are called as diastrophic. They are very slow. ठीक है, they take thousands of years. तो orogeny is mountain building, epirogeny is the continent building process. ठीक है, तो ये पहले दो तो है, but these are catastrophic. तो इसलिए आंसर क्या होता है, इसलिए मैंने बोला ये इजी है, बेसिक एनसीईआरटी से आपका ये सॉल्व होता है. ठीक है ना? ओके. This one was much easier, I would say. Concept: the location of thermal equator is not identical to that of geographic equator. Geographic equator क्या है? जो latitude 0 है आपका, and it is not same. Thermal equator is not same as a geographic equator. Rather, it lies to the north of geographic equator. ऐसा क्यों है? Because of unequal distribution of land and water. In northern hemisphere there is more land, in southern hemisphere there is less land and more ocean. So we know that the land and water is having different properties in terms of amount of heat they are absorbing and the time they are taking in that absorption and releasing. We know that land is heated quickly and cooled quickly as compared to ocean water, and because of that what happens is the northern hemisphere retains more heat as compared to southern hemisphere, क्योंकि वो रीडिस्ट्रीब्यूशन करते जा रहा है वहां पर बहुत ज्यादा. तो अनइक्वल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन. तो कॉन्टिनेंटैलिटी क्या होता है? when there is huge continent, that is land mass, the interiors of the continents they face extremities of temperature. जैसे साइबेरिया रीजन है, सेंट्रल एशिया, and in northern hemisphere we have such huge continents. In northern hemisphere we have huge continents, be it Asia or we can say Eurasia and the North America. तो यहाँ पर interiors of continents they are absorbing more heat. लैंड ज्यादा है, ठीक है, and they are not distributing immediately with the ocean surface that heat. तो यूनिफॉर्म सरफेस नहीं है, कॉन्टिनेंटैलिटी इफेक्ट इज अप्लाइड देयर. बट सदर्न हेमिस्फेयर में क्या है, इमीडिएटली बीच आ जाता है, ओशन सरफेस, ठीक है। तो वट एवर द लैंड दैट इज गेटिंग हीटेड वो इमीडिएटली क्या करता है, ओशन से मिक्स कर देता है। दैट्स व्हाई इट इज लिटिल बिट यूनिफॉर्म। दैट्स व्हाई द आंसर इज डी हियर, कॉन्टिनेंटैलिटी इफेक्ट। इसको आप अदर वे से भी बोल सकते हैं, अनइक्वल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ लैंड एंड वाटर, वो आ सकता है ऑप्शन एग्जाम में, ठीक है। तो वन एंड द सेम थिंग वी कैन से। नाउ दीज वर ज्योग्राफी क्वेश्चंस, तो कॉन्सेप्ट बेस्ड क्वेश्चंस एंड सम ऑफ द मैपिंग सेक्शन क्वेश्चंस शुड हैव बीन करेक्ट। जो प्लेसेस इन न्यूज है, हम ट्राई कर रहे हैं नए नए प्लेसेस जो इंपॉर्टेंट है वो कवर करने का। कंसिडर दिस एज अ न्यू इंफॉर्मेशन and revise it again and again. Environment, yes, you can see we are following the pattern of UPSC. Some questions from environmental law, some questions species based, some question protected areas, and some questions international initiatives like cooling coalition. Such kind of questions we have asked. What about this one, species based question? Sharks are often targeted by hunters for their fins, which are highly prized as delicacies. दैट इज ट्रू। शार्क जो है या फिर व्हेल्स, व्हेलिंग मैक्सिमम टाइम क्यों होता है, वो जो फिन्स होता है उनके, उनका एक काफी अच्छा सूप बनता है, फिन सूप बोलते हैं उसको, ठीक है। एंड दैट इज बेसिकली पार्ट ऑफ कल्चर इन सम ऑफ द कंट्रीज। तो दिस वन इज करेक्ट। पैंगोलिन्स आर पोच्ड फॉर देयर स्केल्स थेराप्यूटिक, ये तो हमें पता है, चाइना में सबसे ज्यादा होता है, साउथ ईस्ट एशिया, चाइना। Sangai deer is often poached for its horns, which are medicinal. अब यहां पे ट्रिक वर्ड है। ट्रिक वर्ड क्या है? Sangai deer is called bro antlered deer, and antlers and horns are not same. आप बोल रहे हो कि ये क्या बोल रहे हैं सर आप, डियर के सर पे जो होता है वो उसको हम हॉर्न बोल रहे हैं या एंटलर बोल रहे हैं? अब तक तो यही पता था, ठीक है। दे आर डिफरेंट। हाउ? हॉर्न्स आर परमानेंट फीचर्स, हॉर्न्स आर परमानेंट फीचर्स, बट एंटलर्स आर ग्रोन एंड शेड बाय दीज डियर्स एवरी ईयर. Antlers are extension of their skull, but horns are attached to their skull by one cartilage. ठीक है, तो ये थोड़ा सा डिटेल में, इसलिए तो एनवायरमेंट ये घुस के पूछ रहा है ना एक एक क्वेश्चन कुछ भी. ठीक है, तो हॉर्न्स आर डिफरेंट. हॉर्न्स कहां पे होता है? कैटल में होता है, शीप्स में होता है या गोट्स में होता है, वो हॉर्न्स है. बट एंटलर्स यू कैन फाइंड इन डियर्स, रेनडियर्स, तो ये एंटलर्स होते हैं. डिफरेंस. ओके, सो यहां पर ये हॉर्न्स वर्ड जो है वो इनकरेक्ट है, एंड दैट्स व्हाई दिस स्टेटमेंट बिकम्स इनकरेक्ट. तो ठीक है, तो थोड़ा सा आपको ये फाइन ट्यून करना है. आपको एक्सप्लेनेशन में हमने एक टेबल दिया है, वहां पर उसका डिफरेंस भी दिया हुआ है अच्छे से. व्हाट अबाउट दिस वन? They are asking such kind of questions. No, eco-sensitive zone is continuously in news पिछले 1-2 साल में. ठीक है, तो वो जैन कम्युनिटी का झारखंड में जो चल रहा था प्रोटेस्ट, इफ यू रिमेम्बर, इको-सेंसिटिव जोन, नहीं याद है? कौन से हिल्स का नाम था वो? कुछ तो पी से नाम है ना उनका. पारसनाथ हिल्स, इको-सेंसिटिव जोन. Then Kerala, then Supreme Court judgment, 1 kilometer eco-sensitive zone for all is not feasible. ऐसा कुछ तो चल रहा है continuously. They will not ask that thing. They will ask legal thing. ठीक है, तो eco-sensitive zone, once it is declared around national park, what is allowed and what is not allowed? Okay, the people living in the village within the ES said must evacuate the region and relocate elsewhere. Let me tell you, only in terms of tiger reserve they have to relocate outside their core areas. ठीक है, टाइगर रिजर्व से रिलोकेट करने की प्रोविजन है, बाकी कहीं से भी नहीं है. नॉट नेशनल पार्क्स, वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरीज, बायोस्फीयर. ठीक है, तो इको सेंसिटिव जोन तो उनके बाहर होता है, वहां से क्यों इवैक्यूएट करेंगे? थोड़ा लॉजिक यूज करिए आप. ठीक है, सो This one is incorrect. A blanket ban on imposed on further widening of roads and commercial mining. Now, the concern is basically the pollution and environmental degradation. Declaring eco-sensitive zone, the main reason is to protect the outside region of those protected areas from degradation, environmental degradation and polluting activities of human beings. तो कमर्शियल माइनिंग तो बैंड ही होगा ना, ये तो प्रॉब्लमेटिक है, इसीलिए तो इको सेंसिटिव जोन डिक्लेयर कर रहे हैं हम. If you remember the Gadgir report of Western Ghats, what they said, इको सेंसिटिव जोन 64% डिक्लेयर कर दो और सब बैन कर दो वहां का माइनिंग, बोला था कि नहीं उन्होंने? But widening of road is essential, no? Essential for people living there. Sometimes it is required. तो ये complete prohibition इस पे नहीं होगा, blanket ban. तो ये जो है incorrect है, ये सही है, तो partially incorrect statement is incorrect statement. The local people are allowed to undertake any construction on their land. अब आपको यहाँ पे कंफ्यूजन हो गया होगा कि एनी कंस्ट्रक्शन बोल दिया है, तो वहां पे कौन सा वो बुर्ज खलीफा बांधने वाले है ना? बेसिकली इट इज द ऑटोनॉमी गिवन हियर वी कैन से. ठीक है, तो ऑटोनॉमी दी गई है, बट इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि वो कुछ भी बांध सकते हैं. ऑफ कोर्स इट इज फॉर देयर ओन स्मॉल बिजनेस पर्पस, हाउसिंग पर्पस, इसके लिए. तो वी कैन से दिस वन इज करेक्ट. And that's why only one, that is A, is the correct answer here. So we have to look into such details whenever environmental law rules उससे related questions आते हैं. Okay, renewable energy या nuclear energy से हमेशा एक question आ रहा है. देखो इस साल उन्होंने यूरेनियम पूछा था कि नहीं? यूरेनियम पूछा था ना, enrichment 60% लिख दिया था. And there was one question that thermal power plant is located, वो 3 स्टेटमेंट थे ना, डेजर्ट एरिया में नहीं है, कोस्टल एरिया में कोई थर्मल पावर प्लांट नहीं है, इस तरीके से था क्वेश्चन. सो renewable energy is prominent area and you should know certain data, facts. Even for mains examination, every year they will ask either in GS1 geography or GS3 environment. Renewable energy. सोलर एंड विंड उनका फेवरेट एरिया है मेंस के लिए, हर साल क्वेश्चन आता है. ठीक है, सो इंडिया इज करेंटली 4th हाईएस्ट इंस्टॉल कैपेसिटी इन द वर्ल्ड इन टर्म्स ऑफ विंड एनर्जी. ठीक है, तो दिस वन इज करेक्ट. लार्जेस्ट इज चाइना. एट प्रेजेंट व्हाट वी हैव इंस्टॉल कैपेसिटी अराउंड 42 गीगावाट्स विंड एनर्जी. ठीक है, विंड एनर्जी. गुजरात लीड्स इन इंस्टॉल कैपेसिटी. अब यहां पे कंफ्यूजन हुआ होगा. देयर इज अ स्लाइट डिफरेंस बिटवीन गुजरात एंड तमिलनाडु, एंड तमिलनाडु इज द लीडिंग स्टेट एंड सेकंड लीडिंग इज गुजरात, देन कर्नाटका, देन महाराष्ट्र. इस तरीके से याद रखना है. एंड दैट्स व्हाई, ओके, पार्डन मी, कमांड इज इनकरेक्ट. कमांड इज इनकरेक्ट एंड दैट्स व्हाई आंसर बिकम्स 2 ओनली, बी. ठीक है, तो रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के सारे एनर्जी, सोलर एनर्जी, विंड एनर्जी, इवन हाइड्रोलिक एनर्जी, ठीक है, तो वो सारे आपको डेटा तैयार करके रखना है. न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी, देन कूल कोएलिशन. दिस इनिशिएटिव वाज इन न्यूज. COP28 हुआ, ग्लोबल कूलिंग प्लेज हुआ कि नहीं वहां पर? देखा होगा आपने इनिशिएटिव्स में. COP28, UAE, global cooling pledge. Basically that was part of, we can say, collaboration between the host country and cool coalition. This cool coalition is initiative of UNEP, launched in 2019. ये जो लिखा, it was launched by clean cooling, ये नहीं है. clean cooling collaborative ये नहीं है, UNEP का इनिशिएटिव है. ठीक है. Now what it seeks to do, it seeks to reduce the energy consumption in the cooling sector. जैसे AC, refrigerator और industrial cooling systems are there. It seeks to reduce the energy consumption by energy efficiency. ठीक है, एनर्जी इफिशियंसी लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं यहां पर थ्रू दैट. सो यू शुड नो, एंड इंडिया इज पार्ट ऑफ कूल कोएलिशन. ठीक है, इंडिया इज पार्ट ऑफ कूल कोएलिशन, बट इंडिया हैज नॉट टेकन दैट ग्लोबल कूलिंग प्लेज. ठीक है, तो ये दोनों में डिफरेंस आपको याद रखना है. इट कनेक्ट्स गवर्नमेंट नॉन गवर्नमेंट एक्टर्स. सो वी कैन से दैट दिस वन इज करेक्ट. ये जो है इनकरेक्ट है. आंसर बिकम्स ए हियर. ठीक है. What about this one? Species based question. Tapirs. पहली बार सुना है सर. Tapirs are like pigs दिखने में, but they have extended snout. आप गूगल करके उसका फोटो देखिएगा, अभी मैंने लाया नहीं है वो. ठीक है, तो they have snout and they do not belong to family of pigs, but they belong to the family of horses and rhinoceros. ठीक है, दिखते हैं पिग की तरह, but they belong to family of horses and rhinoceros. So, unique, different one. Okay, now in India, the Malayan tapirs sometimes are seen across the border with Myanmar, Northeast India में. ठीक है, वो म्यांमार में ज्यादा उनका साउथ ईस्ट एशियन कंट्रीज में होते हैं मलायन तापिर. तो वो ये देखिए, ओनली तापिर स्पीसीज फाउंड इन साउथ ईस्ट एशिया. दिस वन इज करेक्ट. इन द वर्ल्ड देयर आर 4 स्पीसीज ऑफ तापिर्स एंड वन ऑफ देम इज मलायन तापिर. साउथ ईस्ट एशिया और एशिया में यही मिलता है. माउंटेन तापिर इज नेचुरली फाउंड इन वेस्टर्न घाट्स. इनकरेक्ट. माउंटेन तापिर इज नेचुरली फाउंड इन एंडीज माउंटेन. तो आपको ये स्किप करना चाहिए था क्वेश्चन, ऑफ कोर्स. एंड तापिर्स आर गारंटीड सेम लेवल ऑफ प्रोटेक्शन एज टाइगर्स इन इंडिया. मतलब क्या होना चाहिए, वो शेड्यूल 1 में होने चाहिए. ऐसा फ्रेमिंग आ रहा है अब यूपीएससी में. एक था ना क्वेश्चन, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग एनिमल्स हैव सेम लेवल ऑफ प्रोटेक्शन एज टाइगर. ऐसा क्वेश्चन आया था पीवाईक्यू. तो वो क्या है, शेड्यूल 1 ऑफ वाइल्ड लाइफ प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट 1972. That is true, we can say. Tapirs are given such kind of protection in India. So, 2 statements are correct here. B is the answer. What about this one? ठीक है, ये तो जेनेरिक भी दिख रहा है थोड़ा सा, है ना. स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड है. रीजेनरेटिव एग्रीकल्चर एम्फेसाइजेस ऑन रिवाइटलाइजिंग सॉइल हेल्थ एंड बायोडायवर्सिटी. मतलब नहीं पता है तो भी इसको सही मार्क कर सकते हैं. And of course, because of intensive farming that is problematic to the environment, it releases carbon dioxide like rice cultivation. So if we are intensively cultivating rice, paddy cultivation, so that result into methane emissions. Second is, we can say that carbon dioxide कैसे release कर रहा है ये atmosphere में, intensive cultivation, intensive farming. Basically intensive cultivation result into more and more carbon from the soil is taken up, soil and atmosphere is taken up by these plants, and they are burnt later on as a stubble burning. ठीक है, वो क्या करता है बाद में, फार्मर्स उसको बर्न कर देते हैं. उसकी वजह से CO2 एटमॉस्फेयर में ज्यादा जा रहा है. तो एज अ सोल्यूशन टू दिस, रीजनरेटिव एग्रीकल्चर इज एम्फसाइज्ड. तो इसलिए हम बोल सकते हैं कि स्टेटमेंट 2 इज द करेक्ट एक्सप्लेनेशन ऑफ स्टेटमेंट 1. व्हाट अबाउट दिस वन? लॉ बेस्ड क्वेश्चन. प्रिवेंशन ऑफ क्रुएल्टी टू एनिमल्स एक्ट 1960. ये स्ट्रीट डॉग्स या फिर बहुत बार न्यूज में होता है ना ये लॉ, इसकी वजह से स्ट्रीट डॉग्स को क्या करना चाहिए, प्रॉब्लम दिल्ली में तो बहुत बार होता है. Prevention of cruelty to animals 1960. Yes, this is very important law, and to bring this law, one personality, Srimati Rukmini Devi Arundale. You may have read about her name when you read about this Animal Welfare Board of India. Arundale. She was humanist and we can say she put on lot of efforts to bring this law and establish this statutory body under this law, Animal Welfare Board of India. Till recent time, it was having headquarters in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, but it is shifted now to Haryana. Vallabhgarh, Haryana. Vallabhgarh, Haryana. Headquarter. ठीक है, so first one is correct. It does not allow dehorning of cattle by its owners. देखिए, of course it looks like cruelty, but the law is having certain exemptions. Law itself is having certain exemptions. Okay, for certain purpose, the owners like farmers, they can dehorn the cattle. Okay, तो ऐसे exemptions दिए हुए हैं. और what you can say, वो जो हॉर्स होता है उसके नोज में से वो रोप डालते हैं, ठीक है, वो घोड़े के लिए, रथ के लिए या उसको राइड करने के लिए. तो इट लुक्स लाइक क्रुएल्टी बट इट इज अलाउड बाय ओनर. तो हम एक्सप्लेनेशन में वो कुछ चीजें जो एग्जाम्पशंस दिए वो हाईलाइट किए हमने, वही ऐड किए उसमें. ठीक है, सो इट इज इनकरेक्ट. इट इज अलाउड. इट लीगलाइजेस क्लिनिकल ट्रायल्स ऑन एनिमल्स इन द कंट्री. दैट इज ऑल्सो ट्रू. क्लिनिकल ट्रायल्स होते हैं ना इंडिया में एनिमल्स पे. ठीक है, अंडर दिस लॉ इट इज अलाउड. इट लीगलाइजेस. This one is correct, and that's why answer becomes B here. ठीक है, okay. Now, what about this one? Open natural ecosystem. इसमें एक थोड़ा सा हम बोल सकते हैं टाइपिंग एरर है. They are facing growing threat from renewable energy. प्रोजेक्ट्स होना चाहिए था. ठीक है, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी से क्या थ्रेट होता है किसी को? आपको लगा होगा ना ये, है ना? रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी प्रोजेक्ट्स आर कमिंग अप ऑन वेस्टलैंड्स, नो? एंड वेस्टलैंड्स आर पार्ट ऑफ ओपन नेचुरल इकोसिस्टम्स. लाइक सोलर पावर प्लांट्स वी आर ट्राइंग टू सेट अप ऑन वेस्टलैंड्स, विंड पावर प्लांट्स. तो वो उसको थ्रेटन कर रहा है वहां की इकोसिस्टम्स को. So by that way this one will be correct. Open natural ecosystems are, we can say, group of ecosystems, like examples we can take wetlands or even grasslands, or we can say coastal lands, marshy lands, जो forest के अंडर legal definition के अंडर नहीं आती है revenue department के, तो उनको हम बोल सकते हैं कि they are part of open natural ecosystem. ठीक है, like cold desert is there, open natural ecosystem. ठीक है, so they are clearly defined under Environment Protection Act. They are not clearly defined. ठीक है, wetlands and grasslands, this one is correct. They play crucial role in carbon sequestration. All ecosystems play role. तो उतना तो लॉजिक हम लगा ही सकते हैं. You seem lost. क्या हो रहा है वहां पे? एसी बंद करवाना है तो आप बोलिए बाहर जाके उनको. ठीक है, वो कर देंगे बंद. ठीक है, दिस वन इज इनकरेक्ट. तो 3 स्टेटमेंट सही है इसमें. सी इज द करेक्ट आंसर. हाँ, तो वी स्टैंड करेक्टेड. दैट्स व्हाई आई टोल्ड यू कि उसमें थोड़ा सा करेक्शन करने की जरूरत थी. ठीक है, तो इसलिए कंफ्यूजन हुआ होगा आपको उसमें. ठीक है, दिस वन, इथिलीन विनाइल एसीटेट, polyvinyl chloride PVC are commonly used in the footwear industry. This is true. These are byproducts of refineries. ठीक है, petrochemical complexes. This one is correct. And they are very harmful for overall ecology. Okay, this footwear industry is producing lot of non-biodegradable products. Because of these, they are non-biodegradable. So, second statement is solution. Recycled plastic bottles and rubber tires can make footwear industry more eco-friendly. Nowadays they are coming up with this concept and they are promoting by highlighting this in marketing. ये recycled product है. तो हमारे जैसे पढ़े लिखे लोग और ज्यादा इन्फ्लुएंस होता है उस चीज से, है ना? एनवायरमेंटलिस्ट जिसको हम बोलते हैं. तो दोनों सही है इसमें, बट हाँ, पार्डन मी, इनकरेक्ट है. तो नीदर 1 नॉर 2 होना चाहिए, इसका डी होना चाहिए। ठीक है, वेटलैंड्स रूल्स ऑफ 2010। ठीक है, फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट, it is compulsory for state governments to identify, demarcate, officially designate all wetlands within stipulated period of 2 years. Yes, these rules provide for this timeline. First statement is correct, but these rules led to establishment of wetland authority at national and not these rules. These rules were later amended in 2017. Wetlands Conservation and Management Rules 2017. Under these, the new provisions were added for setting up of these authorities. ठीक है, 2010 के रूल्स में नहीं थे वो provisions. It was amended in 2017 and these provisions were made, and that's why answer becomes A here. ठीक है, तो बहुत ही फाइन हमें इंफॉर्मेशन पता होनी चाहिए, डिटेल इंफॉर्मेशन पता होनी चाहिए इसकी। ये न्यूज में था बिकॉज ऑफ COP28। COP28 हमने ईडी का सेशन भी लिया हुआ था, उसमें भी हमने बताया था ग्लोबल रिवर सिटीज अलायंस वाज लॉन्च्ड बाय इंडिया ऑन द साइडलाइंस ऑफ COP28। ग्लोबल रिवर सिटी अलायंस, so National Mission on Clean Ganga had made one pact with the authority in London, Thames River का जो मैनेज करता है वो, उनके साथ में उन्होंने ये टाइप किया था as a first type, Global River Cities Alliance. Now this was launched in India by National Mission on Clean Ganga in 2022. In 2022. But that does not mean it only includes the cities along the Ganga river. National Mission on Clean Ganga है इसलिए वो नहीं है, rather any city located on any river in India can become part of this River Cities Alliance. ये देखिए, only those cities part of Ganga. Now more than 30 cities in India are part of this alliance now. They want to share the we can say that advanced technologies and the information about how to reduce the riverine pollution and all these things. ठीक है, it is joint initiative of India and Bangladesh. No way it is joint initiative of India and Bangladesh. It is the initiative of India only, and that too National Mission on Clean Ganga. It envisages facility platform for initiating river sensitive planning and development. This is generic statement, so only one statement is correct here. ठीक है, याद रखना है आपको, ग्लोबल रिवर सिटीज अलायंस इज इंडियाज इनिशिएटिव, COP28 थेम्स रिवर के साथ हमने किया हुआ है वहां पे। व्हाट अबाउट दिस वन? यूनिक है, फर्स्ट है, हमारे लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है। Which one of the following states in India is the first in the country to unveil its own comprehensive policy to combat invasive species? And that is Tamil Nadu. ठीक है, तमिलनाडु पिछले ही साल उन्होंने ये अनाउंस किया हुआ है पॉलिसी। सो फर्स्ट है और यूनिक है, तो इसलिए ये इंपॉर्टेंट है हमारे लिए। ठीक है, व्हाट अबाउट दिस वन? कोल्ड स्पॉट्स, हॉट स्पॉट्स। वी नो अबाउट बायोडायवर्सिटी हॉटस्पॉट्स. They are they are having very high level of biological diversities, है ना? But what are cold spots? Cold spots are basically the areas having extreme environmental conditions and there is little we can say scope for biological diversity. इतना ज्यादा biological diversity, for example desert, hot desert, cold desert. So extreme environmental conditions, so there are less scopes for we can say that more number of species there, क्योंकि वो अडॉप्ट करना और उस तरीके से। But the advantage for those areas is that as there are less number of species, competition is less and there can be quick evolution of the species in that region as compared to biodiversity hotspot where there is more competition and it takes lot of time for evolution of new species there. ये कॉन्सेप्ट आपको पता होना है, ठीक है। Cold spots provide more opportunity for rapid diversification of plants. This one is correct. The hotspots, but although rich in endemic species, are highly threatened ecosystems at present. ये इंडिविजुअली सेपरेटली करेक्ट है, उसका रीजन नहीं है. इसका रीजन है क्या वो, कि वो क्यों रैपिड डाइवर्सिफिकेशन के लिए. दे आर हाईली थ्रेटन, वी नो अबाउट दैट. ठीक है, बट दैट इज नॉट द रीजन दे आर हैविंग वेरी हाई लेवल ऑफ बायोडाइवर्सिटी. तो ये इंडिविजुअली दोनों सही है. क्या दिया है इसका आंसर? बी दिया है. एक्सप्लेनेशन आपने लिया नहीं है? एक्सप्लेनेशन ले लेना है प्रिंट जाते वक्त. ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट्स आप डिस्क्रिप्शन से डाउनलोड करिए. हाँ, व्हाट अबाउट दिस वन? This is given in one of the NCERT. Soil salinization can be caused by how many of the above mentioned factors? Soil salinization and soil acidity. There are different factors for this. We know about the problem of salinization, alkalinization, especially in Punjab and Haryana, due to high water table and excess irrigation. Excess irrigation. Second, coastal regions face salinized soils. Why? Sea level rise. Because of sea level rise, the saline water will enter into that. Then arid and dry conditions. Because of that, what will happen? More and more evaporation, and there will be more and more salts coming in the upper layer of soil because of evaporation with water, and they are deposited in the upper layer, making the soil saline. That is what it is happening in Punjab, Haryana and Rajasthan region. इंदिरा गांधी कैनल इरिगेट तो कर रहे हैं, बट वो इवेपोरेशन हो रहा है बहुत ज्यादा, और पानी के साथ सारे सॉल्ट नीचे से ऊपर आ रहे हैं. सो कंकर्स, लेयर ऑफ कंकर्स इज बीइंग फॉर्म देयर. द सॉइल्स आर बिकमिंग बंजर. ये हेवी रेनफॉल विल लीड टू लीचिंग, एंड दैट विल इंक्रीज द एसिडिटी. It doesn't make it saline. इससे क्या होता है? pH ड्रॉप कर देता है वो सॉइल का. And same is here, decomposition of organic matter will release the acids. It will release the acids, increasing the acidity. तो ये दो फैक्टर्स एसिडिटी से रिलेटेड है सॉइल, और ये सैलिनिटी से है, एंड दैट्स व्हाई आंसर इज ठीक. हाई वाटर टेबल. Yes. So what we see in the North Indian plains, there is high water table, and because of that, what happens is these states are basically extracting lot of water for irrigation purpose. ठीक है. ग्राउंड वाटर टेबल है, ज्यादा होना, ऊपर तक होना. ठीक है. लो ग्राउंड वाटर टेबल मतलब बहुत नीचे तक है. ठीक है. ये प्रॉब्लम होता है सैलिनिटी में, क्योंकि वहां पर पानी ज्यादा है ऊपर तक, तो वो इवेपोरेट करेगा ज्यादा. ठीक है, इजीली. दूसरा रीजन है, ये क्या करते हैं, वहां से हम पानी निकालते हैं इरिगेशन के लिए भी. लो वाटर टेबल सलाइन नहीं करेगा. क्यों नहीं करेगा? क्योंकि पानी ज्यादा नीचे तक सिप करेगा. वहां पर जो भी पानी गिरेगा तो वो क्या करेगा? बहुत नीचे तक जाएगा. बट यहां पर क्या कर रहा है? ज्यादा नीचे तक जा ही नहीं रहा है. इमीडिएटली देयर इज ग्राउंड वाटर. कौन सा वाला? नहीं होता है, खारा नहीं होता है. बट वहां से जब पानी ऊपर आता है थ्रू कैपिलरी एक्शन, प्लांट्स ऑल्सो टेक सम काइंड ऑफ ग्राउंड वाटर, सॉइल वाटर जिसको हम बोलते हैं. ठीक है. तो कैपिलरी एक्शन से क्या हो रहा है? सॉइल के निचले हिस्से में जो सॉल्ट्स है ना, वो उसके साथ ऊपर आके डिपॉजिट होता है. उसको सैलिनाइजेशन बोलते हैं. ठीक है. वो नीचे, मतलब बी में क्या होता है? इल्यूवेशन एंड इल्यूवेशन हम पढ़ते हैं. ठीक है. तो जो ऊपर आने वाला प्रोसेस है बिकॉज ऑफ इवेपोरेशन, उसकी वजह से सैलिनाइजेशन होता है. नहीं, वो गलत हो जाता. ठीक है, वो गलत हो जाता. ओके, फाइन. नाउ व्हाट अबाउट दिस वन? पायरोलिसिस. pyrolysis is one of the method of waste to energy process. हम पढ़ते हैं waste to energy pyrolysis, when the organic matter, or we can say that the matter which is made up of carbon, when it is burnt under the anaerobic condition, so that means sufficient oxygen is not available for burning, that is called as pyrolysis. And the outcome of this reaction, तो ऑर्गेनिक है तो सेल्यूलोज बर्न हो रहा है, यहां पर ऑर्गेनिक है तो क्या है, सेल्यूलोज बर्न हो रहा है, एंड दैट आउटकम ऑफ दैट केमिकल रिएक्शन इज मीथेन, कार्बन मोनोऑक्साइड एंड वाटर. ठीक है, तो ये एक एडिशनल इंफॉर्मेशन आपको रखिए, दोनों स्टेटमेंट सही है इसमें. सो पार्डन मी अगेन, इनकरेक्ट है पूछा हुआ, तो डी इज द करेक्ट आंसर हियर, पायरोलिसिस. सो एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली प्रैक्टिसेस के ऊपर क्वेश्चन आ सकते हैं आपको अलग अलग वे से. रैट होल माइनिंग वाज इन न्यूज, वहां पे कुछ लोग मतलब अटक गए थे रैट होल में मेघालय में, इसलिए न्यूज में था. रैट होल माइनिंग इज वेरी famous or infamous in Meghalaya. We know that Meghalaya is having the coal deposits, but they are not commercially viable to extract. Why? Because the coal that is found there is having very high sulfur content. It is having very high sulfur content, so it is not suitable, and that's why it is not commercially extracted. But the people illegally डू रैट होल माइनिंग. रैट होल मतलब क्या, एक इंडिविजुअल जो है ऐसे निकालता जाता है चूहे की तरह, अंदर तक जाता है. ठीक है, तो ये वहां पर बहुत ज्यादा चलता है. बट एनजीटी हैज बैंड दैट रैट होल माइनिंग इन 2014. इट इज प्रॉब्लमैटिक. व्हाई? बिकॉज इट इज polluting the rivers in that region, like this one. Rat hole mining in Meghalaya has affected Kopili river. How? It has made it more acidic by lowering its pH. It has made it more acidic by lowering its pH. अगर आपने न्यूज में पढ़ा होगा कि ये एसिडिक हो गया है, एसिडिक, तो हमें तो बेसिक साइंस पता है कि ये pH कम कर रहा है इसका. ठीक है, तो दिस वन इज इनकरेक्ट, दिस वन इज करेक्ट एंड दिस वन इज इनकरेक्ट, क्योंकि ये क्या है, लो सल्फर बोल रहा है, हाई सल्फर. सो ओनली वन स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट हियर, रैट होल माइनिंग. ठीक है, all right, so all these were questions. Again I am telling you, geography, stick to the formula. 50% आपके कौन से क्वेश्चन आ रहे हैं, मैपिंग सेक्शन, and second is remaining 50% some questions, 3-4 questions from the concept, especially statement 1 and statement 2 based, and remaining questions are from human and economic geography. एक दो रिसोर्स के ऊपर आता है, जैसे कोबाल्ट का पूछ लिया उन्होंने, इल्मेनाइट मिनरल्स, रूटाइल एंड इल्मेनाइट पूछ लिया. So be prepared with such kind of questions. Resource distribution, ठीक है, वर्ल्ड का भी इंडिया का भी, एंड कॉन्सेप्ट आपका क्लाइमेटोलॉजी एंड ओशनोग्राफी. ठीक है, जियोमॉर्फोलॉजी का भी उन्होंने पी वेव्स एस वेव्स पूछा, बट वो इजी था, बहुत सिंपल था. मोस्ट ऑफ द स्टूडेंट फेस प्रॉब्लम इन क्लाइमेटोलॉजी कॉन्सेप्ट्स, तो वो बहुत अच्छे से तैयार करना है. एंड इन एनवायरमेंट 2 years करंट अफेयर्स. ठीक है, 1 year के करंट अफेयर्स से नहीं हो रहा है कवर. So 2 years current affairs for prelims oriented, I am telling you. Last year का आपने शायद पढ़ के रखा होगा, आपके पास ईयरली कंपाइलेशन होगा. ठीक है, तो वो और इस साल के आपने जो मंथली मैगजीन्स पढ़े, तो that will be sufficient along with your basic study material. Fine, any question? So hereafter there will be science and tech section and current affairs by Jahidul sir. Okay, fine. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. So I hope I'm audible to online people also. Okay. So today I'm going to discuss the science and technology section and current affairs section. So basically in science and technology there are around 9 questions, and so from 92 to 100, and in current affairs I'm going to discuss about 15 questions. So in all around 24 questions I'm going to discuss, right? So from the current affairs sections we do have questions from science and technology, we do have questions from art and culture, we have questions from other areas also, okay? So these questions are very important. So like this is the first question that we are going to discuss, and name of this question is like this particular question, it says space mission and purpose. On one side they have given the name of the space missions, and on other side they have talked about the purpose. What is the purpose of these space missions? So one of the space mission that they have mentioned is Artemis mission, right? So they said creating a permanent base on moon. So when we talk about Artemis mission, so this mission has been initiated by NASA, National Aeronautics and Space Administration. National Aeronautics and Space Administration is a space agency of the United States of America. So as part of the Artemis mission, they have created multiple accords: Artemis Accord 1, Artemis Accord 2, Artemis Accord 3, and Artemis Accord 4. So under these accords, basically they want to achieve a specific target, and after achieving one target, they want to reach to the next level. So finally, the final purpose of the Artemis mission, final purpose of the Artemis Accord is to set up a permanent base on the moon. We want to set up the permanent base on the moon. And this project is of NASA, but like it is not being done solely by NASA. They have partnered with multiple space agencies in the world. They have even partnered with Indian Space Research Organization. So ISRO is also playing a crucial role in this particular mission. So this mission is going to be, let's say, synonymous or similar to the missions that we have, let's say, on Antarctica or on Arctic. For example, in the North Pole and South Pole of the Earth, we have set up multiple missions. Why? Because we wanted to study the atmosphere over there. We wanted to study the climate related aspects. So that's why similarly NASA has planned to set up a base, permanent base on moon. So that is known as Artemis, right? Artemis mission, Artemis. So this is right. Second, it says demonstration of precise lunar landing. However, this name of the mission is wrong, because the mission that was in news, it is known as SLIM mission, and this SLIM mission has been launched by Japan. Okay, SLIM stands for smart lander for investigating the moon, right? Smart lander for investigating the moon. So through SLIM mission, what Japan wants to do, Japan wanted to demonstrate its capability to have a precise landing on the south pole of the moon, right? On the moon. Basically, India has launched Chandrayaan-3 mission. So what was the purpose of Chandrayaan-3 mission? Is to make a soft landing on the surface of the moon, on the southern part of the moon. Then other purpose was to, let's say, demonstrate the rover to rove or travel on the surface of the moon, right? We wanted to collect samples from there. So similar to the Chandrayaan-3 mission, Japan has also launched a mission which is known as SLIM mission, a smart lander for investigating the moon. However, what was their target? Their target was to make a soft landing, right, on a precise location on the surface of the moon. As we know, Earth is rotating, right? Earth is revolving around the sun. Similarly, moon is also rotating, right? Moon is also rotating. But like, they wanted to make a soft landing as well as precise landing on the south pole of the moon. And India has helped Japan, right? So let's say Chandrayaan-2 had an orbiter which was functioning, right? And that Chandrayaan-2's orbiter has helped Japan to make precise landing on the south pole of the moon. After they have achieved this, they have thanked Indian Space Research Organization and its chairman also. So that's why it was in news. So name of this mission is SLIM, Smart Lander for investigating the moon. Okay, so second is not matched correctly. Third, it says Euclid mission. So here what they want to do, they want to explore the dark universe. What do we mean by dark universe? basically the universe is composed of dark matter and dark energy. Means like visible part of the universe is known as the visible universe. The other part of the universe which is not visible to us, right, it also composes of matter. Because like, you know, we study about gravitational field, we study about different types of, let's say, phenomena that is happening in the universe through visible matter. But like, you know, without the presence of dark matter, without the presence of dark energy, we cannot explain the laws of physics that are there. So that's why it is considered that like universe is composed of around 78% of the dark matter. Okay, like that. So that's the thing. So Euclid mission, this mission has been launched by the European Space Agency. Okay, European Space Agency has launched this mission and they want to explore the dark universe. Okay, they want to explore the dark universe. That's the thing. So first and third are correctly matched. So correct answer is only 2. Answer will be like here they are asking how many of them are correctly matched. So only 2. First and third will be correct answer. Correct answer is option B in this question. So with this, let us now quickly move to another question. This is going to be question number 93. This question is very simple. UPSC has asked similar question in the past, right? They talk about, let's say, what are different types of vitamins or vitamins, and are they water soluble or they are fat soluble? This is the thing. So this is in the pattern in which UPSC has been asking question from this area, right? Vitamins or vitamins. So it says with reference to different types of vitamins, consider the following statements. So what they have given 3 statements. We need to identify the name of the vitamin, and also we need to identify what is the purpose or what is the work that this vitamin does. We need to identify whether it is a fat soluble vitamin or a water soluble vitamin, right? So number 1, it says vitamin B or vitamin B plays a pivotal role in the synthesis of collagen, which is essential for maintaining healthy skin. So it is not vitamin B, it is vitamin C. And vitamin C, we receive it from citrus fruits. For example, if you are having lemon water, so it consists of vitamin C. If you are having orange, it consists of vitamin C. So they are healthy for the skin because they have antioxidant in them, right? So they play a pivotal role in synthesis of collagen, like that. So first statement is incorrect. Then second statement, right, it says vitamin H, also known as biotin, is essential for hair growth. Okay, so this is right, and vitamin D is a fat soluble vitamin. Now many a times we face difficulty in understanding which vitamin is water soluble, which vitamin is fat soluble. Basically for that, if you search on the internet, you will come across a table of comparison where vitamin A, B, C, D, etc. they have mentioned whether it is water soluble or it is fat soluble, right? Water soluble vitamins are those vitamins that get dissolved in water. For example, if I talk about vitamin C, right, it is a water soluble vitamin and we need to keep on replenishing our body. So we take vitamin C as a kind of supplement. I mean a supplement in the sense like you drink, let's say, like, you know, citrus fruits. You eat citrus fruits. Why? Because it gives you vitamin C, but like, you know, it gets dissolved through water. Then you need to again drink it, right, to maintain that, let's say, consistency in the vitamin level in the body. Similarly, when we talk about vitamin D, it is a fat soluble vitamin. And many a times, let's say, we expose ourselves to sunlight. Why? Because we think that sunlight is giving us vitamin D. But the thing is, like, you know, when our body is exposed to sunlight, when it is exposed to ultraviolet radiations, right, UV rays, so our skin reacts to it and our skin produces vitamin D. Vitamin D comes in 2 different formats. One of the format is known as vitamin D2, second is known as vitamin D3. Okay, vitamin D2 and vitamin D3. And when we talk about vitamin D2 is also known as ergocalciferol. Okay, vitamin D2 is known as ergocalciferol, right? This is the, let's say, technical name of vitamin D2. Vitamin D3 is known as cholecalciferol. However, finally they produce vitamin D, right? Finally, I mean, like, you know, they produce vitamin D. So what happens when our body is exposed to sunlight? So our skin produces vitamin D. It goes through our body and then let's say it produces actual vitamin D for the body. So here this vitamin D is known as calcitrol. Okay, it is known as calcitrol in technical term. This is the thing. So it is a fat soluble vitamin. It is not water soluble vitamin. Okay. So second and third statements are correct. So only two, means option B will be the right answer in this case. Option B is the right answer. So with this, now let us quickly move to the next question. Someone is asking result timing. So results are getting, let's say many students have attempted the paper in online and offline mode. So offline copies are getting evaluated through, let's say, scanners. So they are scanning the copies and then online is going to be collated and then they are going to publish the results. So maybe most probably by tomorrow evening, so we will be able to come up with the result. We will be declaring result of AIPMT-5, right? So now let us quickly move to another question. This question is from computer science, right? This question is computer science. The previous question was from biology or biotechnology, right? Life sciences. Now this one is from computer science. So here in this question, basically they have asked two technical terms from you, right? They have asked two technical terms. What are that technical term? One of the technical term that they have asked is core. Other is known as threads. So whenever you go to a market to purchase a computer, you ask like what is the CPU type? How many cores does it have? Some people say it has 4 cores. Then they say it has 8 cores. What do we mean by core? So core is a kind of independent unit which is located inside the CPU. So in a computer, let's say you have a desktop, right? This is a desktop, but you do have an additional, let's say additional box also that comes with the desktop. So this additional box is known as CPU, Central Processing Unit. In the CPU, inside the CPU, they have this core, okay, they have core. What is the functionality of the core? Basically, inside core, there are multiple functional units in a computer. What are those functional units? One of the unit is known as arithmetic logic unit, ALU. Other is known as control unit. Then they have registers, they have cache, they have pipeline, right? So what is arithmetic logic unit? Arithmetic logic unit in a computer performs arithmetic operations like addition, subtraction, deletion, etc. Right? When we talk about logic unit performs, let's say, logical operations in computers. These operations are AND operation, OR operation, NOR operation, XOR operation, like that. So many of you who have graduated with technical thing, they understand about these logic gates also. So those logical functions as well as the let's say like multiplication, subtraction, addition functions, arithmetic functions are performed by arithmetic logic unit, which is located inside the core of a computer. Apart from this, inside the core we have registers also. We have registers. What are registers? Registers are small memory units, right? So like you have register having, let's say, 8 memory bits, right? It is able to store 8 information. Similarly, registers are located inside the core. So when we talk about core of a computer, so inside core, right, they have different functionalities, and these functionalities are given through arithmetic logic unit. Then they have, let's say, control unit, registers, it has cache memory also, right? It has pipeline, it has multiple other things. So basically core defines the capability of a computer, how many operations it will be able to perform, what type of operations it will be able to handle, whether it will be able to handle the parallel processing or not. So these are the things. So a computer that has more number of cores will be able to perform more number of functions. So that's why we asked this thing, right? So it says cores are hardware based processing units within a central processing unit, within a CPU. So inside the CPU we do have core. Some computers have 8 cores, some computers have let's say 4 cores or 12 cores, like that. More number of core signifies that it is able to perform more number of operations. It is faster, like that. Second, threads are the software based instructions that can be processed by CPU. So threads, basically threads are known as kind of commands that we give. For example, in computer, let's say we do coding, right? We do coding, we give commands. So threads are basically software based instructions. These are the commands that are given to the CPU to perform those tasks. So it does that task. So both these statements are correct. So like, these statements are related to computer science engineering, software engineering, but these are basic things related to them. Okay, so you are expected to understand the basic functionalities of computers and all. So that's the thing. So correct answer is option C. Both are correct. So with this, now let us quickly move to another question. This question may be little tricky for some of you. It says, consider the following statements. So this question is based on artificial intelligence. So in artificial intelligence, let's say we have different keywords that we use. Keywords in the sense, different terminologies are there, right? Some of us understand those terminologies, some of us don't understand. So that's why to check your understanding about whether you have heard about these terms or whether you know about what these terms are, right? So this is the question. Here basically they have asked the difference between machine learning and deep learning. What? Machine learning and deep learning. So the entire question is based on the concept machine learning and deep learning. They are associated with artificial intelligence. So before we understand this question, let me make you understand one important part like related to this question. Okay, so let's consider this is the artificial intelligence system. What? This is artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is a broad and umbrella term. Inside artificial intelligence, let's say like, we have something which is known as machine learning. What? We have machine learning. And inside machine learning, we have another thing which is known as deep learning. What? Deep learning. So how they are related or how they are different from one another? Artificial intelligence is a broad terminology. It includes various things, but as part of artificial intelligence, we have machine learning. What do we mean by machine learning? Basically, machine learning, actually, in machine learning, what happens? The computers are able to learn. Computers are able to learn from the instructions that it is processing from time to time. It is learning which instructions are faster, which instructions are slower. It is learning which is being liked by people, which is not being liked by people. So there are different parameters. On the basis of those parameters, the computer systems are learning. That is known as machine learning. And machine learning learns, let's say like, they learn simple things, right? But to learn these things, they need data sets. What they need? They need data sets to learn this. However, when we talk about deep learning, so deep learning is, right? Deep learning is a subset. What? It is a subset of machine learning, right? It is a subset of machine learning. And not only it is a subset of machine learning, and this is very deep learning is a very much specialized task. I mean, what it does a specialized task. For example, like we have created neural networks, so it is able to learn from neural networks. And using deep learning, actually, we try to imitate the human behavior. We try to, let's say, imitate the human decision-making thing itself. So deep learning is a subset of machine learning. Machine learning is an umbrella term. So they process simple information time to time. But in deep learning, we have codified in such a manner that it is able to learn the complex things also. However, it is a subset of machine learning, right? It is not the other way around. So if you have understood this thing, and what are examples of artificial intelligence? I can give you many examples of artificial intelligence. For example, many of us have heard about ChatGPT. So what it is doing? It gives you tailor-made answers for the questions that you ask. If you ask any question, it is able to give an answer in the language that you have asked, right? That's the thing. Apart from this, many of us may have heard about Sora. What is Sora? Basically, this was also launched by OpenAI, but what it is able to do, you give a simple text-based instruction. You write just one sentence and it will make a video on that sentence. For example, if you write that two dogs are playing on the mountain, so it will create a video, right, of your imagination like that. And it is very realistic looking thing. So these are artificial intelligence systems. So people are creating artificial intelligence system, let's say like, that are able to, let's say like, meet the requirement of people at different places. There are different areas where AI systems are being used, right? Artificial intelligence is used in detecting, or let's say like, in diagnosing the, let's say, cancer, in diagnosis of different diseases also. That's the thing. So so having understood this, now let us understand about these two like statements. Number one, it says machine learning models are suitable for solving simple problems, right? This is correct. While deep learning models are used to solve complex problems. That's the thing. So first statement is right. It says machine learning is a subset of deep learning. This is opposite of what we discussed, okay? So deep learning was here, machine learning was here, and artificial intelligence was here. This was deep learning, this was machine learning, and this was artificial intelligence, like that, okay? So this statement is wrong. You may feel it's that way, but the thing is, using machine learning, we can solve simple problems also, complex problems also. We can solve it, but deep learning is specially made for solving complex problems. And deep learning is a subset of machine learning. Machine learning means like, we are learning from the machines, we are learning from the instructions that it is processing. Deep learning is a subset of it where it is tailor-made for solving complex problems.
So generally machine learning
is a broader thing. It can do simple also, it can do complex also. Matlab, complex in the sense, complexity also we are seeing it from the perspective of artificial intelligence. I mean, like, as compared to normal computers, it is doing complex problems. But in artificial intelligence realms, what it is doing simple tasks. For example, let's say, I'll give you an example. Let's consider today we have conducted a All India Prelims mock test. It is conducted in online mode. So like what we are seeing, we are learning, let's consider there are students who are taking, one student is taking 1 minute in solving a question of current affairs. He is taking, let's say, like, 1.5 minutes in solving a question on science and technology. So what we are doing, we may use time as a factor to check the ability of our students' learning capacity or solving capacity related to papers. I mean, like, if he's taking relatively more time in solving a particular section of the paper, that machine learning system will come up with this analysis that, like, you are little weak in this area, you are strong in that area. You tend to make, let's say, like, wrong answers in this particular area, like that. So, like, different parameters like that. So, like, we employ machine learning things. So, it keeps on learning this thing, okay, and it creates pattern on this, right? It makes, let's say, probabilistic guesses that, like, let's consider in the next paper, if the same student has appeared in AIPMT-4, if he is appearing in AIPMT-5, so the machine learning will again check whether this student is improving on science and technology or not, like that. So, like, we create that pattern like this, okay. So, we are checking it from the viewpoint of artificial intelligence, which is complex than normal computers or normal systems, okay. So, that's why only the first statement is right. Is it understood? Okay, so option A is the right answer in this case. So, with this, let us now move to another question. This is going to be the question number 96 for us. So, this question is very, very important. Why it is important? Because India has recently launched a mission. What is the name of that mission? It is, we have launched Aditya L1 mission. Why this mission is important? Because through this mission, we want to study the sun. We want to study the solar flares. We want to study the, let's say, coronal mass ejection, like that. So, Aditya L1, the mission itself is important, its subcomponents are important, and what it is going to study, that is also important. It is going to study the sun rays, sunlight, right? So, lights that are emitted by the sun. And this question is based on that, okay? So, it says consider the following statements. What they have given 3 statements. So, one thing is they say solar wind produces aurora, right? You might have heard about aurora borealis, aurora australis. When you study geography, right? When you study geography, you study about aurora borealis, aurora australis. Basically, it is because of, let's say, like, geomagnetism. What happens? Let's say Earth itself acts as a magnet, right? Itself acts as a magnet. So what it is able to do, it is able to react, let's say, like, or interact with magnetic field. And when sunlight is coming, it also has plasma. So what happens? Solar wind that comes, right? It comes with plasma also. And what it does, it interacts with the Earth's magnetic field. And Earth's magnetic field, let's say, generates aurora australis, aurora borealis. So these are lighting phenomena that we can see. Okay, so solar wind means when sunlight reaches the Earth, right? That is known as solar wind. Okay, so means, let's say, like, sun is located over here. So from sun rays are coming. These sun rays are also reaching the Earth. And the thing is, around Earth there is a field of influence where we see, let's say, like, Earth's magnetic field over here, like this. So solar wind produces aurora. This is right. Second, solar flare damages satellite communication. It does damage satellite communication. Okay, solar flare, they can damage satellite communication. Solar flare means the sunlights that are coming. So like, satellites that we put on the orbit. So these satellites have certain kind of lifetime. Why? Because let's say, like, satellites are made, they are electrical components or electronic components. So they can do work for certain time, but after some time what is going to happen? Their lifetime will die out. So that's why anytime when we are sending space missions, generally the satellites that we send, so they are sent with a time horizon of 10 years, 15 years. So they are able to operate for 10 to 15 years. After then they are abandoned. Okay, this is the thing. So they can damage satellite communication also. Third, coronal mass ejection causes turbulence in Earth's magnetic field. Okay, coronal mass ejection, where it happens? It happens on the surface of the sun, but it also causes turbulence in the Earth's magnetic field. Okay, so all of these things are because of the radiations that are being emitted from the sun. And why radiations are emitting? Because on the sun nuclear reactions are happening, and these reactions are known as nuclear fusion reaction. These reactions are known as nuclear fusion reaction. Nuclear fusion reaction happens when two light nuclei of let's say hydrogen, especially deuterium and tritium, right? When, let's say, they merge together to form helium, they release huge amount of energy. Okay, that is known as what? Nuclear fusion reaction. Okay, so correct answer will be option C, which is all the three statements are correct. Statement 1 is correct, statement 2 is correct, and statement 3 is correct. All the three statements are correct. After this, let us now quickly move to the next question, question number 97. Now this question, it says, this question is based on the nuclear discussion that we had, nuclear fusion versus nuclear fission reaction. Okay, so it says, consider the following statements. They have given two statements. We need to first of all read each statement. We need to identify whether first statement is correct or not. We need to identify whether second statement is correct or not. Then we need to identify whether second statement is correct explanation of first statement or not. After doing all these mathematical calculation, you will be able to come up with the correct answer in this question. So here the question says, the energy released by nuclear fusion process is safe as compared to that released by the nuclear fission. Okay, this statement. Here what they are doing, they are comparing the energy that is released by nuclear fusion reaction as well as nuclear fission reaction, right? Second statement, nuclear fusion requires high starting temperature which can occur only under strict operating conditions. Now to understand this particular thing, let me take you to, let's say, like, to understand the difference between nuclear fusion and nuclear fission reaction. Okay, so first part of the discussion that we are doing is, let me make it little, okay, it's going to, nuclear fusion reaction. Okay, nuclear fusion reaction. So generally nuclear fusion reaction that happens let's say like that happens naturally. It happens on the sun. Where it happens? On the sun. On the sun means sun is a star of our solar system, right? On sun, what is happening? Nuclear fusion reaction happens, right? Nuclear fusion reaction happens because when either deuterium or tritium, right, when they come together, right, when they come together means, it technically means when they merge, right? After merging, they release energy. What they do? They release energy, right? And the amount of energy per, let's say per unit of mass is very high in this case. So generally what happens? Hydrogen, let's say it can be an isotope of hydrogen. It can be deuterium or it can be tritium. They come together and they form helium, and this leads to release of energy. Okay, this leads to release of energy, and huge amount of energy is released. Here Einstein's equation E equals to mc square, right, comes into play, right? So that from mass, energy can be let's say like, you know, and like mass energy equivalence, this equation is known as, mass can be converted into energy and energy can be converted into mass, vice versa. Okay, Einstein has said. So nuclear fusion reaction, let's say, releases huge amount of energy, but the thing is, on the surface of earth, let's say like, you know, there are many countries who are playing very important role in creating a nuclear fusion reaction. So as of now, no nuclear fusion reaction has been operationalized. I mean, like, people are trying for it. There are projects that are underway. Why they are trying for nuclear fusion reaction? Because the thing is like, why they are trying to, let's say, have nuclear fusion reaction? As of now, the nuclear reactors that we have, those nuclear reactors operate on the principle of nuclear fission reaction. I will talk about what is nuclear fission reaction, but like, people are trying for nuclear fusion reaction. It has multiple purposes, right? What are the purposes of, let's say, trying for nuclear fusion reaction? Number one, it generates safe energy. Why I am saying safe energy? Because we know that nuclear reactors are operating in different places in India and around the world. For example, some nuclear reactors have been in news also. For example, you might have heard about Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which is located in Ukraine. So Russia-Ukraine war is happening. So that was at the verge of getting damaged, and people were trying to protect it. Why? Because if any nuclear reactor gets damaged, it's going to release radioactive waste, and that radioactive waste is able to survive on the environment for thousands of years. For example, there have been bombing in Hiroshima and Nagasaki by United States of America on Japan, and now still people say like, you know, people, let's say like, you know, people are taking birth with defects. Why? Because in their environment radioactive waste is still there. And there have been, in 2011 there has been a tsunami, and because of that tsunami, let's say, one of the nuclear reactor got damaged in Japan, and what they have done, they have stored the nuclear wastewater for a long period of time, and now Japanese government have decided to release that water into the ocean, and people were criticizing about it. Even Chinese government has stopped, let's say like, you know, importing fish or other marine products from Japan. They said, I mean like, you know, since Japan is releasing it, so Japan is actually like, you know, sending us intoxicated things. This is the thing. But Japan said that we are releasing it under International Atomic Energy norms. So we are following standard methods. We are not releasing, like, we are releasing safe amount of nuclear wastewater into the thing. So why safe energy? Why, like, we are talking about nuclear fusion reaction. Number one, from nuclear fusion reaction, let's say, radioactive waste does not generate. In nuclear fission reaction, radioactive wastes are generated, but here radioactive waste are not generated. So that's why safe energy. But like, let's say like, there are problems also. What problems are associated with it? Number one is that starting temperature is very high. What? Starting temperature is very high. What do we mean by starting temperature? If we want to carry out nuclear fission reaction, we need huge amount of temperature, right? Huge amount of temperature is needed. Only then this reaction will start. So starting a nuclear fusion reaction itself is a very tedious task. So that's why like we have not yet been able to achieve it, right? So this is the thing. So what they are saying in this question, basically, they are saying the energy released by nuclear fusion process is safe, right? Because it does not generate radioactive waste as is being generated by nuclear fusion reaction, right? So first statement is right. Second statement, it says nuclear fusion requires a very high starting temperature, which can occur only under strict operating conditions. This is right. So on the surface of the sun, they have huge energy, right? I mean, like nuclear fusion reaction is happening naturally, right? So both these statements are right, okay? So this is the thing. So correct answer is option A, but however, I would like to share some additional information related to nuclear fission reaction. What is the difference between nuclear fusion and fission? In nuclear fusion reaction, we need smaller nuclei and they are coming together, they are merging together to form helium atom. In case of nuclear, let's say in case of nuclear fission reaction, when we talk about number 2, nuclear fission reaction. What happens in case of nuclear fission reaction? Basically, a big nuclei, right? A big nuclei. For example, you might have heard about uranium-235 or plutonium-239. So uranium-235, plutonium-239. So this is, they have, let's say, a big size, big nuclei. What we do, basically we bombard it with some kind of neutron, okay? What we do, we bombard it with neutron, and so that after this, they split, it splits, let's say like, you know, into krypton, xenon, radon, etc. So it splits, what? A single big nuclei splits into two, it releases radioactive waste also, and it releases energy. So that's why, however, nuclear fission reaction is easy because there is a big nuclei. What we need to do, we need to bombard it with neutrons. So after neutron strikes, it gets split, okay, and we get lot of energy, okay. So it splits to let's say produce different things, and it releases energy. However, there are radioactive waste also, right, that gets generated. Radioactive waste also gets generated from here. This is the thing. So have we understood this part? Is it understood? So this is the thing. So this is the difference between nuclear fission and fusion reaction. So this question is, correct answer is option A. Okay, this is the thing. So with this, now let us quickly move to another question. Question number 98. This question we are going to discuss. It says, with reference to the properties of photons, which of the statement is correct? It has electrical charge, photons are massless, photons energy cannot be transferred when it interacts with other particles, it is capable of decay on its own, right? Lot of statements. These statements are very much technical. A person who studies physics, he understands how difficult this question is to answer. But like photons are nearly massless, okay, correct answer will be this one. What are photons? Photons are energy packets. For example, let's say when we talk about photons, photons are energy packets, right? And photons basically, let's say, they travel at the speed of light. At this speed of light is approximately, okay, speed of light is approximately 3 into 10 raised to power 8 meter per second, right? And so this photon is equivalent to, let's say, like, you know, h into f. What do we mean by h into f? F is the frequency and h is Planck's constant. What is this? Planck's constant. So photons are energy packets. So the thing is, they travel in this space at this let's say at the speed of light. And the thing is, they show the characteristics of particle, they show the characteristics of wave also. So they have nature of duality. What they show dual behavior, right? They show particle properties also, they show, let's say, like, that property also. What property? Properties of wave. So for example, they are massless. Okay, so it does have various properties. Number one, they are considered to be massless. Number two, they have quantized energy, right? They have quantized energy. Number three, right? It does have many properties. They have wave nature. They show wave nature. They show particle nature also. And that's why they show dual nature. Dual nature. How do we get to know about dual nature? For example, let's say we conduct some kind of some kind of thing, experiments. One of the experiment is known as double slit. Let's say double slit experiment. It also showcases photoelectric properties, etc. So photons are basically packets of light energy. So they travel in this space like this with the speed of light. This is the thing. They show, let's say, like, properties of interference and diffraction also, that is seen from particles, right? Properties of interference and diffraction is generally seen from particles. So it is seen in photons as well. So that's why we consider it to having, let's say, like, dual nature. They are considered to be nearly massless. Okay, nearly massless. This is the thing. So correct answer is option B. Okay, photons are massless. So generally through photons we get the light energy. Okay, we get the light energy through photons, and photons can be generated and they get destroyed also. For example, let's say, like, if you are transferring light somewhere on the surface, so from there, I mean, like, it gets disappeared as well. And you can generate photons, you can generate this thing, right? So with this, now let us move to another question, question number 99. It says, which of the following statement about radar and lidar technology is incorrect? Here, this keyword is important. What?
Sun rays will kind of photons.
Huh?
Sun rays will kind of photons.
Sun rays, from sunlight, the sun rays that we receive, so we receive packets of energy. Okay, so they travel, like, and without any obstacle, they are incapable of destroying themselves. They keep on traveling. It's like that. If they come across something, so they get destroyed as well. It's like that. So here, this question is about difference between radar and lidar. So they are asking which of the following statement about radar and lidar technology is incorrect. They're asking which of them is incorrect. So before we understand which of them is incorrect, can anyone tell me what is the full form of radar? Yes, full form of radar. Radio? Radio detection and ranging, radar. And lidar, light detection and ranging. Okay, radar means radio detection and ranging. Similarly, in case of lidar, it will be light detection and ranging. So both of them are for detection and ranging. What we do using radar technology, we detect if there is any object somewhere on the space. Okay, I mean, like, radar is used for detecting if some energy, let's say some enemy aircraft is coming towards us or not. So people deploy radar systems, right, on the borders. For example, Israel has deployed radar systems and all. So radar and lidar, they are for the same purposes, but they use different kind of waves. It uses radio waves, it uses light waves. This is the difference, right? Now they are asking which of them is incorrect. It means 3 statements will be right, 1 statement is wrong. We need to identify the wrong one. Let us read all of them, right? First statement, it says the radar can detect objects at long distance and through fog and clouds. This is right. This is the work of the radar systems. Okay, using radar we detect whether there is an object. We also detect the volume of the object. Volume means like what is the size of the object, how much space does it occupy. Second, lidar is used for laser altimetry and contour mapping. This is also right. Similar functionality it is done. Radar system uses radio waves. This is right. Lidar works very slowly in comparison to radar technology. This is wrong. Lidar is a kind of new technology which has been developed after radar. So basically why we have developed lidar? So that like we can make it faster. If there is a technology that is already working, if we are bringing in new technology, so we want to make an advancement over the existing technology. That's why we do innovation. We don't want to bring a technology that is, let's say, not capable of doing what the earlier technology was doing. Are you understanding? We want to do better thing. So lidar works faster in comparison to radar. लेजर ऑल्टीमेट्री, ठीक है. ऑल्टीमेट्री का मतलब है ऑल्टीट्यूड चेक करना, देखना. फॉर एग्जाम्पल लेट्स कंसीडर वी हैव अ माउंटेन लाइक दिस. माउंटेन का हाइट अगर हमें चेक करना हो तो कैसे के चेक कर सकते हैं? वी कैन सेंड लेजर लाइट फ्रॉम समवेयर ऑन द ग्राउंड टू दिस एंड हम देखेंगे वो लेजर लाइट जाके मतलब हाउ मच टाइम डज इट टेक एंड ऑल. तो उससे वी कैन कैलकुलेट द डिस्टेंस, ठीक है, स्पीड ऑफ लाइट एंड ऑल. लेजर बेसिकली लाइक हाई इंटेंसिटी लाइट रेज होते हैं. हाई इंटेंसिटी लाइट रेज. हाई इंटेंसिटी मतलब जैसे आपने देखा होगा हम बहुत छोटे थे तो छोटा छोटा लेजर लाइट आता था रेड कलर का, हम खरीद के ऐसे ऐसे करते थे, लगाते थे. दैट वाज लेजर लाइट. आर यू अंडरस्टैंडिंग? सो जैसे वी हैव सीन मूवीज, ऋतिक रोशन का, ही स्टील्स, I mean like in Dhoom movie something, right? ऐसे ऐसे करके. There are foreign movies also. So वहाँ पे दिखाते हैं कि laser waves है. They are laser light. ठीक है? High intensity lights. They are generally monochromatic. Monochromatic मतलब एक कलर का. जैसे laser light generally red कलर का होता है. ठीक है? So they are monochromatic. ठीक है? High intensity lights. Now we have another question. This is question number 100. ठीक है? So it talks about, consider the following statements regarding gravity. Okay, gravity. We all know about gravity. Einstein 1500 सन में मतलब 500-600 years back he told कि gravity होता है. You know, like apple comes back to the earth. So this question is based on gravity. It says anything that has mass has gravity. So this is right because there is a principle that says every object in the universe attracts one another with a force which is equal to this force is equal to G m1 m2 upon r square, like that. So there was a formula, means like there is a force exists between every mass, every body that has mass. Okay, so it says anything that has mass will have gravity. Right, this is the thing. But later on Albert Einstein came, he postulated something different. He talked about space-time, let's say theory of space-time and all. We will discuss, but this is right. Okay, anything that has mass has gravity. Then second, object with less mass will have more gravity. This is wrong. The objects that have more mass will have more gravity. For example, I am an object, let's consider I have mass. Earth is an object, it has mass. But earth has more gravity. That's why earth is able to pull me back. Like I am here. If I have more gravity, I will be attracting everyone, right? Like including earth and all. So like if you have more mass, you will be having more gravity. That's the thing. Okay. Second statement is wrong. Very simple question. Okay. From NCERT, you can solve this. So correct answer. They are asking incorrect. It is also very important. What? which of the given above statements is or are incorrect? Which one is incorrect? Second. Correct answer is option B. ये correct incorrect भी देखना बहुत important है, right? So we have solved all questions from science and technology section. Now we will move to current affairs section. Okay, so like we will be having question number 41 to 50, 10 questions, 67 to 70, 5 questions. So we will be covering around how many? 15 questions from science and technology. Good evening, thank you so much for joining. Now we have another question. This question is from current affairs. Here, okay, here they have asked, it is now, so they have given a statement initially, right? This statement is true, whatever they have written. Now they are saying in this context, consider the following pairs. They have given on one side, they have mentioned about traditional architectures. On the other side, they have mentioned the states where these traditional architectures are located. So basically in this question, what we need to do, we need to check that these traditional architectures that they have mentioned, right? We need to check whether these traditional architectures that they have mentioned are located in these states or not, right? And let us read this statement also. It will hardly take 1 minute. It is now a widely accepted view that the traditional architecture of houses should inspire the architecture of modern times thanks to their resilience against disasters and extreme weather events. So basically what they have mentioned, that the traditional architectures that people have created long back, so they had resilience, they could withstand distress also, they could withstand disasters as well. So that's why here on one side they have given examples of those architectures that can withstand disasters like earthquake, tsunami and all. On the right side they have mentioned in which states they are located. Are you understanding the question? So having understood this question, now let us try to solve this question. So here they have mentioned this Kathkuni, okay, Kathkuni. So basically Kathkuni is located in Himachal Pradesh. Where? In Himachal Pradesh, not in Gujarat, okay. So this is wrong. Second, Dhaj Devari, Dhaj Devari. So it is located in Kashmir. Where? It is located in Kashmir. It is not located in Meghalaya. Second, Bhonga houses. Bhonga houses are located in Gujarat. They are not located in Himachal Pradesh. So how many of the above pairs are correctly matched? None of them. Now we understood the question, but it is important for us to understand what do we mean by Kathkuni, what do we mean by Dhaj Devari, what do we mean by Bhonga houses, okay. When we talk about Kathkuni, so they are found in Tirthan Valley in Himachal Pradesh. So with many typical so they are like survive tectonic tremors, the resilience of Kathkuni structures. So like Kathkuni is a name of a place which is found in Tirthan Valley in Himachal Pradesh, okay. So they have created structures, and in these structures what happens in Kathkuni, basically like on the base of the houses they have created a kind of let's say square shaped thing. I mean, like let's say I have a square and I build walls on the top of it. It's kind of square walls, and on the top of it what they have done, they have built their houses, okay. So this is Kathkuni, okay. It is found in where? Himachal Pradesh. Second one they have mentioned about Dhaj Devari, which is found in Kashmir. So in case of Dhaj Devari in Kashmir, what they do, I mean like so in the houses, again they talk about houses. In the, let's say like in the houses they create bases, and these bases have these things. I mean like from iron, using iron they have created like fence kind of thing, and they have let's say like created on all the sides of the wall. Like let's say one wall has this kind of fence, other wall, all the walls have this thing, and so they have created this fenced structure on the lower part of the house. Let's say like this is the height, right, on the lower part of the house, and on the top of it they have created, let's say like their house. So where it is found? It is found in Kashmir. Then Bhonga houses, which is found in Gujarat. So what happens in Bhonga houses? In Bhonga houses basically they create cylindrical shaped house, cylindrical shaped house. On the top of it, they have built like this. Cylindrical shaped means, I mean, like, houses that are in this format. And this is very prominent in desert areas. So in desert areas, desert sandstone can come from any side, so it will be able to withstand. And like, all the things that come, so they will be going down and it will be able to withstand that thing. So that's why wherever they have desert, wherever they have sandstorms, or let's say like, wind like that, so they need cylindrical shape. You understand? Circular shape of the house. This is known as bonga houses. Okay. So correct answer is option D. None of them are correctly matched. So having understood this, now let us move to another question. Question number 42. It says turning off the tap is talked about in which one of the following context? Okay. Turning off the tap. So this is a very, very good question. Question number 42. It says turning off the tap. So basically, recently a report was published by United Nations Environment Program. They focused on circular plastic economy. Circular plastic economy, what do we mean by circular economy? Circular economy means if you are making something, if you have used it, after using the waste product should not be thrown away. What we need to do? We need to recycle the waste again. Then we need to reuse it. Then after using it also, then we will create something so that like, it keeps on rotating, so that recycling, reusing keeps on happening. Okay. So this actually what it does, it reduces the waste, it increases the economy of that product. I mean like, life cycle of that product increases. So basically when we talk about plastic waste, once it is dumped in the environment, it remains there for long period of time. It causes, let's say like, pollution, right? It causes pollution, plastic waste pollution. So recently the United Nations Environment Program has released a report. I'm going to talk about that report, and in that report they have mentioned the turning off the tape. Okay, they have mentioned turning off the tape. And so this report is, let's say like, talks about reorient, diversify, reuse and recycle. Okay, so this is the thing. So this is question number 42. Did you understand this? Turning off the tap means when we talk about tap, let's say like, we have a tap water. अगर हम उसको खोल के रखते तो पानी सारा वेस्ट हो जाता है. Off the tap मतलब वेस्ट मत होने दो. वेस्ट मत होने दो किस चीज को? प्लास्टिक वेस्ट को. Right? They have mentioned this thing that way. Then we have another question, question number 43. With reference to calculation of minimum support price, consider the following statements. Now, farmers are protesting against the government, right? Why they are protesting? They want that MSP should be legalized. I mean, like there should be an act for MSP. As of now, the government through CACP, Commission on Agricultural Cost and Prices, it recommends what should be the MSP, right? So it does the calculation part. However, it is not a guaranteed thing, and only few crops are included. Few crops are included under the MSP system. However, farmers want that all crops must be included in MSP system. It should be guaranteed through an act. The government of India must come up with an act. And farmers have also demanded that those farmers who have crossed the age of 58 years, they should be given mandatory pension by the government also, right? And farmers, like in their demand, they have, let's say like, demanded many other things also, right? So, and what has happened long back in 2021, the government of India has come up with 3 farm laws, and farmers have protested against it, and government had to take those laws back. They had rolled those laws back that time. Then also farmers had demanded for MSP to be, let's say like, to be included into an act, right? Again, they are demanding. But the thing is like, as of now, negotiations is happening between the government and the farmers. There have been few rounds of, let's say, discussion with some minister and the farmers leaders. So there are some organizations that are there, Bharatiya Kisan Mazdoor Sabha, like that. So like there are some farmer organizations. So basically this question is related to how MSP is calculated. What? How MSP is calculated. So long back the government of India has set up one committee, right? And that committee was known as MS Swaminathan Committee. What was the purpose of that committee? That committee has recommended to the government how this, let's say like, how MSP must be decided. So that committee said that C2 cost plus 50% must be the MSP. So here they have asked about that's how these costs are calculated. The A2 plus FL cost includes both actual paid out cost and imputed value of family labor. This statement is right. Second statement, it says the C2 cost includes only the expenses incurred by the farmers on seed, fertilizers, pesticides, labor, irrigation and other inputs. So that is included in A2 itself. C2 means comprehensive cost. What is the full form of C2? C2 means comprehensive cost. Okay. CC, that's why C2. Okay, comprehensive cost. This C2 not only includes the cost borne by the farmers, it also includes the family labor. FL stands for family labor, right? Means like, if family members are doing work, so their labor must be counted. So this statement is wrong. Are you understanding? Comprehensive cost includes the cost of the inputs, plus it should include family labor. It should include rent of the field on which farmers are working, right? Even if farmers are working on their own land, but that land is, let's say, occupied because of the farming activity, that is known as imputed rent of the owned land. Okay, second is wrong. Third, it says the Swaminathan Commission recommended that the MSP should be at least 50% more than the weighted average of A2 plus FL. No, MS Swaminathan recommended, all other are same, but like, it recommended that it should be 50% more than the weighted average of comprehensive cost, C2 cost. कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव में A2 प्लस FL आएगा, प्लस जो रेंट है लैंड में, अभी A2 क्या है, जो एक्चुअल कॉस्ट फार्मर बियर करता है सीड लेने में, इरिगेशन करने में, उन सब में, फर्टिलाइजर लेने में. FL मतलब फैमिली लेबर. देन इम्प्यूटेड रेंट ऑफ द लैंड. रेंट ऑफ द लैंड मतलब फार्मर का अगर खुद का भी लैंड है, उस लैंड का रेंटल क्या होगा, दैट इज ऑल्सो इंक्लूडेड इन C2 कॉस्ट. मतलब कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव कॉस्ट दैट इंक्लूड्स एवरीथिंग, all cost taken into account. Okay, so that's why third statement is wrong. Only one of them is right, option A. So is it understood? मतलब इसको एक बार और पढ़ लेना अच्छे से फार्म वाला. It is possible that like there can be a question on this topic, very hot topic. Now we have another question. The term alpenglow often seen in the news is related to alpenglow, a chemical reaction, natural phenomena by the sun, volcanic eruption, coldest place. It is a natural phenomena involving the illumination of mountain slopes by the sun. होता क्या है, sunlight when morning time में क्या होता है कि sunrise होता है, evening time में sunset होता है, ठीक है. So morning and evening में क्या होता है, जो like on the top of the mountains, मान लेते बहुत सारा mountain range है, if you are seeing from a top of a mountain, top of other mountain ranges seem to be illuminated. Illuminated मतलब उसके ऊपर light दिखता है, कब, sunrise में and sunset में, and those lights can be seen of different colors because wavelength vary करता है उस time पे, sunrise में and sunset में, and उसको they have given a term which is known as alpenglow. Okay, alpenglow. Are you understanding? So it is a natural phenomena involving the illumination of mountain slopes by the sun. Okay, this is the thing. Illumination मतलब light पड़ना, ठीक है, mountains पे. Now, this is another question. It says, this question is related to, it says, with reference to United Nations Statistical Commission, consider the following statements. Here they have talked about a commission of the United Nations Statistical Commission. It is United Nations Statistical Commission. It is the highest decision-making body for international statistical activities. It is responsible for setting the statistical standard and implementation and the standard at let's say international levels. India has been elected at the UN Statistical Commission for a term of how many? 2 years. So India has been there for 4 years. Question number 45. Now let us understand what do we mean by this, right? Every country has a chief statistician. Every country has a chief statistician. Can you name what is the name of the chief statistician of India? There has been a person who was in news recently in the Hindu newspaper multiple times, maybe in other newspapers also. And that person has actually brought first 2 computers in India, long back when India as a country did not have computer systems. That statistician has brought 2 computers for India. All right. So, all right, no problem. So the thing is, what I remember, I think he must be PC Mahalanobis. Mahalanobis. I mean, like Indian Statistical Institute, who set up that thing? That person has brought the first 2 computers for India. So basically, now this question is referring to United Nations Statistical Commission. So United Nations organization, we know it has 193 or 194 member countries. India is a member of it, and this United Nations Statistical Commission has its member countries chief statisticians to be its members. Okay, this is the thing, and this works under one organization, right? It is known as United Nations Economic and Social Commission, like that. United Nations Economic and Social Commissions. Okay, so there is an organization like that. Okay, so this organization actually, like, it is the highest decision making for international statistical standards, and it is responsible for setting statistical standards and implementation at international levels. India has been recently elected in this body. That's why this question, right? And so India has been elected for a term of 4 years from 1st January 2024. So that's why. Okay, so correct answer is option B. Okay, Economic and Social Commission, United Nations Economic and Social Commissions. Okay, UN Economic and Social Council. ECOSOC, sorry, it says United Nations Economic and Social Council. Okay, ECOSOC. So this United Nations Statistical Commission works under ECOSOC. Yeah. हाँ हाँ, देखो statistics का बहुत बड़ा role है. Why? Because, like, you know, lot of criticism is there around the government. Why? People are saying that government is not releasing the data. It is not releasing employment, unemployment related data. It is not releasing the health and poverty related data. Recently, I mean, like, you know, there was National Family Health Survey 5. So that was, I mean, like, its data was released, and then, yeah, then it was, I mean, like, government has refuted that these are not the right information. And there was, let's say, a kind of organization, so India Population Organization, its director has been suspended. So present government is criticized that it is not releasing the data, right? So people have even told that National Democratic Alliance means no data available, NDA. They have said that way. I mean, like, this is a way of criticism, that no data available. Statistics plays a very important role. It plays very important role. Why it plays very important role? Because through statistics we get to know what is the population of the country, how many people are educated, what is the literacy rate, what is the poverty rate, what is the unemployment rate, like that. So statistics is a very important functionality. Okay, so that's the thing. So correct answer is only 2, first and second. And in fact, I mean, like, Shashi Tharoor has criticized soon after budget was released by the finance minister, I mean interim budget, he criticized that, like, you know, this budget only has, I mean, like, you know, the flowery words. They do not have any data, they are not backed by anything. This is a criticism from a parliamentarian. Okay, so that's why. Now we have another question. It says, this is related to Ram temple. Although, I mean, like, question is related to Ram temple, but we are going to look into this question from the viewpoint of temple architecture. Yes, We are going to look it from the viewpoint of temple architecture. So basically it says recently Pran Pratishtha ceremony. In English it is known as consecration, right? You might have heard about this term, consecration of the Ram temple, right? Pran Pratishtha, okay? Recently the Pran Pratishtha ceremony of the Ram temple in Ayodhya was done by the Prime Minister of India, which is constructed in the Nagara style, okay? So they are giving information that this temple, Ram temple, is built in using Nagara style. You might be knowing we do have Nagara style of temple architecture, we do have Dravida style of temple architecture, and there is a variance also. I mean, like, you know, the temple architecture varies from one another on multiple dimensions. So they say consider the following statements about Nagara style of temple architecture. Now these statements are based on Nagara style of temple architecture, right? And we need to identify how many of the given above statements are incorrect. This is also important. First of all, you need to identify which one is correct, which one is incorrect. Then you need to count how many of them are incorrect. It says the Nagara style of temple architecture emerged during the late Mauryan period, right? Emerged during late Mauryan period. They emerged during late Gupta period. Which period? Late Gupta period. So first statement is wrong. Second, Shikhara is the most distinguishable aspect of Nagara style temple. I will talk about what do we mean by Shikhara. So just give me 1 minute. Let us try to draw a Nagara style of temple. Okay. So when we talk about Nagara style of temple architecture, so Shikhara means the tallest tower in the temple. That this tallest tower is made where DT is located. Where DT is located, this place is known as Sanctum Sanctorum. Sanctum Sanctorum, which is in Hindi can be known as Garbha Griha. Right? On the top of it, we do have this thing. What? We have, like, this is known as Shikhara. And Shikhara is the most prominent thing in Nagara style of temple architecture. Shikhara is the most prominent thing in Nagara style of temple architecture. What is this known as? This one is known as Amalaka or Amlaka, like that. Okay. And apart from this, these are small shirins that are there. And then this temple is built like this. So this is how a Nagara temple looks like. So there is a Garbha Griha, which is known as Sanctum Sanctorum, where DT, like main DT of the temple. For example, when we talk about Ram Mandir, Ram temple, so here Lord Ram, like his childhood form of Lord Ram is there. So it is there in Garbha Griha. They have created this thing also. So they are saying that this temple is built using Nagara style of temple architecture. Okay. So the thing is, Shikhara is most distinguishable aspect of Nagara style of temple. Okay, it is there. Second, in these temples, circumambulatory passage around the Garbha Griha is absent. Right? This is not absent. This is present. Okay. What do we mean by circumambulatory passage? Basically, when we talk about Garbha Griha, right? So around this Garbha Griha, right, around this temple, so the thing is there will be a passage also. I mean, like, you know, passage means people can move around this. People can move around this. So that is known as circumambulatory, means like you can move around the temple. It is circular path. This circumambulatory thing is very prominent when we talk about Buddha stupas. You might have seen Buddha stupa. Around stupas, we have this circumambulatory path like that. So this is the thing. So it is present. Fourth, it says, right, fourth, it says, all North Indian temples are constructed in Nagara style of architecture. Here this all is not right. Some temples may be there in northern India which is in Dravida form of temple architecture, not all, right? This is the thing. I mean, like, it can be in some other forms also, but not all of them are this thing. So wherever all is there, you can make it wrong. So only one statement is correct, which is second. 3 statements are incorrect. So they are asking how many statements are incorrect. So incorrect will be only 3. Option C, only 3 is incorrect. Are we understanding this thing? So this is the thing. So having understood this, now let us move to another question. This is question number 47. Which of the following organization publishes the Enabling Trade Report? Okay. Which report? Enabling Trade Report. This Enabling Trade Report is published by World Economic Forum. And this report is a biennial report. What? Biennial report. What do we mean by biennial? It is published once every 2 years, right? After every 2 years, they publish it like that. Okay. World Economic Forum. So why it is important? World Economic Forum keeps on publishing different reports. So you need to identify important institutions. Then you need to identify which reports are published by these institutions. For example, World Economic Forum, right? United Nations Development Program, right? And then United Nations Environment Program, Food and Agricultural Organization, right? And there are many other organizations, World Bank, International Monetary Fund. You need to identify which reports are published by which organizations. So this is a report that is published by World Economic Forum. Apart from this, it also publishes some other important reports. What reports it publishes? It publishes Global Gender Gap Report. It publishes Global Risk Report. It publishes Global Travel and Tourism Report. It publishes Global Competitiveness Report. It publishes Energy Transition Index. And it also publishes Global IT Report. Okay, so these reports are published by World Economic Forum. What you can do is, like, you can go to the description of the YouTube video. From there, you can download the explanation, detailed explanation of let's say, like, of today's discussion. There, all the reports we have listed. Okay, this is the thing. Now we have another question, question number 48. This is also very important. It says, with reference to Archaeological Survey of India, ASI. Now ASI is very much in news because of multiple reasons. Why? Recently, Gyan Vapi Mosque is in news. So one court, I mean, like, lower court has allowed, let's say, devotees to offer their prayers, right? Hindu devotees to offer prayer in the Gyan Vapi Mosque. So that's the thing. So, like, they have conducted a survey also, right? Survey was allowed by the judiciary, right, to be conducted in the mosque. So it's a kind of, let's say, tussle that is happening, like, related to places of worship. Okay. So now here, basically, we are not going into the, let's say, like, religious aspects. We are looking into the Archaeological Survey of India, right? It says, the prime concern of Archaeological Survey of India is the maintenance of ancient monuments and archaeological sites and remains of national importance. This is the role of the Archaeological Survey of India. This is right. Second, it says, it does not oversee the implementation of the Antiquities and the Art Treasure Act. This is wrong. It does oversee. Okay, this not makes it. This is the thing. Third, Alexander Cunningham was appointed as the first Director General of ASI. This statement is right. Okay. So first and third are right, second is wrong. So how many of them are correct? Only 2. Okay. This is the thing. Why we are talking about this Antiquities and Art Treasures Act? Basically, let's say last year, I think the Prime Minister of India has visited United States of America. He has visited many other countries also. And from United States of America, basically around more than 100 artifacts. Artifacts means those items, those antiquities that have been smuggled from India to other countries, right? So more than 100 such artifacts have been returned to India through proper channel. So this is, let's say, administered under Archaeological Survey of India. And apart from this, I mean, like similar thing is also in news related to Pakistan. Imran Khan, the Pakistani Prime Minister, so he has been, let's say, like, given imprisonment about 7 years or so, because let's say he have been, I mean, like he have been charged with some kind of, let's say, like, corruption related activities. Charge means, I mean, like in his state visit, some other, from some other government, so they have given some kind of, let's say, gifts to Imran Khan. So Imran Khan has kept it for himself, and people have charged him that like it is for that office, it is not for you as an individual, like that. So there have been many things, so it is important. Okay, first and third are correct. Now with this, let us move to another question, question number 49. This question says, consider the following statements with reference to one-stop center scheme. One-stop center scheme. So it says it is a central sector scheme. This is wrong. It is a centrally sponsored scheme. What? Centrally sponsored scheme. What do we mean by central sector scheme? In case of central sector scheme, the central government pays all the money for implementation of that scheme through different machineries. If it is to be implemented through state government machinery also, the central government will bear all the cost. When we talk about centrally sponsored scheme, generally there is a sharing mechanism for the implementation of this scheme. In case of normal states, central government pays 60%, state government pays 40%. In case of northeastern and hilly states, central government pays 90% and state government pays what? 10%. And there is other categorization of the scheme also, which is known as core of the core scheme. And these things are mentioned in the interim budget. So if you go through the interim budget related documents, so they have mentioned 170 such schemes. So in those schemes, they have categorized that this is a core of the core scheme, this is central sector scheme, this is centrally sponsored scheme, like that. Okay. So this is the thing. It says it ensures women's security in any public place. This is wrong. Actually, this is a broad generalization. It supports women affected by domestic violence. This is right. Only one is correct. Let me talk about this one-stop center scheme. Recently, the government of India has announced that we are going to come up with a scheme which will be, let's say, like which will be related to women's helpline. So any women who is in distress because of violence, violence may happen at home, it may happen outside as well. If any woman is in distress, she can give a call on this specific number. I think it is 821. I will mention that number also. So here, if any woman is in danger, right, because of physical violence, in that case she can call on this number and she will be given all the possible help by the government. Okay, so this is for women's safety, but it's not, let's say, like, it's not protecting all the public places. It's about they're maintaining a helpline. If any women is in distress, they can give call and like they are going to rescue that woman, they're going to help that woman. So it is that thing. And how the fund will come? The fund will come from the Nirbhaya fund. So government of India has created a fund which is Nirbhaya fund. Why Nirbhaya name is important? Because long back in 2012, 12 years back, so there was a gang rape of a girl in Delhi, right? So like on the bus, and there has been a lot of brutality. So after then the government has taken proper steps. Those people who were, let's say, involved in it, so they have been charged. I think most of them have died also, like they have been given death penalty, but some of them have committed suicide while being inside the jail as well. So that's the thing. So government of India has created a fund also for protecting the women. So here the fund will come from the Nirbhaya fund, like that. Okay, so this is the thing. So it supports women affected by domestic violence. It is right. So there is a Domestic Violence Act 2005 also, right, in India. So there are different sections, and that act is very interesting. I have read, I mean, like, that one long back. So now we have another question. This question is related to environment and ecology. It's related to biology as well. So we'll discuss about this question. It says, with reference to invasive alien species. What? Invasive alien species. So for example, we know that if there is an ecological place, if there is an environment, if some invasive species introduced over here, what invasive species does? It replicates in large numbers. Replicates means it is able to reproduce in large numbers and they overtake the entire ecology of that region in a very short period of time. And they actually hamper the ecological balance over there, right? Other species are wiped out because of invasive alien species. So this question is related to those kind of invasive alien species. So they have given 3 statements. They are asking which of these statements are correct. 1, it is the major factor behind global animals and plant extinction. Because of invasive alien species, let's say animal and plant extinction happens, right? This is right. Majority of the impacts of biological invasion on native species are positive. See, whenever an invasive alien species comes on a native environment, let's consider this is a native place, good environment where let's say ecology is thriving, biodiversity is there. If an species of plant or animal comes, let's say if a species of plant and animal is introduced over here, it's going to replicate in huge number and like its population will grow, but population of other species will be, let's say, slowly and gradually they will recede, so they will get wiped out. So it does have largely negative implication. Okay, so on native species, what kind of implication does it have? It has negative implication, not positive implication. Largely it has negative implication. So that's why second statement is wrong. Third, it says the water hyacinth is the world's most widespread invasive alien species on land. This is right. Okay, you might have heard about water hyacinth long back also. So first and third are right. So only 2 of them are right. Means option B is the right answer. Is it understood? Land पे होता है, mountain पे भी होता है. It was in news also, like in Uttarakhand, वहाँ पे जैसे mountains है. So some invasive alien species have been there and बहुत अच्छा flower है. मतलब it is a very good looking flower, but it is a kind of invasive species. Once it is introduced, they are able to replicate and ये toxicity भी create करता है for other species and they are not able to thrive or survive in that environment. ये है. ठीक है. So correct answer is option B. So now let us move to another question. So now, by now we have in all discussed 20 questions. Okay. So we'll be discussing 5 more questions, 66 to 70. Okay, 5 more questions. Now this says, which of the following causes cervical cancer or cervical cancer? You might have heard about this term. Cervical cancer, generally women get affected by cervical cancer, and so it is because of human papilloma virus. Okay, why cervical cancers have been in news? Because recently there was a report that talked about that globally around 3 lakh women die because of cervical cancers every year, and on the top of it, right, 3 lakh women die every year, right? Die every year. This is one information. Apart from this, in India, only around 1% of women, right, get diagnosed. Okay, get diagnosed because of cervical cancer. Means India में हम detection ही नहीं करते. We do not test, right, whether a woman has cervical cancer or not. Detection is very less than 1% we do it. Okay, globally 3 lakh people die every year because of cervical cancer. So that's why the Hindu newspaper published a lot of reports. Recently, the finance minister of India has announced that we are going to come up with national program on elimination of cervical cancer. And cervical cancer happens because of human papilloma virus. What is human papilloma virus? This is a virus that is transmitted through sexual intercourse, right? So it affects genitals, I mean, like, you know, of the women generally. Okay, it affects that thing. So here related to cervical, like, you know, cancer. So there are some tests also that is conducted. These tests are known as VIA and Willy test. VIA and Willy tests. Right? VIA and Willy tests are conducted to check whether a person has cervical cancer or not. And it is a very easy test. So recently the Hindu came up with a news article that said that even in the primary healthcare centers, the government can make it mandatory that, like, people, government may facilitate the VIA and Willy test to check for whether some person has cervical cancer or not. So this topic is in news, okay, it is in news. So it causes a lot of problems also, persistent pain in the pelvis and lower back, bleeding after sexual intercourse, a lot of things are there. So we have given, let's say, what we say, like details related to this. So you can go through it. It is associated with human papilloma virus. It was there in a newspaper article in the Hindu newspaper. In detail, they have mentioned about it, okay. So with this, now let us talk about another question. Here, this is science and technology, space mission related thing. This year, space missions have been in news, 2023 especially. Lot of space missions have been in news. India has launched Chandrayaan-3. We have launched ExpoSat mission. We have launched Aditya L1 mission. We are planning for Gaganyaan mission. So a lot of missions are in news, all right. So here on one side, they have mentioned name of the space mission. On the other side, they have mentioned name of the country, right, with which this mission belongs. Crew 9 mission belongs to United States of America. This is right. Chang 6 mission. This belongs to China, right? China has Chang 1, Chang 2, means like Chang 6. And now they are planning for Chang 7 mission. And this is a mission to explore the moon, basically. It is their moon mission of China, okay? Second is wrong. ExpoSat mission. ExpoSat mission has been launched by India. It has not been launched by China. And why it is important? Because on 1st of January 2024, 1st of January 2024, Indian Space Research Organization has launched ExpoSat mission, okay? So through ExpoSat mission, they want to study the X-ray polarimetry, okay? They want to do X-ray polarimetry. They want to study the X-rays in our atmosphere. So this is one of the most noble mission. Noble means like innovative mission. India is not the first country, but like it is the second country in the world to have launched such mission, okay? So this is very important mission, ExpoSat mission. Then SLIM mission, okay? SLIM mission, as I discussed earlier, it belongs to Japan, right? Earlier we discussed about SLIM mission. SLIM stands for Smart Lander for Investigating the Moon. And through this mission, Japan planned to do a precise landing on the surface of the moon. Means like precision landing. Means like they have set up that this on this place we want to land within a radius of 100 meters. When we talk about ISRO's mission, Chandrayaan-3 mission, we planned for landing on south pole of the moon, but there was not a precision. So we have landed, like we planned that around 4 or 5 kilometers radius of this place we are going to land like that. Although it was more precise than what we planned for, but like their thing is they wanted to do a precise landing. So that's why all the three statements are wrong, these three, and first statement is right. So how many of the given pair are correctly matched? Only one. Is it clear? Simple. Crew 9 mission USA, Chang mission China, ExpoSat India, SLIM mission Japan. Okay. Now we have another question, question number 68. Now, similar questions have been asked by UPSC in the past. That let's say like, using drone, what you can do, like application of drone technology. We can collect a sprout sample from the whale, etc. They have asked this thing. Now this question is on similar line, but here we are talking about using artificial intelligence, what we can do. So they have given 4 statements that using artificial intelligence, can we optimize crop irrigation? Optimization, here it should be of crop irrigation, okay? Optimization of crop irrigation can happen through artificial intelligence. Crop irrigation means खेतों में पानी देना. Irrigation means giving water to the field. And how do we do it? We have different methods. We follow sprinkler irrigation, we follow let's say canal irrigation and all. So if we use artificial intelligence, we will be able to know that we will be utilizing data that this field requires this much amount of water. So like it is high-end usage of technology for irrigation. So artificial intelligence can do it, right? So they say how many of the above can be achieved, it can be achieved, okay, using artificial intelligence. We can reduce water wastage using artificial, we can do it. Prediction of hurricane in advance, this can be done basically. Why? Because like recently there were two organizations that have worked together, United Nations organization and I think IBM company, right? So they have developed a system. In that system, using that system from satellite, what they are going to do, they are going to predict those regions in the world, in the ocean where let's say there is a possibility of development of hurricanes. So using that technology, they will be able to share the details in advance within 3-4 days in advance that hurricanes are being developed there. Presently it is not there, I mean like presently let's say like technologies are not there. However, these two organizations together has launched a project also. That project is very, very important, which is known as Watson X AI, okay. It is known as Watson X AI. AI means artificial intelligence. And this has been launched by, NASA and IBM. This has been launched by NASA and IBM. NASA, National Aeronautics and Space Administration, the Space Agency of United States of America, Intelligence Business Machine. IBM is a big multinational company. So they together have built this Watson X AI. And what is the purpose of this Watson X AI? So it is, let's say, at recent COP28. COP means Conference of Party 28 that recently happened in Dubai, right? So Conference of Parties happen under United Nations United Nations Convention of, so UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, like that. So COP 28 has happened, okay, COP Conference of Party 28 has happened. There these two organizations have launched Watson X AI. What was the role of this thing? So they say it will help monitor the earth from space. It will help monitor the earth from space, measuring environmental changes that have already happened while also making prediction about the future. So hurricane track can be predicted, okay, with more accuracy in few days advance. And this technology will be used for multiple purposes, okay. So it will be able to predict hurricane in advance. It will be able to predict the drought also, because like it is going to monitor the earth from the space, like that. So it is going to predict. Drought is very simple, I mean like wherever the land degradation is happening, wherever let's say water quality is degrading, wherever let's say like groundwater table is receding, wherever let's say like rainfall is happening less, right? So we can predict that like drought is happening, like that. So all of them can be done. Correct answer is option D. Is it understood? Simple question. They are asking that using artificial intelligence, what can be done? All of them can be done. Okay. So it is in similar lines as the UPSC has asked question long back related to drone technology. Now we have the penultimate question, 69. Now we this it says they are second largest land mammals. What do we mean by mammals? Anyone who can talk about it? Matlab like they can breastfeed their thing. Okay, they are second largest land mammals, and their name come from Afrikaans. West Germanic word wheat, meaning wide, refers to the mouth of this mammal. It is also known as having square lips and almost no hair. Scientists recently, so can you imagine an animal that has no hair? I mean, and at the same time it is very large, right? The largest one is elephant. Then second is this one, rhinoceros. So here they are talking about a rhinoceros. They have given all the description of that rhinoceros. We need to identify which rhinoceros it is, okay? So scientists recently announced the first land mammalian pregnancy by transferring embryos from laboratory animals to surrogate mothers. The conservation status of this animal is near threatened. Basically, they have done surrogacy on an animal, right? And they are asking which animal it is. It is white rhinoceros. Okay, white rhinoceros have been in news. So they do not have hair on their body. Their mouth is square shaped like that. Okay, so we have included picture also in the explanation, right? So you can download that PDF and go through it of white rhinoceros. So they have been in news. Again, this is going to be the last question for the day, right? It says Vidya, thank you so much for participating. It says the term Kokborok, okay, Kokborok, often seen in the news is related to tribal dance, island, bird species, language. Language is the right answer. Okay, so basically Kokborok has been in news because what has happened, this is related to some tribal communities in northeastern states, right? So which state in northeast? Basically, like, you know, in northeastern state they speak this language which is known as Kokborok. Earlier it was known as Tipra Kok. This was earlier known as TIPRA. This was the earlier name of this language, Tipra Kok. So basically northeast India, right? So like from Tripura, some student federation have started, let's say, like protesting against this language. So they have, like, you know, government has included this language for conducting examination, right? So some student federation is protesting against it. Okay, I mean, like those students who don't know this language. Those who know, they're happy, but those who don't know, mandatory inclusion has created this kind of tension over there. So it is a name of a language, Kokborok. Remember this thing? Tripura, yeah, it is related to Tripura. Okay, so all right, so that will be all, I think. So this is the last, that has been the last question, and after this there will be a discussion of Indian economy section by a faculty, Kumar Shivang sir. Okay, so my part of the discussion is over. We have discussed the science and technology, 10 questions. We have discussed 15 questions from current affairs. So any question on the topics that we discussed? Anything that you did not understand, anything that you want to know more? So Vidya Pariti, how can I contact your organization? It is very simple to contact our organization. Simply on Google search Lukmaan IAS, you will come across our website. On the website, the contact numbers are mentioned, so you can simply contact us. And apart from this, discussion is very effective and very inclusive. Thank you so much for that comment. Yes. Any questions? No? Understood everything of the discussion? Yes. See, the most important thing is keep learning, keep reading. The more you keep learning, the more intellectual you become. You understand multiple dimensions of everything like that. This is the thing. Okay. So that will be all from my side for the day. Thank you so much. So next faculty is coming. He will take discussion on Indian economy.
So we'll be having the economy, the last section, the economy discussion. So quickly we'll be going to the questions. So the first question, 31st question is, consider the following statements. Statement 1 says, crowding in occurs when higher government spending leads to higher private investment. And statement 2 says, higher government spending can stimulate aggregate demand. So basically the term is crowding in. Crowding in is all related with the investment getting pulled. So what does that mean? There are two terms, crowd in, crowd out. So what happens during recession or low economic growth? The private investments or the private investors are quite wary in terms of investing in the economy. So it is the responsibility of the government to start the investment so as to give the confidence to the private investors that the economy would be coming out of recession or low growth phase. And that way, that acts like a induction or a magnet that pulls the investment. So in a way, government is just increasing the aggregate demand. And what is that aggregate demand? That aggregate demand is C plus I plus G plus net exports, where C is the consumption expenditure. All because of the recession in the economy, the consumption expenditure goes down because of pessimistic view of the economy. At the same time, the private investments are all, the decisions are taken upon based on the inflation in the market as well as the demand in the market. But because of the consumption expenditure going down, the private investment also goes down. It is the government which has to keep up that aggregate demand by increasing the government expenditure. So that is why government tries to increase this expenditure, and this is known as crowding in. And when we talk about crowding out, what happens if there is more fiscal deficit and that deficit is getting financed through public debt? So what happens, that extra debt और there is a space for credit. Credit का एक space, limited space है, कितना loan दे सकते हैं. What if the government only takes a bigger chunk? That gives a smaller portion of the credit that is available for the private sector, and they are pushed out of that credit cycle. That is known as crowding out. Here we are talking about crowding in. It's all about pulling the investment through increasing aggregate demand. So this statement is actually correct, and statement 2 also is correct because higher government expenditure can stimulate the aggregate demand, and this is the whole idea about crowding in. That is why A is the correct answer. The 32nd question or the second question of the economy is with reference to debentures. So debentures are long-term debt instruments. So this question is related with the capital market. So capital market is long-term instruments. There are two types of capital market. Either it could be equity or it could be debt. Equity is all about ownership in the company. Ownership in the company. That is known as equity. But debt is a kind of liability for the company. That is a kind of long-term liability for the company. And why people invest in those debt? Because to earn fixed interest income. To earn fixed interest income. And that fixed interest income is the main thing that defines debt. And here debentures are a kind of debt which are long-term and which are issued by private companies or private corporates. If the same thing is being issued by government, it is known as government securities. So if we see the statement, an individual's investment in debenture represents the proportional stake in the company's ownership. This is incorrect because this talks about equity, not the debt portion. That is all about liability that has been taken by the company from investors. that does not represent any ownership in the company. Okay, so this becomes an incorrect statement. They are entitled to periodic interest payments at a predetermined rate. This is correct. This is the only feature of debt or any debenture, and that periodic payment is known as coupon. That interest rate is actually in capital market, that too in debt, that is known as coupon, and that rate is known as coupon rate. Okay, so this statement is with reference to debenture, this is a correct statement. So for the question, B is the correct answer. Predetermined rate is, the rate is fixed in advance. At the time of issuing itself, the company fixes the rate that they'll be paying this much amount of interest rate for this much amount of investment. That is the same thing known as coupon rate. So 33rd question is, consider the following statement. Statement 1 is, direct monetization of fiscal deficit leads to inflationary pressure. This is a correct statement. This is all talking about deficit financing. This is all talking about deficit financing, where the fiscal deficit is getting financed through issuing bonds which are being purchased back by the RBI, the central bank. What happens when the government runs into fiscal deficit? They issue bonds. That bonds, if the RBI issues it and again purchases it. So what does RBI doing? RBI is basically increasing the liquidity, and that kind of fiscal deficit getting financed is known as monetization of fiscal deficit. So RBI is the issuer of the bonds, of the government bond. They issue it and they only purchase it. Why? Because the government wants money, and RBI is the one which is giving money to the government through issuing of the bond by the RBI, as well as simultaneously purchasing of the bond by the RBI. Okay, this is deficit financing. So, and that is why when this increases this liquidity, what happens? Increase of liquidity or increase of money supply, I should say. What happens when more money is getting released? That increases the money supply, and that is why it is highly inflationary. Because more money is getting created, which is not backed up by the demand. So when more is the supply of money, it leads to inflation in the economy. The central bank purchases government securities in the secondary market. This is an incorrect statement. The central government purchases this government securities in the primary market. Why? Because at the time of issuing itself, the RBI only purchases it. So they issue it, they purchase it. That does not go to the secondary market. Secondary market is all about the bonds or trading of bonds or any capital instrument which have been issued in the primary markets altogether. पहले primary market में issue हुआ, those who are interested, they bid for it. When they get that security, they have the option to trade it in another market that is known as secondary market. But here, this monetization of deficit through issuing a bond takes place in the primary market, because RBI is the only one which is issuing it and is the only one which is purchasing it. No, RBI, all because RBI wants to release currency. It wants to increase money supply, but how can RBI do it? By purchasing bonds. Either they can purchase secondary market bond जो banks के पास था वो नहीं, that is known as open market operation. Here government wants fresh money, so government says to RBI, I want fresh money, so you issue the bonds on our behalf and you only purchase it. That is the only idea of monetized deficit financing. Okay, when that happens in secondary market, that is all about open market operation. That is a different thing. Okay, so in the secondary market, this is incorrect, so C is the correct answer. Thirty-fourth question is with reference to the female. So this question has been taken from the economic review. Recently the government has brought up an economic review, a 10-year review, which tries to review the Indian economy in the past 10 years. What has been the parameters, all those macroeconomic parameters, inflation parameters, employment parameters, and it tries to compare how has been the progress in the last 10 years from 2013-14 to 23-24. So this question has been taken from that particular thing only, straight away. So with reference to the female labor force participation rate FPR in India in the last 5 years, so it talks about 192, 22, 23, 24. This is the period. So there was a graph actually, all because India's female labor force participation rate is quite low. It hangs usually in the ratio of 25 to 28%. But what has been claimed by the government that in the last 5 years, that participation rate has got increased, and that was why this question was put up. So it has been falling in the urban areas while it has been rising in the rural areas. This is an incorrect statement. In both the areas, it has been rising. In both the areas, it has been rising. Rise in rural female labor force participation rate is marked by a rise in the share of self-employment. That is true. And that self-employment is all related to casual, non-farm based employment. Like they work for any cottage or industry or like MSMEs, that has increased self-employment. At the same time, agriculture has also, the feminization of agriculture is happening. That is the classic case of Indian economy. All because more females are joining as labor force in agriculture, that has led to increase in female labor force participation rate. More females are joining agriculture. All because men are moving out from agriculture in search of higher paying jobs. That is not leading to more job creation, but that is leading to feminization of agriculture, Indian agriculture. And that was why there is a consistent rise in this rural female labor force participation rate. Overall, it has risen to more than 35%. Exactly, it is 37%. There's a graph, histogram graph, a bar graph, which specifically shows from 27% to 37% in the last 5 years. That has been claimed by the government. Okay. And if you try to gauge what could be the female labor force participation rate in China, if you can guess, it is 37% for India right now. For male in India, it is 78%. So out of 100 male in the labor force, the participation of total of 78% males are either working or are eager to work. Either they are employed or they are unemployed. That becomes participation rate. But what could be the female labor force participation in China? It is more than 65%. And that is why China had grown like 10% for the last 2 decades. All because female joined the workforce. And that has been said for India also. If India's female labor force participation rate just touches 50%, that could add more than 2 to 3 percentage points of GDP per year growth rate. Just by adding those females to workforce or labor force. There is a difference between workforce and labor force. All those who are employed is considered as a part of workforce. All those who are employed plus unemployed, they are considered to be part of labor force participation rate. Okay. This is a core concept. See, there are 3 things. LFPR, UR, WPR. One is working age population. One is working age population. That is all about 15 to 59 as per India's statistics. The population in the range of 15 to 59 years of age. Then we talk about labor force. Labor force is all about those who are working plus those who are willing to work but are currently unemployed. That becomes a part of labor force total. So what becomes labor force participation rate? It becomes labor force upon working age population. Okay. So out of working age population, that is roughly 1 billion in India, 55% is roughly the labor force participation rate. So roughly 55 crore people in India are either working or are looking for work. They are willing to work basically. That defines unemployment criteria, if they are willing or not. So that becomes people out of labor force is 100 minus 55, those who are, so 45 crore people, even though they are within that working age population, they are not willing to work. They have moved out of labor force. Then we talk about workers population ratio, that becomes workforce. So what is that workforce? Labor force minus those who are unemployed. Labor force minus those who are unemployed, basically those who are working. That becomes a part of workforce. So worker population ratio is workers workforce upon total population. That is always taken up to, on a base of 100. Into 100 you need to multiply it into 100. But what is unemployment rate? Unemployment rate is basically unemployed people upon labor force. So unemployment rate is taken over labor force, but labor force participation rate is taken over labor working age population. Ratio. It's all about total population, workforce upon total population. Worker population ratio. So one is worker, numerator is worker, population is denominator, ratio means a ratio of it on a base of 100. Okay, these are the three statistics which are gauged by periodic labor force survey, PLFS. The three classical data, the government brings out these data. LFPR, they have categorization female, male combined, rural, urban combined. 6 sets of data. Female, male, then combined data, then urban, rural combined data. So male, urban, male, rural, female, urban, female, rural, combined urban, combined rural. Okay, and they have also total, rural plus urban combined. Okay, so they bring out this data. So statistics are brought out in this manner. So employment is one of that thing that needs to be catered to. But statistically it is quite clumsy to know about. Okay. So two statements are correct, one is incorrect, B is the correct answer. Thirty-fifth question is, India is less vulnerable to sovereign debt crisis. Sovereign means government defaulting, sovereign debt crisis, government defaulting on its debt obligation. It is defined through sovereign credit rating. So whenever the government issues bond, how likely is government to default on the principal or the interest payment on the bonds or the debt that they have taken? That defines sovereign debt crisis. If there is more probability, then there is a higher potentiality that the debt that the government has taken may be defaulted, and that is gauged through rating of sovereign bonds. Rating of sovereign bonds. And who rates it? Global rating agencies like Fitch, Standard and Poor's, and third is Moody's. 3 global rating agencies rate. Why would not we consider India's own debt rating agency? Because they'll rate it positively for their own government's debt. अगर Indian government का खुद ही India के local किसी ने debt rate किया, they'll rate it positively. But what if India needs to have that global image? It needs to be rated by global rating agencies. These are the global rating agencies which rate they also rate corporate bonds, they also rate sovereign bonds or the bonds issued by the governments. They are known as sovereign bonds. So based on that, the question is, India is less vulnerable to the sovereign debt crisis. This is factually correct. And this question has been taken all because IMF had projected that in a worst case scenario, India's that debt to GDP ratio, the debt to GDP, debt of the governments, basically state government and central government combined, as a proportion of total GDP ratio would shoot more than 100%, and that is not good. Higher is debt to GDP ratio, more is the interest payment. Debt ज़्यादा ले लिया, more is the interest payment. So that claim had been objected by even the finance ministry as well as the Reserve Bank of India. They said that although India's debt to GDP ratio is roughly 80%, as per NK Singh Committee Review Committee, there was a NK Singh Committee Review for Fiscal Responsibility and Budgetary Management Act, FRBM Act was there, which prescribed 3% of fiscal deficit, and there was a pathway to reach it. All because of COVID, we had to move out of that particular thing, and there was a review committee prior to COVID only that talked about moving away from fiscal deficit to more about debt to GDP ratio. Debt to GDP ratio. So it talked about that the combined debt to GDP ratio. What is that combined debt to GDP ratio? Debt, the government debt, the central government debt as well as the state government combined, that should not be more than 60%. But today we are at 80%. What RBI says that it would go down to 71 to 72% as India's GDP grows. So as denominator grows, what would happen? The whole value would go down. So India is least likely. So that is why India is less vulnerable, all because India has all the favorable things that would make India propel higher in terms of GDP. There are two things. One is external borrowings and one is public debt as a whole. Public debt as a whole, they consider everything taken by the government. They consider everything taken by the government. 80% includes debt taken by government in foreign currency as well as from public, and that was the only claim in finance ministry said that most of our debt are domestic denominated currencies. We have a very low external debt to GDP ratio of roughly 18 to 19%, and that is manageable. All because our debts or the government debts are all in rupee denominated bonds, and that too to domestic borrowers. We have greater control, so there is a higher chance of managing it rather than taking external loans by the government. That includes everything by the government but not by the corporates. When we talk about external debt, there are two factors. एक्सटर्नल डेट का जो पोर्शन गवर्नमेंट ने लिया ना वो प्लस गवर्नमेंट ने जो डोमेस्टिक रेस किया उस दोनों को जोड़ के डेट टू जीडीपी रेशियो होगा. बट एक्सटर्नल डेट जब हम बात करते हैं, व्हेन यू टॉक अबाउट एक्सटर्नल डेट, दैट इंक्लूड्स डेट टेकन बाय गवर्नमेंट एज वेल एज डेट टेकन बाय कॉर्पोरेट्स. दैट बिकम्स एन इश्यू ऑफ बीओपी. ठीक है ना, दो चीज है, समझ में आ गया. हियर वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट sovereign debts in any currency. So US dollar denominated debt remained the largest component of India's external debt. This is also correct. This is yes. So but there is no linking as to statement 2 is actually explaining statement 1. Statement 1 is talking about government's debt. Statement 2 is talking about India's external debt. That includes government debt as well as corporate debts. So those two are independent, isolated statements. So B is the correct answer. ठीक है? Had that been कि if they would have written कि India's GDP is projected to rise in the near term, then it would have made a positive statement. Statement 2 is explaining statement 1. Had the statement 2 been like that, India's GDP is going to rise in the near term, that meant India is less vulnerable to sovereign debt crisis. Sovereign debt crisis कब होगा? जब उसका debt को हम payment नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. B is the correct answer. Consider the following statements with reference to side pocketing. So side pocketing is one thing wherein it is more pertinent to mutual funds. Mutual funds. So what happens that mutual funds invest in range of securities, but there is a class of investment in mutual fund that is known as debt mutual fund. What is that? Debt mutual fund. So in debt mutual fund, what happens that the asset management companies or the company which manages the asset or the portfolio that invests in debentures or government securities of government or the private corporates. But what happens that there is a chance that some of the investment might be defaulted, and that would mean the investors who have invested in those debt mutual funds getting even not their principal back. So what happens अगर debt default हो गया ना, what happens, they might not even get the principal back, principal amount ही नहीं मिल सकता है. So इससे क्या होगा कि further rounds of, जो मान लो आपने एक हमने portfolio बनाया जिसमें हमने 10 या 10 to 15 bonds were there, but there is a probability कि like 2 bonds might get defaulted. So that would mean overall the whole investment portfolio may go down. So side pocketing means they try to remove this part out of the total portfolio, so as to make sure that the whole thing does not become illiquid because of some portion of investment getting defaulted. That should not make the total investment portfolio illiquid. Illiquid means not able to return the money back. So this is a concept of moving that thing out of the portfolio. That is the concept of side pocketing. So this is it is an accounting technique used in debt mutual funds to segregate the bad assets within the fund. This is a correct statement. Okay. The Securities and Exchange Board of India has not permitted this practice. This is incorrect. There was an issue in 2018, ILFS bond crisis. Infrastructure Leasing and Financial Service, something like company was that, where it defaulted on the debt payment, and there was one mutual fund company known as Franklin Templeton. It had a higher exposure, even SPI had higher exposure in those bonds. So it made some of those mutual funds which had got higher exposure illiquid. मतलब जो उन्होंने पैसा लगाया तो उस सब म्यूचुअल फंड्स में उनका पैसा ही वापस नहीं आया. Had SEBI allowed that thing earlier, it would have meant कि कुछ तो पैसा मिल जाता वापस. So SEBI allowed post that defaults, post that ILFS saga, SEBI has allowed this side pocketing thing, so as to make sure कि there is certain salvage value. कुछ तो निकलेगा, नहीं तो सब पूरा पैसा gets stuck because of performance of some of those bonds. So this is an incorrect statement. Second is A is the correct answer. Tobin tax is all related to speculative trading. Speculative trading in currency market. It is all related to discourage this Tobin tax. To discourage it, all because if in a free floating exchange rate system, all the exports and imports should lead to the demand and supply of currency, and that should mean how the currency gets valued, what should be the exchange rate. But being currency a commodity, what happens is some of the speculators try to use it for their own advantage. That is why this tax has been introduced, or this has been proposed. In India, this is not a condition. India में इस तरह से लगता नहीं है. It was all a US concept. India does not implement this Tobin tax kind of thing, but it is all related with the currency transaction to discourage speculation. Okay. With respect to the foreign banks in India, consider the following statements. This is a factual question. There are more foreign banks in India than public sector banks. This is a factually correct statement. There are more foreign banks in India. More foreign banks in India. In public sector banks, because of all the mergers that has taken place in the past 10-15 years, there are only 12 for public sector banks. Actually, it is 11 plus SBI. And there are more than 30-40 foreign banks in India. 30-40. All because we do not know. Qatar banks are there, China का बैंक अपना है बहुत. There are many banks. There are many banks. 10-12 तो you know it. Okay, which have branches in India. Foreign banks are not subject to PSL norms. This is incorrect. If they have 20 or more branches, 20 plus branches in India, they are subjected to priority sector lending targets norms, which is 40% of the total net credit. Adjusted net bank credit should go to priority sector areas. There is set of those sectors where all the loans, 40% of the loans should go to those sectors. That becomes, they are subjected to it, but there's a condition 20 plus branches. So this becomes an incorrect statement. They are subjected to Basel Capital Framework norms. All banks in India or even in the world, they are subjected to Basel norms. Basel norms considered. One more important thing is CRAR, capital to risk weighted asset ratio, and that in colloquial terms that is also known as capital adequacy ratio. Capital adequacy ratio. And there are other hosts of things also, counter cyclical capital buffer. Then there are various things that needs to be taken. And one more thing, liquidity coverage ratio. There is one more thing, where how much banks should keep liquidity, liquid assets in terms of saving deposits as a ratio of total cash outflow. So two statements are correct. Thirty-ninth question is with reference to the MSME sector in India. Consider the following statements. It contributes less than 40%. This is incorrect. The figure is roughly 45 to 47%. Earlier it used to be 49%. It contributes more than 40% of India's manufacturing. It is also factually correct. It is incorrect. It is roughly 35 to 36%. So two more data. GDP accounting, roughly 30% or 28 to 30% of GDP is accounted by MSME sector. And employment, it is roughly 23 to 24%. It is the largest employer after agriculture, or the second largest employer in India. So these are four statistics. Exports 45 to 47%, manufacturing 35 to 36%, GDP contribution roughly 30%, and the employment factor, it is roughly 23 to 24%. So both the statements are incorrect. Okay. Consider the following statements. Effective revenue deficit excludes the grant in aid for creation of assets in states. This is correct. It should be capital assets, but assets we consider it to be capital assets only. Okay, अगर हमने revenue deficit all about consumption based targets. What is revenue deficit? It is revenue receipt minus revenue expenditure. But out of revenue expenditure, a certain portion is given as grant to states. Grant to states, all because grants are something which is not to be repaid back to the one who has issued it. There are three things: loan, grant, and assistance. Loan is which has to be repaid back by principal as well as the interest payment. Assistance is loan which has softer conditions, like the payment can be extended or the interest would be very low. But there is a third type which is known as grant. Grant is something where the repayment has not to be done. It's one way, unilateral transfer, and that is why it is more likely to be revenue expenditure, all because it is not creating any, it is not giving any kind of return to the one who has issued it for the government. So what happens कि जब ग्रांट देते हैं, ग्रांट में देखा गया कुछ पोर्शन गोज टू क्रिएशन ऑफ, जैसे स्कूल्स बन गया, हॉस्पिटल्स बन गए, बट दोज थिंग्स have been paid through grants, revenue grant के through मिला, state government को पैसा मिला, state government ने school या hospital बनाया. So what this committee, the committee which was Rangarajan committee said, we need to reduce that portion of grant which has been used for creation of assets, because we need to know about revenue expenditure, those consumption based expenditure. So we came up with effective revenue deficit, where it was revenue deficit minus grant in aid given for capital asset formation, capital formation. समझ में आया क्या है? बेसिकली जो भी पैसा हमने दे दिया स्टेट को, इट वाज अप टू द स्टेट टू यूज इट. दे कुड हैव यूज्ड इट फॉर their revenue, funding their revenue deficit, but they could have also used it for creation of certain durable assets. If the same thing had been used for creation of durable assets, that had to be subtracted from the revenue deficit of the central government to arrive at effective revenue deficit. This is the idea. So as to know about whether the payment is all about consumption expenditure or capital expenditure. Creation of capital assets is all about capital expenditure. So that is just an accounting system, and it was suggested by the Rangarajan committee on public expenditure. So this is also a correct statement. But there is no relation between A and B. Both are isolated independent statements. So B is the correct answer. Always there is an issue with A or B. There is always, if C and D, it's very easy to know. A, you know it, if you know both the statements, you have an issue with A or B. अगर direct correlation नहीं मिला, direct C B, सीधा B पे टिक मारना है. If there is certain correlation, जिसमें कुछ correlation लग रहा है, go for A. ठीक है? 82. Under the single market, there are no tariffs or taxes or quotas on goods and services from one country entering another country. This is the whole idea of single market, like European single market. Everything can move. Even goods, services, capital and people all can move in a single market. This is the feature of single market. That is why when UK moved out of that single market, then there's an issue that exports and imports needs to be taxed based on the duties. अब Ireland से UK में कोई भी movement होगा, it needs to have certain taxes या duties. Under the free trade area, free movements of goods, services, capital and people happens. Not capital, not people, because we are talking about free trade area, and trade is all related with the goods and service exports and imports. It has nothing to talk about, or there is no correlation between capital and, अगर capital or people we move करे, then there is no issue of visa. Then it is all about visa free movement. That becomes a single market. That is not a free trade area. Free trade area is all related to goods and service का trade होना, जो capital current account BOP के अंदर आता है. ठीक है? Under the custom union, so this becomes an incorrect statement. Under the custom union, country agreed to apply the same tariff to goods from outside the union. This is correct statement. अगर किसी ने custom union बना लिया ना, और इसके अंदर जितना भी रेट लगा, सब कंट्री सेम ही रेट्स लगाएंगे. सब कंट्री कस्टम यूनियन में ही रहता है. वो अपना एक यूनियन बना देते हैं, प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं अपने एरिया को. ठीक है? साउथ अमेरिकन कंट्री हैज क्रिएटेड. मेक्सिको और चाइना, और मेक्सिको यूएस का भी एक है, कनाडा मेक्सिको यूएस का भी कस्टम यूनियन है. बिना सिंगल कस्टम यूनियन तो बना ही सकते हैं, क्यों नहीं बना सकते हैं? कस्टम यूनियन इज ऑल अबाउट वी आर, जैसे अब इंडिया, पाकिस्तान, चाइना, इसको पूरा एक साथ बना दिया. दिस बिकम्स अ सिंगल एंटिटी, अ हाइपोथेटिकल सिचुएशन, एंड ऑल द गुड्स विच आर एंटरिंग इनटू दैट मार्केट, एवरी कंट्री, अब सब गुड्स तो किसी हो सकता है यहाँ भी एंटर करे, यहाँ भी एंटर करे, यहाँ भी एंटर करे. एवरी कंट्री अंडर द कस्टम यूनियन वुड बी इम्पोजिंग सेम कस्टम ड्यूटी. ठीक है ना? अब एक्सपोर्ट पे क्या लगेगा तो सामने वाला अपना जाने, इंपोर्ट पे तो वही टैक्स लगाने वाले. ठीक है? So two statements are correct. More, देखो क्या होता है, only similar countries try to do undergo it. That is why Mexico और US का failed है custom union concept. All because US and Mexico are at different stages of development. They are just bordered by a single border, but they have a very different stages of economic development. ठीक है ना? It is with reference to PM Mitra scheme. Last year's budget में आया था ये. Under the scheme 10 mega textile park, factually incorrect 7 है. ये सब कुछ facts याद रहेगा तो टिक नहीं करो. Development capital support is available for greenfield sites but not for brownfield. No, it is available for both those investments. Even if it is fresh investment, this is fresh investment, they get capital subsidy. What is that capital subsidy? There is an option कि if you bring in fresh capital, आपने fresh investments किया, उसका a particular portion would be subsidized by the government would return back the money. Roughly it is in this case it is 30%. अगर आपने 200 करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट किया, फ्रेश कुछ नया बनाया मेगा टेक्सटाइल पार्क में, तो गवर्नमेंट वुड बी पेइंग 30% ऑफ दैट 200 crores, that is 60 crores would be given back. All because it will create additional employment, it would have a higher multiplier effect. That is why government tries to incentivize through capital subsidy. And that is also given to brownfield investment, but that has to increase its capacity. पुराना इन्वेस्टमेंट दैट इज ब्राउनफील्ड, उसमें कुछ एडिशनल आपने इन्वेस्टमेंट करके टू इंक्रीज द एम्प्लॉयमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटी और इंक्रीज द सेल्स बेस्ड ऑन दैट इंक्रीमेंटल वैल्यू, इंक्रीमेंटल कैपिटल जो आपने पोर इन किया है, ऑन बेस्ड ऑन दैट सब्सिडी वुड बी गिवन, नॉट टोटल वैल्यू. अब मान लो 50,000 करोड़ का पहले से कंपनी में लगा हुआ था, कंपनी ने एड ऑन करके कुछ 500 करोड़ एक्स्ट्रा लगाया, इस पे मिलेगा, बट देयर इज अ सर्टेन लिमिट. अब इतना नहीं कि 1 लाख करोड़ किसी ने लगा दे, गवर्नमेंट वुड बी पेइंग 30% ऑफ रुपीज 1 लाख करोड़, उसका पूरा बजट ही चला जाएगा उसमें. एक लिमिट सेट कर देते हैं, इसके ऊपर नहीं जाना है, ठीक है, उसके ऊपर आप लाओ बट वी विल बी पेइंग अप टू दैट ओनली. ठीक है, सो दिस बिकम्स इनकरेक्ट, दिस ऑल्सो बिकम्स इनकरेक्ट, डी इज द करेक्ट आंसर. Eighty-fourth question, consider the following statements. Monetary Policy Committee uses CPI instead of WPI for inflation targeting. This is a correct statement, and WPI does not capture movement in the service sector. This is also correct statement, and B explains, statement 2 explains, all because WPI did not capture the service factor, and how the inflation used to affect the consumers was more relevant rather than how the bulk purchasers or the wholesale market is getting affected through inflation. And there was one more condition, there was a gross divergence between CPI and WPI. CPI is थोड़ा स्टेबल होता है, स्टेबल इसलिए होता है कि what happens during an economic collapse, it is WPI which shoots up. The WPI and CPI has gross divergence. What happens, CPI कभी कभी ना स्टेबल रहेगा 6.7, 6.75, 6.7, and WPI would be in negative territory. But after an economic collapse, what happens, इन्वेंट्री जब खत्म हो जाते हैं तो अचानक से डिमांड, रॉ मटेरियल का बहुत डिमांड भागता है, उसमें WPI शूट करके 17-18% पे चला जाता है. तो बहुत से टेरिटरी में WPI ऐसा चलता है. अगर ऐसा सर्कल है ना, ये 0 रखा है, ऐसे चलेगा, नीचे जाएगा, फिर ऊपर जाएगा, फिर नीचे चलता रहेगा, फिर ऊपर जाएगा, ऐसे चलता है. और ये इस तरह से पॉलिसी नहीं होती है, कुछ पीरियड के लिए 17-18% का शूट कर रहा है. बट CPI इज मोर रिलेटिव, फ्लक्चुएशन थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे ऐसे ऐसे चलता रहेगा. इट इज वेरी इजी टू टारगेट दैट. ठीक है ना, स्टेबिलिटी है थोड़ा, और प्लस इट कैप्चर्स सर्विस सेक्टर. ठीक है ना. सो बोथ स्टेटमेंट्स आर करेक्ट, एंड स्टेटमेंट 2 explains statement 1. Broader way, it was all because of the divergence between CPI and WPI that led to RBI sticking to CPI target, but one of the factor was service sector. With reference to MIGA, multilateral investment guarantee agency, so it becomes a part of World Bank group. World Bank group is considered of IBRD, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. ठीक है. Second is Development Association. Third is International Financial Corporation. Fourth is MIGA, and fifth is International Center for Settlement of Investment and Dispute. ये दोनों थिंग इज कोलोकियली नोन एज वर्ल्ड बैंक. एक करता है थोड़ा मीडियम मिड इनकम कंट्रीज को, आईडीए सपोर्ट्स वेरी लो इनकम कंट्रीज और लीस्ट डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज, उनके डेवलपमेंट को. आईएफसी इज ऑल अबाउट प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट्स. कोई भी कैपिटल असेट्स में प्राइवेट कंपनीज या प्राइवेट पार्टनर्स भी है, आईएफसी ट्राइज टू कोलैबोरेट विथ इट लोन्स के मामले में. मीगा इज ऑल अबाउट ensuring guarantee and that is non commercial. मतलब कोई आपने लोन दिया किसी एक कंपनी, किसी एक फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर ने, that invested in some other country, but what happened, there was certain political crisis हो गया वहां पे, या कोई मिलिट्री को हो गया और टेररिज्म हो गया, कुछ भी हो गया, that was non commercial. If the government defaulted, that is not the condition for MEGA. अगर गवर्नमेंट डिफॉल्ट कर दिया लोन का all because of other factors not related to non financial, मतलब समझ रहे हो, एक होता है किसी इन्वेस्टर ने दूसरे जगह पे पैसा लगाया, वहां का पॉलिटिकल इन्वायरमेंट क्या है, सिविल वॉर तो ऐसा नहीं हो रहा है, ये सब इस सब कंडीशन से अगर कहीं कोई इन्वेस्टमेंट रिस्क पे चला जाता है तो वहां पे मीगा आता है सपोर्ट करने. लेकिन किसी ने पाकिस्तान में पैसा लगा दिया, पाकिस्तान का वैसे ही कंट्री का fiscal conditions is poor, then the person who has invested in Pakistan's bond cannot go to MEGA because it is well known fact that Pakistan is a fragile economy. लेकिन अगर पाकिस्तान में पहले लगाया होता, अच्छा चलो अचानक से वहां पे टेररिस्ट अटैक हो गया, कोई न्यूक्लियर वेपन का होगा, वहां पे अचानक से इकोनॉमी टर्मोइल में चली गई और फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर गेट्स इट्स मनी लॉक्ड, देन MEGA कम्स इनटू पिक्चर. दैट इज नॉन कमर्शियल. लगाने वक्त तो कुछ नहीं पता था, अचानक से हो गया, लेकिन पहले से पता है द इकोनॉमी इज नॉट गोइंग गुड, अब आपने तब लगाया, तब MEGA वोंट कम इनटू पिक्चर. ठीक है. एंड दिस इज ICSID. इंडिया इज नॉट पार्ट ऑफ दिस. इंडिया इज नॉट दिस. इंडिया सेज कि वी विल गो फॉर arbitration, international arbitration, rather than going to World Bank, because India does not want to threaten its sovereignty. Economic sovereignty भी तो होती है. A third party is mediating between two countries where investments are. That is why when Vodafone was issue, Vodafone case था, तो third party mediation की जगह पे India tried to settle it through Supreme Courts and arbitration. दो पार्टी जब आपस में सेटल करे, that is good. That is respected. The two party which are conflicting. But what if a third party comes and says you need to adhere to our norms? That becomes an issue of sovereignty. That is why India says we do not want to ask any third party to come into our decision making. That is our space to take. We have all the judicial system, everything we have got, we will take based on that. And if you do not have any confidence, don't invest in India then. ठीक है? So it is a member of International Monetary Fund. Incorrect. World Bank. It promotes foreign direct investment into developed economy. Incorrect. Developing economy. The whole idea of W World Bank Group is to promote developing economy or least developed countries. Its guarantees protect investment against non-commercial risks. This is a correct statement. Okay? A is the correct answer. So this was all about the questions in economy were quite conceptual, mixed थे, 3-4 चीज के mix थे, तो इस तरह के भी questions can come up. तो थोड़ा सा international institution, you need to know about different. IMF में you need to know about the facilities. There are different funding facilities about IMF. For World Bank you need to know the investment and different World Bank group, what are the mandates, okay, or external commercial borrowing and how World Bank gives loan, whether it is government to government, whether it is a multilateral bank giving to government or to private. Private is all about international financial corporation. अगर Reliance के साथ collaboration World Bank का हो रहा है ना, then IFC is coming into picture. If Maharashtra government is taking loan from World Bank, then International Bank for Reconstruction and Development comes into picture because it is a government entity taking the loan. You need to know this. Okay? That is all about least developed countries. If sub-Saharan Africa wants to take up, because they do not have the repaying capacity, they want longer term loans at a very low interest rates. This is the idea. And MEGA is all about non-commercial risks, and ICSID is all about entering into settling the investments and any disputes, investment related disputes. Okay, that was all about the questions. Okay, thank you.